The thing about accidentally becoming an accomplice to murder is that nobody ever tells you how normal it feels while it's happening. You feed the cats, water the plants, take photos of everything like you're supposed to, and it's only later, when you're staring at a missing person poster with a face you recognize, that you realize you've been cleaning up crime scenes and calling it pet sitting. I'd been looking for extra income after my hours got cut at the garden centre in Shrewsbury. The pay there had never been brilliant, but when they reduced everyone to part-time during the quiet winter months, I was struggling to cover my rent on the bedsit I shared with my girlfriend. We'd been talking about getting a place together properly, but that required deposits and guarantees that were impossible on reduced wages. The pet sitting opportunity came through one of those local Facebook groups where people advertise everything from spare furniture to odd jobs. Someone had posted asking for reliable pet sitters to help with various animals around Shropshire and the surrounding areas. The pay was decent, about twice what I was earning per hour at the garden centre, and the work seemed straightforward enough. The post mentioned that they worked with pet owners who travelled frequently for business and needed someone trustworthy to care for their animals during extended absences. Most assignments involved staying overnight in the owners' homes to ensure the pets maintained their normal routines and felt secure in familiar environments. I responded to the advertisement and received a prompt reply asking about my experience with different types of animals and my availability for irregular scheduling. The person who contacted me explained that many of their clients had demanding careers that required sudden travel, so pet sitters needed to be flexible about accepting assignments at short notice. We arranged to meet at a cafe in Shrewsbury to discuss the specifics of the work. The woman who met me introduced herself as Sarah and seemed professional and knowledgeable about animal care. She explained that her agency specialized in providing high-quality pet care services for clients who were willing to pay premium rates for reliable and discreet service. Sarah emphasized that discretion was particularly important because many clients were concerned about security and privacy. Wealthy pet owners often worried about burglary or other crimes targeting their homes while they were away. So pet sitters needed to be extremely careful about maintaining confidentiality regarding the properties they worked in. The first assignment Sarah gave me was straightforward enough. A couple in a village outside Telford needed someone to look after their 2 dogs while they attended a business conference in London. The house was a comfortable detached property with a large garden, and the dogs were friendly and well trained. The homeowners provided detailed instructions for caring for the animals, including feeding schedules, exercise routines, and emergency contact information. They seemed like typical middle-class professionals who simply wanted to ensure their pets were properly cared for during their absence. However, I noticed some unusual aspects of the house that seemed excessive for ordinary residential security. There were cameras and monitoring equipment throughout the property, including areas where pet care activities wouldn't normally require surveillance. The technology seemed more sophisticated than what most homeowners would install for basic security purposes. When I asked about the extensive surveillance system, the homeowners explained that they had invested in comprehensive security due to previous break-in attempts in the area. The cameras allowed them to monitor their property remotely while traveling and provided peace of mind about both security and pet welfare. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for people with valuable property and beloved pets. Many homeowners were becoming increasingly security conscious, particularly in rural areas where police response times could be lengthy. The pet sitting work continued for several weeks with similar assignments at different properties around the region. All involved caring for animals in well-appointed homes while the owners traveled for business. The pets were generally well behaved, and the homeowners provided comprehensive instructions for their care. But I began noticing patterns across different properties that seemed unusual for coincidental similarities. Many homes contained identical security equipment, similar monitoring systems, and comparable arrangements for managing pet care during owner absences. More concerning were the specific instructions I received about documenting pet care activities. Sarah began requesting detailed photographic records of the animals, their behavior, and their interactions with the home environment. She explained that many clients wanted comprehensive documentation to ensure their pets were receiving proper care. The photography requirements became increasingly specific and extensive. I was asked to document not just the animals themselves, but details about the homes, their contents, and any activities visible from the properties. The level of documentation seemed to go far beyond what would be necessary for monitoring pet welfare. Some of the properties I worked in showed signs that they weren't actually occupied by the people who had supposedly hired me for pet sitting services. Personal belongings, mail, and other indicators suggested that the homes belonged to different people than those who had arranged the pet care assignments. When I raised questions about these discrepancies, Sarah explained that many clients used property management services or had complex ownership arrangements that meant the people arranging pet care weren't necessarily the registered homeowners. Wealthy individuals often had intricate arrangements for managing their various properties and responsibilities. Around the 6th week of pet sitting work, I discovered that one of the properties where I had been caring for animals was listed as being occupied by an elderly woman who had been reported missing several weeks earlier. The missing person reports described someone who lived alone with several cats in the exact house where I had been providing pet care services. The realization that I might be working in the home of someone who had disappeared was deeply disturbing. The pet sitting arrangements appeared to be providing cover for people to access and monitor properties belonging to vulnerable individuals who were no longer able to protect their homes. When I tried to discuss this discovery with Sarah, she reminded me of the confidentiality agreements I had signed when beginning pet sitting work. She emphasized that client privacy was essential and that making assumptions about ownership arrangements could create serious legal problems for everyone involved. She also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that she could not have gathered through our professional relationship. References to my financial situation, living arrangements, and daily activities suggested that I had been under surveillance while conducting pet sitting assignments. The monitoring became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my movements and communications were being tracked. The same surveillance techniques that were being used to monitor the properties where I worked were apparently being applied to monitor the pet sitters as well. I realized that the pet sitting work had been used to recruit me into systematic burglary and property theft operations disguised as animal care services. The homes where I had been working belonged to vulnerable people who had been removed from their properties through various means, allowing criminals to access and loot their belongings under the cover of providing pet care. The extensive documentation I had been providing was probably being used to catalog valuable items and assess properties for systematic theft. The pets I had been caring for were likely abandoned animals left behind when their owners disappeared or were forced from their homes. The missing person case I had discovered was probably typical of how the operation worked. Vulnerable individuals were targeted and removed from their homes, allowing criminals to access their properties for extended periods while maintaining the appearance of providing legitimate pet care services. When I attempted to report my suspicions to the police, I discovered that proving criminal activity based on pet sitting arrangements was extremely difficult. The work had been presented as legitimate animal care. The surveillance could be justified as security measures, and the property access could be explained as authorized pet sitting services. Sarah's organization continued to contact me for several months after I stopped working for them, offering additional pet sitting opportunities and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active. I never determined the full scope of their operations or what happened to the people whose homes I had been systematically documenting under the pretense of pet care. The combination of property access, comprehensive surveillance, and systematic documentation suggested an organization capable of extensive burglary and theft targeting vulnerable homeowners. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for recruiting unwitting accomplices to property crimes by presenting theft and surveillance as legitimate animal care work. They understood how to exploit people's love of animals and need for income to recruit participants in systematic victimization of vulnerable property owners. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine care for animals had been transformed into participation in crimes targeting people who were probably as vulnerable as the pets I thought I was helping. The pet sitting work had been a recruitment method designed to identify people who could be trusted with property access and manipulated into maintaining silence about criminal activities. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar pet care agencies, offering well-paid animal sitting opportunities that involve working in the homes of traveling professionals. The positions they advertise always emphasize discretion and security awareness, always involve extensive documentation requirements, and always include responsibilities that go beyond typical pet care duties. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other animal lovers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate pet care while actually participating in systematic property crimes targeting the most vulnerable members of their communities. The woman at my door was holding a receipt for cleaning services I'd never requested. She was middle-aged, wearing a navy tabard with crystal-clear solutions embroidered across the chest, and she knew my name. When I told her there must be some mistake, she showed me the booking confirmation on her phone, my address, my full name, even my mobile number. Someone had arranged for my house to be deep cleaned while I was supposedly at work, and they'd paid in advance. I should have slammed the door right then. Instead, I let curiosity get the better of me. The booking had been made 3 days earlier through their website, she explained, with specific instructions about which rooms needed attention and a note that the homeowner would be present to supervise. The payment had come through their online system, all legitimate and above board. But I'd been working from home all week, recovering from a chest infection that had left me exhausted and housebound. I hadn't booked any cleaning services, and I certainly hadn't been planning to go anywhere. The woman, Janet, according to her ID badge, seemed genuinely confused by my denial. She kept checking her phone, scrolling through booking details and muttering about system errors. Eventually, she apologized for the confusion and said she'd sorted out with the office. As she walked back down my front path, I noticed she spent several minutes on her phone before driving away. That should have been the end of it, but the incident nagged at me throughout the day. Someone had my personal details, knew my address and daily routine well enough to book services during my supposed working hours. The sort of information that suggested more than casual knowledge of my life. I'd been living alone in the same rented flat in Reading for nearly 2 years, working as a freelance graphic designer, mostly for small local businesses. Nothing about my lifestyle should have attracted unwanted attention. I kept to myself, paid my bills on time, maintained friendly but distant relationships with my neighbors. The most exciting thing in my weekly routine was the Thursday quiz night at the pub down the road. Yet somehow, someone had been monitoring my movements closely enough to know exactly when I should have been away from home. That evening, I decided to check my computer for any signs of unauthorized access. Nothing sophisticated, just changing passwords and looking through browser history for anything I didn't recognize. What I found was more disturbing than any obvious security breach. My search history contained dozens of queries I'd never made. Searches for local cleaning services, home security systems, property rental agreements for my specific address, all dated over the past month, all conducted during hours when I was supposedly using the computer for work. The searches followed a logical progression, as if someone was researching my living situation in methodical detail. They'd looked up my landlord's details, checked property records, even browsed estate agent listings for comparable flats in the area. The sort of comprehensive background research that suggested serious intent rather than casual snooping. I ran every security scan I could think of, but found no evidence of malware or remote access tools. Yet the unauthorized searches continued appearing in my browser history over the following days, always conducted during times when I was actively using the computer for legitimate work. It was as if someone was sitting beside me, conducting parallel research, while I remained completely unaware of their presence. The second cleaning service appointment arrived the following Tuesday. This time it was a different company, Elite Home Care, but the same scenario played out. A polite woman at my door with a confirmed booking for services I'd never requested, payment already processed, specific instructions about my supposed absence during working hours. When I questioned her about the booking details, she mentioned that the original request had come through a specialized platform that catered to busy professionals who needed discreet, high-quality home services. The client had been very specific about timing and had paid a premium for guaranteed availability. After she left, I spent the afternoon researching these specialized platforms she'd mentioned. What I discovered led me into corners of the internet I'd never explored before. The legitimate cleaning service websites were straightforward enough, but they all mentioned partnership arrangements with exclusive client networks that operated through private channels. Following these references led me deeper into invitation-only platforms and private communities that existed beyond normal search engines. Eventually, I found myself accessing the dark web. The process was simpler than I'd expected, though I won't detail the specific steps involved. What mattered was what I found once I gained access to the hidden marketplaces and community boards that operated in that space. There was an entire economy built around domestic intrusion services, not the crude break-ins or obvious burglary operations you might expect, but sophisticated networks that specialized in subtle, long-term access to people's homes and private lives. They marketed themselves as providing ambient intelligence and lifestyle integration for clients who needed detailed information about specific individuals. The services offered were disturbingly comprehensive. Home access during predictable absence periods, computer monitoring that left no obvious traces, gradual collection of personal information and daily routine documentation, all presented as legitimate business services for clients with unspecified but apparently legal requirements. One platform in particular caught my attention. It was called Domestic Insight Solutions, and it offered what they described as comprehensive residential profiling for people in specific postcodes across the UK. Reading was prominently featured in their coverage area. The client testimonials were chilling in their casual tone, people praising the service for providing invaluable background research and seamless intelligence gathering that had enabled them to make informed decisions about their targets. The language was corporate and professional, but the implications were unmistakable. they were selling access to people's private lives. I spent hours browsing through service descriptions and pricing structures, trying to understand how the operation worked. Clients could commission detailed reports on specific individuals, including daily routines, work schedules, security vulnerabilities, and personal habits. The information was gathered through a combination of digital surveillance and physical access to homes during predetermined absence periods. The cleaning service appointments weren't genuine bookings, they were reconnaissance missions. Teams would arrive at target properties under the pretense of legitimate business, gather intelligence about security systems and daily routines, then report back to clients who had commissioned surveillance on specific individuals. But why had I been targeted? I wasn't involved in anything that should have attracted professional surveillance. No contentious business relationships, no legal disputes, no obvious reason why anyone would pay significant money to monitor my daily activities. The answer came when I discovered a client discussion board buried deeper in the marketplace structure. The conversation threads revealed that Domestic Insight Solutions didn't just respond to specific client requests. They also maintained a database of pre-research subjects in various locations, conducting speculative surveillance on randomly selected individuals who fit certain demographic profiles. Young professionals living alone in rental properties were particularly popular targets. The logic was simple. People in this category were likely to have predictable routines, limited security awareness, and enough disposable income to make them interesting to potential clients. The surveillance data was collected proactively, then offered to clients who expressed interest in specific geographical areas or demographic groups. I was essentially a product in their catalog, my daily routine and personal information packaged and sold to unknown buyers who might have any number of motivations for wanting detailed access to my private life. The realization made me physically sick, but I forced myself to continue reading through the client discussions. What I learned was worse than I'd imagined. Some clients were using this surveillance data for traditional criminal purposes, identifying optimal times for burglary, gathering information for identity theft, or planning more serious violent crimes. But others had motivations that were harder to categorize and somehow more disturbing. There were discussions about clients who enjoyed the psychological aspect of knowing intimate details about strangers' lives. People who derived satisfaction from watching their targets go about daily routines while remaining completely unaware they were being observed. The surveillance wasn't a means to an end. It was the end itself. Other threads discussed clients who used the gathered intelligence for what they called lifestyle integration, gradually inserting themselves into their targets' daily routines through carefully planned coincidental encounters, meeting them in coffee shops they were known to frequent, joining gyms or hobby groups where they were regular attendees, building relationships based on comprehensive prior knowledge of their interests and vulnerabilities. I thought about the cleaning service appointments, the unauthorized searches on my computer, the systematic collection of information about my living situation and daily routine. Someone had been building a detailed profile of my life, and now that information was available to anyone willing to pay for it. But the worst realization was still to come. While browsing through recent client requests, I found a posting that made my blood freeze. Someone had specifically commissioned enhanced surveillance on my address, with a note that they were particularly interested in direct engagement opportunities and would pay a premium for real-time access coordination. The posting was dated just 5 days earlier. Since then, there had been 3 follow-up messages from the same client, each one expressing increasing urgency about obtaining detailed scheduling information for my upcoming activities. They weren't just watching me anymore. They were planning something that required precise timing and detailed knowledge of my movements. I checked the timestamps on the messages and cross-referenced them with the cleaning service appointments. The correlation was perfect. Each appointment had been scheduled within hours of the client's request for updated information about my availability. The cleaning services weren't reconnaissance missions. They were trial runs, testing their ability to gain access to my property at specific times while monitoring my reactions to unexpected visits. They were preparing for something that required them to know exactly when I'd be home and exactly when I'd be vulnerable. I sat in my darkened flat that evening, trying to decide what to do with this information. The obvious choice was to contact the police. But what evidence did I actually have? Screenshots of dark web marketplaces that might not even be genuine, coincidental timing between cleaning appointments and online discussions that could be entirely unrelated. Even if the police took my concerns seriously, the platforms I discovered operated through layers of anonymity that would make investigation virtually impossible. The people running these services were clearly sophisticated enough to avoid easy detection, and their clients were paying premium prices specifically for that discretion. While I was debating my options, I heard footsteps on the stairwell outside my flat. This wasn't unusual. I lived in a converted Victorian house with 3 other flats, and residents came and went at all hours. But these footsteps stopped directly outside my door and remained there for several minutes without any sound of keys or knocking. I crept to the peephole and looked out into the hallway. A woman was standing motionless in front of my door, staring directly at the peephole as if she knew I was watching. She was holding what appeared to be a cleaning supplies caddy, though it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. We stared at each other through the peephole for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then she smiled, raised one hand in a small wave, and walked calmly back down the stairs. I spent the rest of the night sat against my front door with the chain locked and a kitchen knife in my hand, listening for any sound that might indicate someone attempting to gain entry. But the building remained quiet, and eventually I convinced myself that the encounter had been a coincidence or misunderstanding. The next morning, I found a business card that had been slipped under my door sometime during the night. It was for Crystal Clear Solutions, the same company whose representative had visited me the previous Tuesday. But instead of standard contact information, someone had handwritten a message on the back. "Thank you for your patience during our extended assessment period. We look forward to providing you with our full service very soon." I've been writing this account for the past 6 hours, and I'm not sure what I expect to accomplish by documenting everything I've discovered. The police wouldn't be able to act on anything I've learned, and alerting the surveillance network to my awareness of their activities would probably only accelerate whatever they're planning. What troubles me most is the realization that this probably isn't an isolated operation. If there are platforms sophisticated enough to conduct systematic surveillance on random individuals across multiple cities, then thousands of people might be living their daily lives completely unaware that their most private moments are being catalogued and sold. The cleaning service appointments were just the beginning. The real service they're preparing to provide is something that requires detailed knowledge of my routine, precise timing, and the ability to gain access to my property when I'm most vulnerable. I don't know when they'll make their move, but I know it will be soon. The client who commissioned enhanced surveillance on my address has been posting increasingly urgent requests for real-time information. They're not content to simply observe anymore. They want to meet me properly. It's Tuesday morning now, and I can hear someone climbing the stairs to my flat. Slow, deliberate footsteps that stop at each landing, as if checking door numbers. I know who it is before they reach my floor, and I know this isn't a reconnaissance visit. This is the full service they've been preparing to deliver. The footsteps have stopped outside my door, and someone is testing the handle very gently to see if it's locked. I can hear the soft rattle of what sounds like professional lock-picking tools, and the quiet confidence of someone who knows exactly what they're doing. I should call for help, but my phone has been making strange clicking noises when I try to use it, and I suspect my communications are being monitored. Even if I could reach the police, they wouldn't arrive in time to prevent whatever is about to happen. The lock has just clicked open, and I can hear my front door swinging slowly inward. Whoever is entering is taking their time, moving with the careful precision of someone who knows the property layout intimately and wants to avoid any unnecessary noise. They've been preparing for this moment for weeks, gathering intelligence and testing their access methods until they were completely confident of success. Now they're here to provide the full service their client has commissioned, and I finally understand what that means. The footsteps are moving through my hallway now, approaching the room where I'm writing this. I can hear the soft rustle of what sounds like plastic sheeting being unfolded, and the quiet clink of metal tools being arranged. Professional sounds that suggest they've done this before. I need to tell someone about this, even if no one believes me, even if it sounds completely mad. I've carried it around for 18 months now, and the weight of it is destroying me. Every time I see a missing person poster, every time there's a news story about someone who's vanished, I wonder if they found the same thing I did, if they're gone because of it. I was living in Norwich then, working as a dental hygienist. My life was predictable in that comfortable way that makes you feel safe but slightly dead inside. Same patients every 6 months, same conversations about flossing, same walk home along the river. I'd been single for about 2 years after a relationship that ended badly, and I'd gotten used to my own company, maybe too used to it. The dark web wasn't something I'd ever planned to explore, but after a documentary about online privacy, I got curious about what was actually on there. Spent a weekend learning how to access it safely, or as safely as you can access something inherently unsafe. I expected drugs, weapons, all the stuff you hear about. What I found was mostly just boring. Dead sites, broken links, things written in languages I didn't understand. But then I found something called the service. It was just a simple page with a search bar. No explanation, no about section, nothing to indicate what you were supposed to search for. I tried a few random words. Nothing came up. Tried some names of celebrities, thinking maybe it was one of those sites that leaked personal information. Still nothing. Then, out of boredom more than anything, I typed in my own name. One result appeared. A link with just my name and a string of numbers after it. My finger hovered over the mouse for a long time before I clicked it. The page that loaded was bizarrely mundane. It looked like a basic profile. My name, my age, my address in Norwich, a recent photo that looked like it had been taken on the street without my knowledge, my place of work, my regular coffee shop, the gym I'd just joined but barely used, even my bloody Netflix viewing history somehow. Below all this information was a single line of text. Service available. There was a button next to it. Submit request. I should have closed it immediately. Should have shut the laptop and pretended I'd never seen it. But there was something so specifically threatening about that phrase. Service available. What service? Available to whom? I went back and searched other names. People I knew. My ex-boyfriend came up. Same format. Personal details, recent photo, that same line about service being available. My colleague, Rachel. My neighbor from 2 doors down. My cousin in Sheffield. Everyone I searched for had a profile, but not everyone had service available written on theirs. Some said service in progress. Others said service complete. Rachel said service complete. This bothered me because Rachel had been acting strange lately. She'd called in sick for 2 weeks, then come back seeming different, jumpy, kept checking her phone, wouldn't eat lunch with us anymore, just sat in her car. I'd assumed she was going through something personal. I searched for more names, people I knew less well. The man who ran the corner shop near my flat, service in progress. A woman from my gym who'd suddenly stopped coming, service complete. My previous neighbor who'd moved away very suddenly last year, service complete. A pattern was forming that made my hands shake as I typed. I went back to my own profile and really studied it this time. The photo was recent, maybe 2 or 3 weeks old. I was wearing the new coat I'd bought in October. The information was current too, including the gym I'd only joined the previous month. Someone was keeping this updated. Below the submit request button, in tiny text I'd missed before, was a link that said view completed services. I clicked it. It was a gallery of some kind. Hundreds of profiles, but these were different. Each one had before and after sections. The before showed people like my profile, normal information, recent photos, daily routines. The after sections were what made me run to the bathroom to be sick. Some showed people who'd clearly been beaten, bruised faces, broken bones, fear in their eyes. Others showed people in what looked like captivity. Basement rooms, mattresses on floors, chains. But the worst ones, the ones that haunt me, were the ones that showed nothing. Just the word relocated under the after section. I recognized some faces. People from Norwich who'd gone missing over the past few years. A teenager who'd vanished walking home from school. A man who'd left for work and never arrived. They were all here, all marked as service complete. I went back to Rachel's profile with growing dread. Her after section showed her in what looked like a warehouse, sitting on a chair, staring at nothing. The photo was dated 2 weeks ago when she'd been off sick, but she was back at work now. She was fine, wasn't she? The next day at work, I couldn't stop watching her. She seemed normal enough, if quieter than usual. But then I noticed something, a small scar on her neck that hadn't been there before. The way she flinched when anyone walked behind her, how she kept touching her wrist, like checking something was still there. During lunch, when she went to her car as usual, I followed. Watched from a distance as she sat in the driver's seat, not eating, not looking at her phone, just sitting. Then I saw her sleeve ride up. Bruises, dark ones, the kind that come from being held down. I wanted to talk to her, ask if she was okay, but how could I? How could I explain what I knew without admitting I'd been looking at her profile on some horrific, dark website? That night, I went back to the service. I needed to understand what this was, who was running it, what the submit request button actually did. This time, I noticed something new, a small counter in the corner of the main page. Active services, 47. I refreshed the page. Active services, 48. Someone, somewhere, had just submitted a request. I searched frantically through profiles of people I knew, looking for who'd just been marked. Found him after 20 minutes of searching. My ex-boyfriend's best friend, someone who'd always hated me, blamed me for the breakup. His status had changed from service available to service in progress. 3 days later, he was in the hospital. Supposedly a mugging gone wrong, but nothing was stolen. Both his legs were broken. He couldn't remember what happened, just waking up in an alley behind his flat. I checked the service. His status, service complete. That's when I understood. This wasn't just surveillance or stalking. This was a marketplace for violence. Submit a request on someone and something would happen to them. Beating, kidnapping, worse. All presented like ordering a pizza online. I tried to find out more about how it worked. Who was doing the actual violence? How people even knew this site existed. But the deeper I dug, the more frightened I became, because I started recognizing patterns in the completed services. The man who ran the corner shop, his completed service corresponded with his competition. Another shop owner 3 streets over, having their status changed to service available the same day. Like it was payment, the woman from my gym, her ex-husband's status, had changed to service available the day after hers went to complete. It was a trade. Do something to someone, and you earned the right to have something done to someone else. I stopped sleeping, stopped going to work, just sat in my flat refreshing the service, watching the counter go up. Active services, 52, 53, 54. Then my own status changed. Service in progress. I ran. Packed nothing, just got in my car and drove. Stayed in different hotels every night. Paid cash for everything. Threw away my phone. But I couldn't resist checking the service from internet cafes. My status stayed the same for 2 weeks. Service in progress. Then, nothing. It went back to service available. Like someone had cancelled the request. Or maybe they just couldn't find me. I've never been back to Norwich. I live in Scotland now. Different name, different job. Always looking over my shoulder. I check the service sometimes when I can't help myself. It's still there, still active. The counter keeps going up. My old profile is still there too, with my Norwich address, my old job, photos from 2 years ago. Service available. But there's a new profile now, with my new name, my Scottish address, a photo from last month. Service available. I've thought about going to the police so many times, but with what evidence? Screenshots from an illegal website, stories about people I can't prove are connected, and more importantly, if the service is real, if there really are people out there fulfilling these requests, what happens if I become too much of a problem? There's something else I haven't told anyone. Last month, I saw my sister's profile appear for the first time. She lives in Bristol, has 2 kids, a normal life. Her status, service available, and right below it, that button. Submit request. Sometimes, late at night, I think about it, about who marked me, who wanted something done to me badly enough to do something to someone else first. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I think about my sister's profile, about how easy it would be to click that button, about who I'd have to hurt to keep her safe. The service is still there, still growing. Every day, more profiles, more services in progress, more people who have no idea they're on a list, available for violence at the click of a button. Every missing person, every unexplained assault, every sudden disappearance, I wonder if they're part of it. I wonder how many people know about it, how many have used it, how many have traded violence for violence, hurt for hurt. And I wonder when my status will change again, when someone, somewhere, will decide I'm worth the trade, when service in progress will appear next to my name again. Only this time, I might not see it coming. I suppose I should have known something was wrong when they paid me £50 just to watch adverts and give my opinion. That's not the sort of money market research companies usually throw around, especially not for someone like me, who'd never done anything more exciting than work behind the till at a corner shop in Wolverhampton. But when you're barely scraping by and someone offers you easy money for sitting in a room and talking about what you think of washing powder commercials, You don't ask too many questions. The invitation came through the post, which was unusual enough on its own. Most market research these days happens online or through phone calls, but this was a proper printed letter with my name and address typed on expensive-looking paper. The letter explained that I'd been selected to participate in an exclusive consumer research study examining how people respond to different types of advertising. They wanted participants between 25 and 45 who worked in retail or service industries and lived in the West Midlands area. The study would involve watching various advertisements and discussing my reactions with other participants, along with some individual interviews about my shopping habits and media consumption. The location was given as a business centre in Birmingham city centre, which seemed legitimate enough. The letter provided a phone number to confirm attendance and mentioned that participants would receive compensation for their time and travel expenses. I called the number and spoke to a woman who sounded professional and knowledgeable about market research procedures. She confirmed the details from the letter and asked some basic questions about my background to ensure I fit their target demographic. The conversation was routine and businesslike, exactly what I'd expect from a legitimate research company. The business centre was easy enough to find, located in a modern office building near the Bull Ring. The reception area looked professional, with branded materials for various companies and a steady flow of people coming and going for different meetings and appointments. I was directed to a conference room on the 3rd floor, where about a dozen other people were already waiting. The group seemed to match the demographic they'd described, mostly people in their 30s and 40s who looked like they worked in shops, restaurants, or other service jobs around the West Midlands. The session began with a researcher introducing herself and explaining that we'd be viewing a series of advertisements for various consumer products. Our task was to watch each advert carefully and then discuss our reactions, focusing on what we found appealing, confusing, or memorable about the marketing messages. The first few advertisements were exactly what I'd expected. Typical commercial spots for household products, food brands, and retail chains. The discussion afterward was straightforward, with participants sharing their opinions about the effectiveness of different marketing approaches and whether the adverts would influence their purchasing decisions. However, as the session progressed, the advertisements became increasingly unusual. Instead of polished commercial spots from recognizable brands, we began viewing what appeared to be amateur or experimental marketing materials for products and services I'd never heard of. Some of these advertisements were for websites and online services that seemed to operate outside normal commercial channels. The marketing materials emphasized privacy, discretion, and access to exclusive content or services that weren't available through conventional retailers or service providers. The researcher seemed particularly interested in our reactions to these unusual advertisements. She asked detailed questions about whether we found the marketing messages compelling, whether we would be interested in learning more about the services advertised, and what factors would influence our decision to engage with unconventional online businesses. During the individual interviews that followed the group discussion, the questions became more personal and specific. The researcher wanted to know about my financial situation, my online activities, and my attitudes toward privacy and security when using internet services. She also asked about my social relationships and support systems, probing into whether I lived alone, how often I communicated with family and friends, and whether I had people in my life who might notice if my behavior or circumstances changed significantly. These questions felt intrusive and irrelevant to market research about advertising effectiveness. When I mentioned feeling uncomfortable with the personal nature of the inquiries, The researcher explained that understanding consumer psychology required comprehensive knowledge of people's life circumstances and decision-making processes. She assured me that all information would be kept strictly confidential and used only for legitimate research purposes. The personal questions were necessary to understand how different life situations influence people's responses to various types of marketing messages. The session concluded with the researcher providing contact information for follow-up research opportunities. She mentioned that participants who provided detailed and thoughtful responses would be invited to participate in additional studies that offered higher compensation for more specialized research activities. I received the promised payment in cash as I left the building, along with a business card containing contact information for future research opportunities. The entire experience had been professional and well organized, despite my discomfort with some of the more personal questions. About a week later, I received a phone call inviting me to participate in a follow-up study that would involve testing online services and providing feedback about user experience and interface design. The compensation offered was substantially higher than the first session, and the work could be completed from home on my own schedule. The caller explained that the research involved evaluating websites and online platforms that were still in development stages. I would be given access to these experimental services and asked to document my experiences using them, focusing on usability, functionality, and overall user satisfaction. This seemed like a natural progression from the advertising research, and the higher pay was attractive enough to override my lingering concerns about the personal questions from the first session. I agreed to participate and was provided with detailed instructions for accessing the experimental websites. The instructions included steps for downloading specialized software that would allow me to access websites that weren't available through normal internet browsing. The researcher explained that many experimental online services operated on private networks to protect their development work from competitors and unauthorized access. The software installation process was more complex than typical internet applications, requiring specific security settings and network configurations that seemed unusual for basic website testing. When I asked about these requirements, the researcher explained that experimental services often required enhanced security measures to protect proprietary technology and user data. Once the software was properly configured, I gained access to a collection of websites and online platforms that were unlike anything I'd encountered through normal internet use. These services offered various types of content and functionality, but many seemed to operate outside the boundaries of conventional online businesses. Some platforms provided access to information and services that were explicitly described as being unavailable through mainstream internet channels. Others offered opportunities to participate in activities or transactions that required significant discretion and anonymity from users. The research tasks involved exploring these platforms thoroughly and documenting my experiences using detailed questionnaires and feedback forms. I was asked to evaluate not just the technical functionality of the services, but also my emotional and psychological responses to the content and activities available. Many of the questions focused on whether I found the services exciting, whether I would recommend them to others, and what factors would influence my decision to become a regular user of these types of platforms. As I spent more time exploring the experimental websites, I began to understand that they were providing access to areas of the internet that most people never encounter. The content and services available through these platforms included activities that were clearly illegal or designed to exploit vulnerable people. Some websites offered detailed instructions for various criminal activities, while others provided marketplaces for goods and services that couldn't be obtained through legitimate channels. Many platforms seemed designed to facilitate interactions between people seeking to engage in harmful or exploitative activities. The realization that I was being asked to evaluate and provide feedback on criminal websites was deeply disturbing. The market research study had been used to recruit people who could be trusted to access illegal online services and provide intelligence about their usability and appeal. When I tried to contact the research company to express my concerns, I discovered that the phone numbers and contact information I'd been given were no longer working. The business address led to an office building that had no record of the research company I'd been working with. I also began noticing signs that my online activities were being monitored more extensively than would be necessary for legitimate market research. My internet usage, email communications, and even my location seemed to be tracked and documented by unknown parties. The specialized software I'd installed to access the experimental websites had apparently provided comprehensive surveillance capabilities that extended far beyond the research tasks I'd been asked to complete. My computer and internet connection had been compromised to allow ongoing monitoring of my personal activities. When I attempted to remove the research software and end my participation in the study, I discovered that the monitoring capabilities couldn't be easily disabled. The software had integrated itself into my computer systems in ways that made complete removal extremely difficult without professional technical assistance. I also received messages suggesting that my participation in the research had provided me with access to sensitive information about illegal online services. The implication was that my knowledge of these criminal platforms made me a potential security risk that required ongoing monitoring and management. The messages reminded me that I had detailed knowledge of how to access and use illegal websites, and that this information could be valuable to law enforcement or competing criminal organizations. My safety and legal protection depended on maintaining discretion about everything I had learned during the research process. I realized that the market research study had been designed to identify and recruit people who could be manipulated into accessing illegal online services while providing detailed intelligence about their operations and user base. The focus group had been a screening process to identify vulnerable individuals who could be trusted with criminal activities. The personal questions during the interviews had been used to assess my psychological profile and determine whether I could be controlled through financial pressure, social isolation, or other forms of manipulation. The research company had been evaluating my suitability as an unwitting participant in criminal online activities. The ongoing surveillance of my personal activities was probably being used to gather leverage that could ensure my continued cooperation with illegal activities, or my silence about criminal operations I had been exposed to during the research process. I never determined who was actually behind the research study, or what they ultimately intended to do with the intelligence I had provided about illegal online services. The combination of sophisticated recruitment methods, comprehensive surveillance capabilities, and systematic exposure to criminal activities suggested an organization with significant resources and expertise. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for identifying and recruiting unwitting participants in criminal online activities by presenting illegal research as legitimate market research opportunities. They understood how to exploit people's financial needs and curiosity about technology to recruit accomplices for activities they would never willingly participate in. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my desire for additional income had been transformed into participation in the evaluation and improvement of criminal online services. The market research had been a recruitment method designed to identify people who could be manipulated into providing intelligence about illegal activities while believing they were conducting legitimate consumer research. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar market research companies, offering compensation for participation in studies that involve evaluating experimental online services and technologies. The studies they describe always offer unusually high compensation, always involve accessing specialized websites, and always require comprehensive confidentiality about the research process. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are participating in legitimate market research, while actually providing intelligence and feedback that helps improve criminal online operations targeting vulnerable users. I know how this is going to sound, but I need to talk about what happened. I used to think babysitting was about as safe as jobs get. You watch some kids, make sure they don't hurt themselves, maybe help with homework. Worst case scenario, someone's sick on your shoes or refuses to go to bed. I had no idea that looking after children could put you right in the middle of something genuinely horrifying. The opportunity came through a local mothers group in Hull, where I'd been volunteering after moving back home to help care for my elderly father. I'd worked in various childcare roles before relocating from London, and several women in the group had mentioned that they knew families who needed experienced babysitters for occasional evening work. One mother, Helen, said she could put me in touch with an agency that specialized in placing qualified childminders with families who required particularly reliable and discreet childcare. These families often had demanding careers that required unusual scheduling, and they were prepared to pay premium rates for babysitters who could adapt to irregular hours and maintain absolute confidentiality about family circumstances. The agency interview was more thorough than I'd expected for babysitting work. They conducted detailed background checks, requested references from previous childcare positions, and asked extensive questions about my experience with children of different ages and temperaments. They seemed particularly interested in my ability to remain calm under pressure and my willingness to follow specific instructions without questioning parental decisions. The agency manager explained that their client families often dealt with sensitive professional situations that required careful protection of their privacy. Children from these families were sometimes targeted by people seeking to exploit their parents' business relationships, which meant that babysitters needed to be particularly aware of security considerations. I was assigned to work with a family called the Weatherbys, who lived in a substantial house in one of Hull's more affluent areas. They had 2 children, aged 7 and 9, who were described as well-behaved and easy to manage. The parents traveled frequently for business and needed reliable evening childcare approximately twice per week. My first few babysitting sessions with the Weatherby children were exactly as advertised. The children were polite and cooperative, following established routines for dinner, homework, and bedtime without any difficulties. The house was comfortable and well-equipped, and the parents provided clear instructions for managing the children's schedules. However, I began noticing aspects of the household that seemed unusual for a typical family situation. The house contained security equipment that seemed excessive for residential use, including multiple cameras, motion sensors, and communication devices that suggested professional-grade surveillance systems. The children's behavior also seemed somewhat unusual, though not in ways that suggested mistreatment. They were extremely well trained in following security protocols, such as not answering the door under any circumstances and immediately reporting any unusual sounds or activities around the house. When I asked the children about these security measures, they explained matter-of-factly that their parents worked in industries that required careful protection of family privacy. They had been taught that discussing family activities with outsiders could create safety problems for everyone in the household. This seemed like reasonable precautions for families dealing with corporate espionage or competitive business pressures. Wealthy families often took security measures that would seem excessive to people from more ordinary circumstances, particularly when their business activities involve sensitive information. Around the 4th week of babysitting for the Weatherbees, I was asked to help with additional responsibilities that went beyond typical childcare duties. The agency explained that the family needed assistance with organizing household records and maintaining communication with various business contacts while the parents were traveling. These additional tasks involved managing correspondence, organizing files, and maintaining schedules for activities that seemed unrelated to typical family business. I was handling communications about meetings, transactions, and relationships that appeared to involve people from many different countries and business sectors. Some of the correspondence I was managing contained references to activities and arrangements that seemed inappropriate for legitimate business transactions. Discussions about transportation logistics, accommodation arrangements, and payment methods that suggested the family was coordinating activities that required significant secrecy and careful timing. When I expressed confusion about why childcare work involved managing such complex business correspondence, the agency explained that wealthy families often required household staff to provide comprehensive support that went beyond single-function roles. The boundaries between childcare, household management, and business assistance were often fluid in families with complex professional responsibilities. This seemed like a plausible explanation for legitimate work that happened to involve unusual responsibilities. Wealthy families did often expect household staff to handle various aspects of family and business management, particularly when travel schedules made it difficult for parents to manage everything directly. However, the specific nature of the business correspondence I was managing became increasingly concerning. Many of the communications involved coordinating meetings between the parents and people who were described in ways that suggested they were not typical business associates. References to ages, physical descriptions, and personal circumstances that seemed more relevant to personal relationships than business transactions appeared frequently in the correspondence I was organizing. The meetings being arranged often took place at unusual times and locations that seemed inappropriate for legitimate business activities. Around the 6th week of my work with the family, I discovered that some of the people being discussed in the business correspondence were individuals who had been reported missing in various parts of the country. The descriptions and personal details matched missing person reports that I recognized from local news coverage. The realization that I might be helping to coordinate activities involving missing people was deeply disturbing. The family's business activities appeared to involve people who had disappeared from their normal lives and were being moved through some kind of organized system. When I tried to discuss these concerns with the agency, they reminded me of the comprehensive confidentiality agreements I had signed when beginning work with the family. They emphasized that the business activities I was observing were complex legal matters that required careful protection from public scrutiny. They also pointed out that I had been managing sensitive correspondence and family information for several weeks, which meant that I had detailed knowledge of activities that could be misunderstood if taken out of context. My continued employment depended on maintaining absolute discretion about everything I had observed. The agency began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that they could not have gathered through our employment relationship. They made references to my father's health condition, my financial situation, and my living arrangements that suggested they had been conducting background research into my personal vulnerabilities. This surveillance became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my activities and communications were being monitored. The family and agency were apparently applying comprehensive intelligence gathering techniques to ensure my continued cooperation with activities I was beginning to understand were criminal. I realized that the babysitting work had been used to recruit me into participation. in what appeared to be human trafficking operations. The children I was caring for were probably being used as props to create the appearance of normal family life, while their parents coordinated the movement and exploitation of vulnerable people. The correspondence I had been managing was likely coordination between traffickers rather than legitimate business communications. The security measures in the house were designed to prevent interference with criminal activities rather than protecting family privacy from business competitors. The missing people referenced in the correspondence were probably victims being moved through trafficking networks, and I had been unknowingly helping to coordinate their transportation and exploitation by managing communications between the people responsible for their disappearances. When I attempted to withdraw from the arrangement entirely, the agency pointed out that I had detailed knowledge of trafficking operations and could identify people involved in serious criminal activities. They suggested that my safety depended on continued cooperation rather than attempting to expose activities that involved dangerous people. The surveillance of my personal activities intensified after I tried to end my involvement with the family. The agency began sending me detailed information about my daily routine and my father's circumstances to demonstrate that they could threaten the safety of people I cared about if I caused problems for their operations. I tried reporting my suspicions to the police, but discovered that proving trafficking activities based on business correspondence and security measures was extremely difficult. The babysitting work had been presented as legitimate childcare. The household management tasks could be justified as normal responsibilities for wealthy families, and the correspondence could be explained as complex but legal business activities. The agency continued to contact me for several months after I stopped working for the family, offering additional childcare opportunities and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active. I never determined the full scope of the trafficking operation or what happened to the people whose movements I had been unknowingly coordinating. The combination of legitimate family appearances, sophisticated security measures, and systematic coordination suggested an organization capable of moving people across significant distances while maintaining the appearance of normal business activities. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for recruiting unwitting accomplices to trafficking operations by presenting criminal coordination as legitimate household management work. They understood how to exploit people's need for income and their natural trust in childcare situations to recruit participants in activities they would never willingly support. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my desire to provide good childcare had been transformed into participation in the systematic exploitation of vulnerable people. The babysitting work had been a recruitment method designed to identify people who could be trusted with sensitive information and manipulated into maintaining silence about criminal activities. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar childcare agencies, offering well-paid positions with families who require particularly reliable and discreet babysitters. The positions they advertise always involve wealthy families with complex professional responsibilities, always require extensive confidentiality agreements, and always include household management duties that go beyond typical childcare work. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other childcare workers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate family support while actually participating in criminal operations that exploit the most vulnerable people in society. I found a photograph of myself sleeping in my own bed, taken from inside my bedroom, tucked under my kitchen door this morning. The timestamp shows it was captured 3 hours ago. I probably shouldn't tell you what I've learned about my neighbor, or about the dark web marketplace that's been using my street as a hunting ground. But if something happens to me, if I disappear on a Tuesday evening like the others, maybe someone will understand why. It started when Mrs. Henderson next door went into hospital. Nothing dramatic, just a routine hip replacement that turned complicated. She'd lived in the terraced house beside mine for nearly 20 years, and suddenly there was this emptiness where her daily routines used to be. No more Radio 4 drifting through the thin walls at 7 sharp each morning. No more clatter of her walking frame on the path when she collected her milk. The estate agent's board went up about a fortnight after she'd moved into the care home permanently. One of those cheerful yellow signs promising quick sales and competitive fees. I didn't think much about who might move in next. You never really do you? You just assume it'll be someone ordinary, a young family perhaps, or another pensioner looking to downsize. The new owner arrived on a Tuesday afternoon in early March. I only noticed because I was working from home that day, catching up on some freelance copywriting projects that had been piling up. Through my front window, I watched a battered white transit van pull up outside Mrs. Henderson's old place. No removal lorry, no boxes of furniture being carried in. Just one man with a heavy rucksack and what looked like a laptop bag. He was younger than I'd expected, probably somewhere in his 30s, with the sort of pale complexion that suggested he didn't spend much time outdoors. Dark hair that needed cutting, wearing a navy hoodie, and jeans that had seen better days. The kind of person you'd walk past in the street without a second glance. What struck me as odd wasn't his appearance, it was how he moved. He kept glancing around as he walked up the path, checking the neighboring houses, scanning the street like he was memorizing it. When he reached the front door, he spent several minutes just standing there before finally going inside. Not looking for keys or checking the address, just standing, watching. I told myself I was being nosy. New neighbors always seem a bit strange until you get used to them. But something about his behavior stuck with me, nagging away like a song you can't quite remember the words to. The next few weeks passed quietly enough. I'd occasionally catch glimpses of him through his windows late at night, always hunched over what appeared to be a computer screen. The blue glow was visible from my bedroom window if I happened to be up past midnight, which I was more and more often. My sleep had been disrupted since starting a new antidepressant, and I'd found myself padding around the house at strange hours, making cups of tea and staring out at the empty street. It was during one of these insomniac wanderings that I first saw him in his back garden. The terraced houses on our street all have small rectangular gardens separated by low brick walls. From my upstairs bathroom window, you can see into most of the neighboring yards. Mrs. Henderson had kept hers immaculate. Rose bushes, a small vegetable patch, one of those rotary washing lines that squeaked in the wind. Her replacement had different priorities. He was digging, not planting or weeding, but creating what looked like a series of rectangular plots about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. Neat, methodical excavations that he worked on in complete darkness, using only the light from his phone to guide him. The earth he removed was being carefully bagged and presumably disposed of elsewhere, because there was never any pile of soil visible during daylight hours. I counted 6 of these plots before I stopped watching. Something about the precise measurements made my stomach turn. The sensible thing would have been to assume he was planning some sort of garden renovation. Maybe he was one of those people who prefer to work at night to avoid curious neighbors. Maybe he had a day job that made evening gardening impossible. Maybe he was just eccentric, but the plots were too uniform, too deliberate, and they never seemed to get filled with plants or paving stones or anything else you might expect. I started keeping a casual eye on his activities, the way you might monitor roadworks outside your house or construction noise that's disrupting your routine. Not obsessively, just noting the patterns when they interrupted my own schedule. He seemed to work exclusively at night, always alone, always methodical. During daylight hours, his house appeared completely empty. No movement behind the curtains, no car in the narrow driveway. About a month after he'd moved in, I noticed something else unusual. My internet connection had become frustratingly slow, particularly in the evenings. Pages that should load instantly were taking 30 seconds or more. Streaming services buffered constantly. At first, I blamed my provider. They're always making excuses about network maintenance and peak usage periods. But when I checked my router settings one evening, trying to identify the problem, I discovered something that made me pause. There were multiple devices connected to my home network. Devices I didn't recognize, with names like Garden Cam and Monitor Node and Backyard Watch. I changed my wireless password immediately, but the unknown connections returned within hours. Someone was accessing my internet, and they were using it to run what appeared to be surveillance equipment. The thought that followed was immediate and unwelcome. My new neighbor worked at night, appeared to have no visible job, and was apparently tech-savvy enough to hack wireless networks. He was also creating precise rectangular excavations in his back garden. I tried to push the implications away, but they kept resurging like a persistent headache. Instead of sleeping, I found myself researching missing persons cases in our local area, scrolling through police appeals and newspaper articles about people who had vanished without explanation. There were more than I'd expected. Young women, mostly, who had simply failed to return home from work or nights out. Cases that had gone cold after the initial investigations yielded nothing. The dates troubled me. Several of the disappearances had occurred in the months before Mrs. Henderson went into hospital, when the house next door had been empty and available. A convenient base of operations for someone who needed privacy and direct access to neighboring properties. I know what you're thinking, that I was letting paranoia get the better of me, creating connections where none existed. That's certainly what I told myself during the rational daylight hours when my theories seemed ridiculous and overblown. But the nighttime excavations continued, and my internet remained compromised despite multiple password changes and router resets. Worse still, I'd started noticing small signs that my own property was being observed. Scratches around my back door lock that I didn't remember. Footprints in the flower bed beneath my kitchen window that appeared overnight and were gone by morning. The feeling, growing stronger each day, that I was being watched from the house next door. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. I'd been idly browsing social media one evening when I noticed a post from Sarah Collins, a woman I'd known vaguely at secondary school. She was sharing a missing person appeal for her younger sister Emma, who had disappeared 3 weeks earlier after leaving work at a restaurant in the city centre. Emma's photograph showed a slight girl with dark hair and pale skin, wearing a navy jacket. The description mentioned that she'd been carrying a laptop bag and was known to walk home alone late at night. The similarity to my neighbour was striking enough to give me pause. But what really caught my attention was a detail buried in the appeal text. Emma had been active on various online communities, particularly ones focused on privacy and internet security. Her sister mentioned that she'd been exploring the darker corners of the web, researching topics that had become increasingly concerning to her family. I stared at Emma's photograph for a long time, thinking about rectangular plots and surveillance equipment and the pale young man who worked exclusively in darkness. Then I did something I'd been avoiding for weeks. I accessed the dark web. I won't go into the technical details of how that works. There are enough guides available if you're genuinely curious. What matters is that within an hour of browsing, I'd found what I was looking for. A marketplace buried several layers deep in the hidden internet, accessible only through specific channels and invitation systems. The site was called Garden Services, which should have been my first warning about what I was about to discover. It advertised itself as a community for people interested in discreet disposal solutions and property maintenance. The language was coded, euphemistic, but the underlying meaning was unmistakable once you understood the context. They were selling access to live streams. The feeds were categorized by location, with familiar postcodes and area names that made my hands shake as I scrolled through them. Most were listed as currently offline or archive access only, but there were half a dozen showing green status indicators suggesting active content. I clicked on one marked with my own postal district. The video quality was grainy, filmed from multiple angles that suggested carefully positioned cameras. The location appeared to be underground, probably a basement or converted cellar. The lighting was harsh and clinical, throwing sharp shadows across concrete walls. There were 6 separate enclosures visible in the main view. Rectangular spaces divided by metal barriers, each one approximately 6 feet by 3 feet. The same dimensions as the excavations in my neighbor's garden. 5 of the spaces appeared to be occupied. I slammed the laptop shut immediately, my heart hammering so hard I thought I might be sick. But the images had already burned themselves into my memory. The makeshift cells, the surveillance equipment, the careful documentation of what was happening in that underground space. I sat in my darkened living room for nearly an hour, trying to process what I'd seen and decide what to do about it. The rational part of my brain insisted I should contact the police immediately, report my suspicions and let trained professionals handle the investigation. But another part wondered what evidence I actually had. Unusual gardening habits and network intrusions weren't necessarily criminal activities. The dark web marketplace could be located anywhere in the world, operated by people with no connection to my neighbor or my street. Even if I reported everything I'd discovered, would anyone take it seriously enough to act? While I was debating internally, I heard the back gate creak open next door. Through my kitchen window, I could see the familiar hooded figure making his way across the garden in complete darkness. He was carrying what looked like a spade and several large plastic sacks, moving with the same methodical precision I'd observed over the previous weeks, heading directly toward the excavated plots. I watched him work for 20 minutes, filling in one of the rectangular spaces and immediately beginning work on a new one nearby. The displaced earth went into the plastic sacks, which he loaded into a wheelbarrow and presumably disposed of elsewhere. By the time he finished and returned indoors, there was no visible trace of his activities. The next morning, I called in sick to work and spent the day researching Emma Collins' disappearance in greater detail. I found social media profiles that painted a picture of someone curious and technically minded, exactly the sort of person who might stumble across the wrong section of the dark web. Her final posts were about online privacy and digital security, subjects that could easily lead someone into dangerous territory if they weren't careful about their research methods. The timeline was troubling. Emma had vanished on a Tuesday evening 3 weeks earlier. My neighbor had been working in his garden on Tuesday nights ever since, always filling in existing plots and creating new ones. I tried to convince myself I was making unjustified connections, but the pattern was too consistent to ignore, particularly when I discovered that 2 other recent missing persons had also disappeared on Tuesday evenings, both young women with interests in technology and internet security. The kind of people who might be drawn to explore hidden marketplaces and underground communities. The kind of people who might accidentally attract the attention of someone offering discreet disposal services. That evening, I made my decision. I waited until nearly midnight when the familiar sounds of digging began next door, then made my way carefully through my back garden to the low brick wall that separated our properties. The height difference gave me a clear view of his activities, and what I saw confirmed my worst suspicions. He wasn't just creating burial plots. He was maintaining an underground facility that connected directly to his cellar through a series of concealed access points. The garden excavations were ventilation shafts and emergency exits for a much larger operation taking place beneath ground level. While I watched, he spent nearly an hour checking each of the rectangular spaces, using a torch to examine what appeared to be concealed drainage systems and air circulation equipment. This wasn't the improvised setup of someone acting on impulse. It was a carefully engineered facility designed for long-term operation. I had my phone ready to record evidence, but before I could begin filming, he looked up directly at me. We stared at each other for several seconds across the garden wall. His expression was calm, almost curious, as if my presence was expected rather than surprising. Then he smiled and gave a small wave, like a neighbor acknowledging another neighbor during a chance encounter. I ducked down immediately, my heart pounding, and made my way back to my house as quietly as possible. Once inside, I triple-locked the doors and closed all the curtains, trying to process what had just happened. He'd seen me watching him, seen me recording his activities, and instead of appearing concerned or defensive, he'd seemed pleased about it. The implications made my skin crawl, but I couldn't shake the feeling that his reaction had been planned, that he'd wanted me to discover what he was doing, wanted me to know exactly what was happening in the house next door. I spent the rest of the night sat in my front room with all the lights on, waiting for sounds from next door that never came. No digging, no footsteps, no indication that anyone was awake in the neighboring house. Just silence that felt more threatening than any noise could have been. The next morning, I found an envelope on my kitchen table, not pushed through the letterbox or left on the doorstep. On my kitchen table, inside my locked house, positioned exactly where I'd left my coffee mug the previous evening. The envelope contained a single photograph and a handwritten note. The photograph showed me standing at my bedroom window, taken from somewhere in the neighboring garden. I was clearly visible despite the darkness, captured in sharp detail that suggested professional surveillance equipment. The timestamp in the corner indicated it had been taken several weeks earlier, long before I'd started paying attention to my neighbor's activities. The note was brief and written in neat, precise handwriting. It simply read, "Garden Services is always looking for new contributors. Your documentation skills would be valuable to our community. We'll be in touch soon." I'm writing this 3 months later, and I still haven't contacted the police. Not because I don't want to help Emma Collins and the others who disappeared, but because I'm too frightened of what might happen if I do. The envelope proved that my neighbor could access my house whenever he chose, that he'd been watching me long before I'd started watching him, that my investigation into his activities had been noted and potentially encouraged from the very beginning. But there's something else that stops me from seeking help, something I discovered when I finally worked up the courage to check the Garden Services website again. There's a new section now, marked Upcoming Content, with a familiar address listed beneath it, my address. The preview shows a photograph of my own back garden, taken from multiple angles, with precise measurements for rectangular excavations that haven't been started yet. I haven't seen my neighbor for weeks now, but I know he's still there, still watching, still planning, still maintaining his underground facility while he waits for the right moment to expand operations. The house next door looks completely empty during the day, but I can see the blue glow of computer screens late at night. And sometimes, when the wind is in the right direction, I can hear sounds from beneath the ground that I try very hard not to think about. I keep telling myself I should pack up and leave, find somewhere far away where garden services can't reach me. But I know it wouldn't make any difference. They've already documented my movements, my routines, my vulnerabilities. They know exactly where to find me whenever they decide the time is right. So I stay here, keeping the curtains drawn and the doors locked, writing down everything I've discovered in case someone finds it useful later. In case anyone wonders what happened to me when I inevitably disappear on a Tuesday evening, just like Emma Collins and all the others. The excavations in my garden haven't started yet, but I know they will. The measurements are already planned, the drainage systems designed, the surveillance equipment tested and ready. I just have to wait for my turn to contribute to the community that's been watching me all along. I didn't think anything of the package at first. Just a padded envelope, no markings, no return address. But when I flipped it over and saw the tape, identical to the one from before, I froze. I knew what it was before I opened it, before I even picked it up. I knew exactly what it was. This whole thing started with Sam. He wasn't a drug addict or anything like that. He just liked weird stuff. Always had. If there was a limited edition or rare strain or some niche subreddit whispering about a plant you couldn't get on the regular market, he'd find it. That was kind of his thing. We'd met working the back shift at a call center, just two guys taking breaks in the same smoke shelter every night. Over time, we started hanging out more, shared music, talked about travel plans we'd never take, compared notes on which crypto wallets didn't suck. One night, he brought up the dark web. Not in a braggy way, just casually, like someone mentioning they'd bought a rare vinyl. He said he'd been browsing some lesser-known forums, looking for these exotic cannabis hybrids, stuff grown in places that didn't export, rare phenotypes with strange colors or effects. Some of it sounded made up. Blue leaves, flower that smelled like rust. One supposedly gave you lucid dreams for 2 nights straight. I didn't think he'd actually buy anything. I mean, we've all clicked too far down a rabbit hole at 2 a.m. But that's different from actually putting in your address and waiting for a stranger to mail you drugs. But he did. I was there, actually, at his place. We'd just ordered Chinese. He had his laptop open and was clicking through a market page. One I hadn't seen before. Everything about it looked off. The fonts were weird. The prices weren't in dollars or euros. And the descriptions were long, poetic, almost cryptic. It didn't read like a vendor trying to sell a product. It felt more like someone offering an experience. He bought one labeled The Hollow Root. I remember that name because it didn't sound like weed. It sounded like something you'd find in a cursed field or buried in a temple wall. But he bought it anyway, transferred some Monero, got the confirmation, closed the laptop. I laughed it off, told him it probably wouldn't arrive, or if it did, it'd just be crushed oregano. But 5 days later, it showed up. That's when things changed. The envelope was thick, heavier than it should have been, wrapped in brown paper, taped with this strange patterned adhesive I'd never seen before. Gold markings over a red base, like something from a foreign postal system. Inside was a vacuum-sealed pouch and a smaller envelope, handwritten in a language neither of us recognized. It wasn't English, it wasn't French or Spanish, or anything European. The characters looked angular, stylized, Middle Eastern maybe, Arabic, I don't know. We looked it up online and couldn't find a match. The weed, if that's what it even was pitch black, like charcoal. It didn't even have the usual skunky smell. It was chemical, sharp, something between acetone and burnt leaves. I told him not to smoke it. I didn't like any part of this. He joked about it, but even he didn't seem entirely relaxed. That was the first time I saw hesitation in him, and he didn't hesitate often. He ended up trying it later that night after I left, sent me a message saying it gave him the most vivid dreams he'd ever had, said he saw people, places, sounds he didn't recognize, but that they felt real. After that, he changed. He kept his curtains shut during the day, barely answered his phone. He said he felt like he was being watched, that cars were slowing down near his building, that he'd seen the same man 3 days in a row, walking past his flat, wearing mirrored sunglasses even when it rained. At first, I chalked it up to paranoia. Maybe the stuff he smoked messed with his head. But then I saw it too. Not the exact same guy, but a pattern. Middle-aged men, clean-cut, hanging around places that didn't make sense. In car parks, outside supermarkets. One of them stood across the street from my place for almost an hour. Didn't move, just leaned on a street pole like he belonged there. Then Sam disappeared. He didn't show up to work. His phone went straight to voicemail. I went to his flat, but no one answered. I called his parents. They hadn't heard from him either. 2 days later, I got a message from a number I didn't recognize. It was an address. I didn't go. I couldn't. But someone did, because the police found him later that week, barefoot, covered in bruises, barely speaking. He wouldn't tell anyone where he'd been. It took a few days, but eventually he opened up. Said he'd been grabbed off the street, blindfolded, driven somewhere. He heard accents, Middle Eastern maybe. He said they didn't hurt him at first, just asked questions about what he knew, who gave him access, whether he believed in sacrifice for a greater cause. They wanted him to join something, help spread something. He didn't get the full picture, but it was bad, like terror cell bad. They let him go eventually, or maybe he escaped. That part never came out clearly. He said he ran through the woods until he hit a road, flagged down a trucker who didn't speak English. After that, he wasn't the same. He moved back in with his parents, stopped going online, barely spoke to anyone. I went to see him once, just once. He looked thinner, eyes sunken. He didn't smile, just kept his blinds shut, and the door chain-latched. He said he didn't feel safe, that he thought they were still watching him. 3 weeks later, he was gone. He left a note. I never read it. His parents did, but they wouldn't show anyone. They said it was better that way. That was 6 months ago. And now, standing in my hallway, holding this envelope in my hand, the same pattern tape, the same weight, the same faint chemical smell. I can't pretend it's over, because it just started again. Picture this. You're scrolling through your emails one morning and find an invitation to an exclusive event. Premium location, limited attendance, significant financial reward for participation. The kind of opportunity that seems too good to be true, but legitimate enough that you don't immediately delete it. Now picture discovering that the event isn't what you thought it was, and by the time you realize what you've agreed to, it's far too late to back out. I work in market research for a consultancy firm in Leeds. Nothing glamorous. Consumer surveys, focus groups, the occasional product launch analysis. The pay is decent enough, but it's the kind of job where you're always looking for ways to supplement your income. Freelance work, weekend surveys, anything that might add a few £100 to your monthly earnings. That's why the email caught my attention. It arrived on a Tuesday morning, mixed in with the usual spam and work correspondence. The subject line was simple enough. Research opportunity, exclusive participation required. The sender was someone called Dr. Sarah Chen from something called the Institute for Behavioral Studies. The email was professionally written, explaining that they were conducting a specialized research project on group dynamics and social behavior. They needed participants with specific qualifications, university educated, working in research or analysis, comfortable with technology and unconventional research methods. The compensation was substantial. £500 for a single evening's participation, with the possibility of ongoing work for suitable candidates. I looked up the Institute for Behavioral Studies online. They had a legitimate-looking website, published research papers, even a few academic staff profiles. Dr. Chen appeared to be a real person with proper credentials from Manchester University. Everything seemed above board, if a bit vague about the actual nature of the research. The application process was straightforward. Basic personal information, employment history, some questions about my comfort level with technology, and unusual research scenarios. They asked about my experience with online platforms, whether I'd used secure communication tools, how I felt about observing human behavior in controlled environments. Within a week, I received confirmation that I'd been selected for the study. The details were sparse but intriguing. I would need to attend a briefing session in Manchester, followed by the main research event later that evening. All travel expenses would be covered, plus the £500 participation fee. The only requirement was that I sign a comprehensive non-disclosure agreement before the briefing. The location was a serviced office building near Manchester city centre. Nothing unusual about that. Lots of research companies rent temporary spaces for focus groups and studies. I arrived on the specified date to find about 20 other people in the waiting area, all roughly my age and background, all looking slightly puzzled about what they'd signed up for. Dr. Chen turned out to be exactly as advertised. A professional academic in her 40s, well-spoken and authoritative. She explained that we would be participating in a study of group behavior and decision-making in high-pressure situations. The research involved observing and interacting with subjects in a controlled environment, measuring our responses to various scenarios. The technology component, she explained, was necessary for participant privacy and research integrity. We would be accessing the observation environment through a secure network, using encrypted connections to ensure anonymity. Each participant would be given a laptop with pre-installed software for the session. We were led to individual workstations in a larger room, each with a laptop and a set of instructions. The software we needed to use was something called Tor browser, which Dr. Chen explained was standard for research requiring participant anonymity. We would be accessing a private research platform that could only be reached through this secure network. The initial briefing made it sound like a sophisticated version of reality television. We would be observing people in various scenarios and making decisions about how situations should develop. Our choices would be aggregated with other participants to determine the direction of the research. It was described as a study of collective decision-making and moral reasoning under pressure. The platform, when we accessed it, looked professional enough. Clean interface, clear instructions, participant guidelines. We were told we would be observing subjects who had volunteered for a separate study and consented to being filmed. Our role was to vote on various scenarios and observe how different situations affected group dynamics. The first session seemed innocuous. We were watching what appeared to be a focus group. 8 people sitting around a table discussing consumer preferences. Our job was to vote on which topics the moderator should introduce next, how the discussion should be guided, what questions would be most revealing about group behavior. It felt like legitimate research, the kind of thing you might see in any market research facility across the country. The participants seemed natural, unaware they were being observed by external researchers. We made our votes through the platform interface, and the focus group moderator would adjust their questioning accordingly. After about an hour, Dr. Chen explained that the next phase would be more intensive. The subjects would be moved to individual observation rooms, where we could study their behavior in isolation. This was where the real research would begin, understanding how people behaved when they thought they were alone, versus how they acted in groups. The individual observation sessions were more uncomfortable. We were watching people in what looked like small windowless rooms, apparently unaware they were being filmed. The platform allowed us to vote on various environmental changes, adjusting lighting, temperature, introducing background noises. The idea was to measure stress responses and coping mechanisms. I started to feel uneasy about the whole thing. The people we were observing seemed genuinely distressed by some of the environmental changes. When we voted to increase the room temperature, we could see them becoming visibly uncomfortable. When background noise was introduced, they showed clear signs of agitation and confusion. Dr. Chen explained that this was normal for behavioral research. The subjects had consented to psychological stress testing as part of their participation agreement. What we were seeing was valuable data about human resilience and adaptation. The distress was temporary and carefully controlled to avoid lasting harm. But as the evening progressed, the scenarios became more extreme. We were voting on whether to restrict access to water, whether to introduce disturbing sounds, whether to dim the lights to near darkness. The people we were observing were showing increasing signs of panic and distress. The platform interface had evolved too. Instead of simple voting options, we were now bidding on scenarios using virtual credits. The higher the bid, the more likely our chosen option would be implemented. It had turned into a kind of auction system, with participants competing to direct the action. Some of the other participants seemed to be enjoying it. I could hear suppressed laughter from nearby workstations when particularly distressing scenarios were implemented. People were bidding aggressively on options that would cause maximum psychological pressure on the subjects. I tried to bid on less harmful options to counteract what the others were doing, but I quickly realized that some people were bidding with what seemed like unlimited virtual credits. Whatever system was in place, some participants had far more influence than others. The worst part was watching the subject's deterioration. What had started as mild discomfort had escalated to genuine terror. These people were trapped in small rooms, subjected to psychological pressure that was clearly beyond anything they could have consented to. And we were the ones directing it, voting on new ways to torment them. I tried to close the laptop and leave, but Dr. Chen approached my workstation. She explained quietly that participants were required to complete the full session to receive payment. More importantly, the non-disclosure agreement I'd signed included specific penalties for early withdrawal or breach of confidentiality. The penalties were substantial. Several £1,000s in compensation for disrupted research. So I stayed. I watched as the scenarios became increasingly extreme, as the subjects were pushed beyond psychological breaking points. I made token bids on harmless options while others seemed to compete for the most creative forms of torment. By the end of the session, several of the subjects had suffered what appeared to be complete psychological breakdowns. They were catatonic, unresponsive, clearly traumatized by whatever they'd experienced in those rooms. The platform recorded our collective decisions and thanked us for our participation in the research study. Dr. Chen provided payment as promised, along with contact information for future research opportunities. She reminded us of our confidentiality obligations and the legal consequences of discussing the research with anyone outside the authorized team. I left Manchester that night feeling sick about what I'd witnessed and participated in. But I also had £500 in my account and the promise of more work if I was interested. The money was more than I made in a week at my regular job. Over the following days, I tried to research the Institute for Behavioral Studies more thoroughly. The website was still there, but when I looked more carefully, the academic papers seemed to be fake. The staff profiles used stock photos, and the university affiliations couldn't be verified. I also started to doubt whether what I'd witnessed was actually research at all. The whole setup felt more like entertainment than academic study. The bidding system, the competitive element, the focus on causing distress rather than understanding behavior, it all suggested something much darker than legitimate research. But I couldn't report it without implicating myself. I'd signed legal documents, participated willingly, even made decisions that contributed to whatever those people had suffered. Any investigation would reveal my involvement and potentially lead to the legal consequences Dr. Chen had warned about. 2 weeks later, I received another invitation. Same format, same professional presentation. But this time, the compensation was higher, £1,000 for participation. The email mentioned that I'd been selected for a premium research program based on my previous contributions. I should have deleted it immediately. Should have blocked the sender and tried to forget the whole thing had ever happened. But £1,000 was substantial money, and I told myself that maybe I could participate without actively contributing to harm. Maybe I could bid on harmless options, try to protect the subjects rather than torment them. The second session was worse, much worse. The subjects weren't just being psychologically pressured, they were being physically harmed, not severely, but deliberately and systematically. Small injuries, controlled pain, careful degradation designed to break them down completely. And the other participants were enthusiastic about it. They were bidding enormous amounts on scenarios that would cause maximum suffering. The virtual credit system had been replaced with what looked like real money, pounds sterling being transferred in real time to implement specific forms of torture. I realized I wasn't participating in research at all. I was part of an audience paying to watch and direct real torture, broadcast live through the dark web to paying customers around the world. The professional presentation, the academic credentials, the research terminology, it was all camouflage for something much more sinister. The subjects weren't volunteers who had consented to psychological testing. They were victims, probably kidnapped or coerced, being tortured for the entertainment of people wealthy enough to pay premium prices for customized suffering. And I was one of them. By participating, by staying silent, by accepting payment for my involvement, I'd become part of a network that treated human torture as interactive entertainment. The sessions continued monthly. Each time, the compensation increased and the scenarios became more extreme. I told myself I was trying to minimize harm by bidding on less severe options, but I knew I was just rationalizing my continued participation. The money was addictive. Thousands of pounds for a few hours of watching screens and clicking buttons. More than I made in months at my regular job. It let me move to a better flat, buy things I'd never been able to afford, live a lifestyle that would have been impossible on my normal salary. But I also knew that every session I attended meant more people were being tortured for entertainment. Real people suffering real pain, while audiences around the world paid to watch and participate in their degradation. The network was vast. What I thought was a small research study was actually one node in a global system. There were hundreds of these sessions running simultaneously, different themes and scenarios for different audiences. The technology allowed real-time interaction between viewers and victims, turning torture into a personalized entertainment service. The worst part was realizing how many people were involved. The sessions I attended had dozens of participants, each paying substantial amounts for the privilege of directing human suffering. Multiply that across hundreds of simultaneous sessions, and you're looking at thousands of people who treat torture as entertainment. These weren't criminals or social outcasts. They were people with professional jobs, disposable income, the technical knowledge to access dark web platforms. They were probably colleagues, neighbors, maybe even friends and family members. Normal people who had found a way to pay for something monstrous, while maintaining plausible deniability about their involvement. I still receive invitations to new sessions, premium events, exclusive content, opportunities to direct increasingly extreme scenarios. The compensation offers have reached amounts that would change my life permanently. Enough money to quit my job, buy a house, never worry about financial security again. And I'm tempted. Not because I enjoy watching people suffer, but because the money would solve every problem I have. Because it's easy to rationalize participation when the alternative is returning to financial stress and career uncertainty. The invitations come from different sources now, but they're clearly part of the same network. Academic institutions, research organizations, market research companies, all fronts for the same underlying system. They've probably identified thousands of potential participants, people with the right combination of financial need and moral flexibility to become part of their audience. The person sitting next to you at work might have attended one of these sessions last night. Your university lecturer, your doctor, your neighbor, any of them could be supplementing their income by paying to watch and direct real torture. And the victims could be anyone. People who responded to job advertisements, answered research invitations, trusted professional-looking organizations. People like me, who thought they were participating in legitimate work until it was too late to back out. The next time you see a research invitation with unusually high compensation, or a job opportunity that seems too good to be true, remember that some offers are designed to compromise you gradually, to make you complicit in something horrible through small steps and financial incentives. You might already be on their lists. They might already know exactly what compensation amount would be enough to make you consider participating. What professional presentation would convince you it was legitimate? And once you've attended one session, once you've accepted payment for your participation, you're part of the network whether you want to be or not, because they know that most people, faced with the choice between exposing themselves or staying silent, will choose to protect their own interests, just like I did. Have you ever wondered what would happen if someone decided to destroy your life as a hobby? Because that's basically what happened to me last year, and I'm still not entirely sure why I was chosen, or how they managed to turn my entire existence into what felt like a carefully orchestrated nightmare. It started with small things that seemed like coincidences at the time. I was 26 and working as a freelance graphic designer in Brighton, living in a studio flat above a bakery and scraping by on logo designs for local businesses while trying to build something resembling a sustainable career. The first weird thing was getting a parking ticket for a car I didn't own, parked outside my building on a Tuesday morning when I was definitely inside working on a branding project for a yoga studio. I called the council to explain the mistake, but they insisted their record showed I was the registered owner of a blue Ford Focus that I'd never seen in my life. Then my Netflix account started showing viewing history for programs I'd never watched. Documentaries about serial killers, foreign films with subtitles, reality shows that I wouldn't normally choose. When I changed my password, the strange viewing activity stopped for about a week before starting up again with different content. My Amazon account began ordering items that I didn't need and couldn't return because they were being delivered to an address I'd supposedly provided but had never lived at. Random things like kitchen equipment, books about home improvement, even clothing in sizes that didn't fit me. Each incident individually seemed like a technical glitch or identity mix-up that could happen to anyone in the digital age. But collectively, they started feeling like someone was systematically interfering with my online accounts and official records. I spent hours on customer service calls trying to sort out these problems, explaining to increasingly skeptical representatives that I wasn't responsible for activities that were clearly connected to my personal information, but which I definitely hadn't initiated. The explanations got more difficult when the problems started affecting my work. Clients would email asking about changes to projects that I hadn't made, complaining about missed deadlines for work I'd never agreed to do, even requesting refunds for services that weren't in my normal pricing structure. My professional reputation started suffering as clients lost confidence in my reliability and communication skills, despite me having no idea why they thought I was failing to meet commitments I'd never made. Then I started receiving messages from people claiming I'd contacted them about various services, photography sessions, consulting work, even personal meetings that I definitely hadn't arranged. Strangers would show up at the bakery looking for me, confused when I explained I'd never spoken to them before. It became clear that someone was impersonating me online, conducting business and social activities using my identity, while I was completely unaware these interactions were happening. I tried researching identity theft protection and recovery methods, but most of the advice focused on financial fraud rather than systematic impersonation for purposes that didn't seem to involve stealing money or credit. Whoever was doing this seemed more interested in disrupting my life and damaging my relationships than gaining access to my bank accounts or personal financial information. The scope of the impersonation was more comprehensive than typical identity theft, suggesting someone with considerable time, technical skills, and motivation to cause problems that went beyond simple financial gain. I started documenting everything: screenshots of accounts I hadn't accessed, records of services I hadn't requested, evidence of activities that were being attributed to me despite my having no involvement in them. The documentation process led me to discover that the impersonation was happening through online platforms and services that I'd never heard of, including communities that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing. Some of the fake activities attributed to me were taking place in areas of the internet that required special software and knowledge to access, suggesting that whoever was impersonating me had technical expertise that went far beyond casual computer use. I learned how to access these hidden parts of the internet myself, hoping to understand how someone was using my identity in spaces that most people never encounter. What I found was deeply disturbing. Multiple communities dedicated to what they called identity gaming, where participants systematically impersonated real people for entertainment purposes rather than financial gain. The communities treated identity theft as a form of interactive entertainment, with members competing to see who could cause the most disruption, to their chosen targets while maintaining the impersonation for extended periods. My own identity was being used by someone who had created detailed profiles of my personal and professional life, sharing updates about activities they were conducting while pretending to be me. Other community members were following my case like a television series, commenting on the effectiveness of different impersonation techniques and suggesting new ways to complicate my attempts to reclaim control of my own identity. The discussions were casual and matter-of-fact, treating real people's lives like characters in games that existed for their amusement, rather than considering the genuine harm being caused to actual individuals. Some participants specialized in particular types of identity disruption: professional sabotage, relationship interference, financial complications, even legal problems that could be created through systematic impersonation of their targets. They shared techniques for maintaining long-term impersonations, methods for accessing personal information needed to create convincing false profiles, and strategies for causing maximum disruption while avoiding detection by their victims or legal authorities. The sophistication was impressive and frightening, demonstrating that identity theft had evolved into a form of organized harassment that was conducted for entertainment rather than profit. I tried to identify which community member was impersonating me, but the discussions used pseudonyms and avoided specific personal details that might make individual participants identifiable. The person using my identity was referred to by other community members as someone who was particularly skilled at long-term impersonation projects, suggesting this wasn't their first time systematically destroying someone's life for entertainment. They had been documenting my responses to the identity interference for months, sharing updates about how I was attempting to resolve the problems they were creating, and analyzing the effectiveness of different disruption techniques. My attempts to fix the identity theft problems had been providing entertainment for an audience that was following the destruction of my life, like an ongoing reality show. The community discussions included detailed analysis of my personality, behavior patterns, and psychological responses to stress, compiled through systematic observation of how I handled the various problems they were creating. They knew intimate details about my daily routine, work habits, social relationships, and financial circumstances that could only have been gathered through comprehensive surveillance of my online and offline activities. The identity impersonation was just one component of a broader harassment campaign that included systematic monitoring of my private life and real-time analysis of how different types of interference affected my mental health and social stability. I realized that I hadn't just become the victim of identity theft, but had been selected as an unwitting participant in what amounted to a psychological experiment conducted for the entertainment of people who treated human suffering as interactive media. The games they were playing with my identity were designed to test how much disruption one person could handle before their life became completely unmanageable, with my responses being documented and shared as content for an audience that found systematic harassment amusing. I tried to report what I discovered to relevant authorities, but explaining that my identity was being used for entertainment purposes in hidden internet communities sounded like paranoid delusion, rather than verifiable criminal activity. The evidence I'd gathered was difficult to present in ways that would convince investigators who weren't familiar with the technical methods being used or the psychological motivations behind systematic harassment for entertainment purposes. More importantly, the community discussions had made it clear that reporting their activities to authorities was considered part of the game, with participants sharing techniques for avoiding official investigation while maintaining their harassment campaigns. They had experience dealing with victims who attempted to expose their activities, using legal and technical methods to protect their identities while continuing to conduct systematic harassment of people who tried to interfere with their entertainment. Some community members had been conducting identity gaming for years without facing consequences, suggesting either that their methods were sophisticated enough to avoid detection, or that authorities lacked effective tools for investigating this type of systematic harassment. I started researching methods for protecting myself from ongoing identity theft and harassment, but discovered that most security recommendations were inadequate for dealing with determined individuals who had made systematic destruction of someone's life into a long-term entertainment project. Standard identity protection services focused on financial fraud rather than comprehensive life disruption, and most cybersecurity advice assumed attackers were motivated by profit rather than entertainment-based psychological harassment. The technical skills required to maintain long-term identity impersonation and systematic life disruption were considerable, suggesting that the people involved in identity gaming had expertise that went far beyond casual computer knowledge. But they were also patient and methodical, willing to invest months or years in harassment campaigns that provided ongoing entertainment rather than immediate gratification. About 6 months after discovering the identity gaming communities, the harassment escalated beyond online impersonation into activities that affected my physical safety and offline relationships. People started showing up at my flat looking for me in connection with activities that I'd supposedly conducted but had never been involved in. Some were confused individuals who thought they had legitimate business with me, but others seemed genuinely angry about things they believed I'd done. My landlord received complaints about noise, activities, and behavior that were attributed to me, but which I definitely wasn't responsible for, leading to threats of eviction based on lease violations that I hadn't committed. Local businesses began refusing to serve me because of problems they claimed I'd caused during previous visits that I could prove I'd never made, creating difficulties with basic daily activities like shopping and dining. The identity gaming had evolved from online impersonation into systematic interference with my offline life, using information gathered through digital harassment to create problems in my physical environment and social relationships. I realized that the entertainment value for the identity gaming community came from watching how comprehensive life disruption affected someone's ability to function in normal society. With my increasing isolation and practical difficulties providing content for their ongoing amusement. The psychological experiments aspect of the harassment became more obvious as the problems escalated in ways that seemed designed to test specific aspects of stress tolerance and social adaptability. Different types of problems were introduced systematically, as if someone was working through a checklist of life disruption techniques to see which approaches were most effective at causing lasting damage to my mental health and social stability. The community discussions I'd found suggested that successful identity gaming projects could continue for years, with participants maintaining long-term harassment of their chosen targets, while documenting the gradual destruction of their victims' lives as ongoing entertainment content. My case was apparently considered particularly successful because I'd remained in the same location and continued attempting to maintain normal life despite the systematic interference, providing sustained content for an audience that preferred long-term psychological breakdown over quick, dramatic results. The realization that my entire life had become entertainment for people who specialized in systematic harassment was more disturbing than any individual problem they'd created, because it meant that every difficulty I experienced was providing satisfaction for an audience that wanted to see me suffer. I tried changing cities, moving to Glasgow, and attempting to start fresh with new accounts, new clients, and new social connections that weren't contaminated by the identity theft problems I'd experienced in Brighton. But within weeks of arriving in Glasgow, the same patterns began appearing. Parking tickets for cars I didn't own, account activities I hadn't initiated, professional complications caused by work I'd never agreed to do. The identity gaming community had followed me to the new location, continuing their harassment campaign with techniques that were adapted to my changed circumstances, but maintained the same systematic approach to life disruption. Moving had actually provided them with additional entertainment content as they documented my attempts to escape their harassment and analyze the effectiveness of their methods across different environments and social contexts. I realized that the identity gaming had become a permanent feature of my life, rather than a temporary problem that could be resolved through practical measures or geographic relocation. The people conducting systematic harassment had made destroying my life into a long-term project that would continue regardless of how I attempted to protect myself or rebuild my social and professional relationships. The technical sophistication and time investment required for maintaining comprehensive identity theft and life disruption suggested that this was more than casual entertainment for them, but had become a serious hobby or even professional activity that justified considerable effort and resources. I started wondering how many other people might be experiencing similar systematic harassment without understanding that their problems were being caused by individuals who had made psychological torture into interactive entertainment. The identity gaming communities I discovered were large and active, with hundreds of participants conducting harassment campaigns against targets who probably had no idea their life problems were being artificially created and maintained for other people's amusement. The casual tone of discussions about systematic life destruction suggested that this type of harassment had become normalized within these communities, with participants treating comprehensive psychological torture as routine entertainment rather than serious criminal activity. Some community members had been conducting identity gaming for years, building expertise in psychological manipulation techniques and developing specialized skills for causing different types of life disruption depending on their personal interests and their targets' vulnerabilities. The professionalization of systematic harassment for entertainment purposes meant that victims were facing individuals who had considerable experience and technical resources, making effective resistance or recovery extremely difficult without specialized knowledge and support. I continued living in Glasgow while the harassment continued, adapting to a life where every aspect of my daily routine could potentially be disrupted by people who found my suffering entertaining enough to justify years of systematic interference. The identity gaming communities continue operating. The systematic harassment of selected targets continues expanding, and people continue experiencing comprehensive life disruption without understanding that their problems are being artificially created by individuals who have made psychological torture into a form of interactive entertainment. I still work as a graphic designer when the identity theft allows clients to trust my communications, still deal with problems caused by activities I've never conducted, still wonder which people I encounter might be involved in communities that treat systematic harassment as legitimate entertainment. It's funny how sometimes the most innocent decisions lead you down the darkest paths. Take my decision to become a night security guard at 34, for instance. I thought I was just taking a quiet job that would give me time to figure out what to do with the rest of my life after the redundancy from the council. Instead, I ended up discovering things about human nature that I wish I could forget. The job was at a small industrial estate in Coventry. Nothing glamorous, just a collection of warehouses and small manufacturing units that needed someone to walk around with a torch and make sure nobody was nicking anything. 12-hour shifts, 4 nights a week, decent pay for essentially doing nothing but staying awake and occasionally checking that doors were still locked. The site office had a proper security setup, banks of monitors showing feeds from cameras dotted around the estate, a comfortable chair, and most importantly, a decent internet connection. Management had made it clear that as long as I did my hourly rounds and filed the incident reports, what I did with the rest of my time was my business, perfect for someone trying to work out their next career move. Those first few weeks, I spent the quiet hours browsing job sites and updating my CV, but there's only so much career planning you can do at 3 in the morning before your brain starts craving something more stimulating. That's when I discovered online communities for night shift workers, forums where security guards, hospital porters, warehouse staff, and various other nocturnal workers would gather to share stories and keep each other company during the long, empty hours. It was through one of these communities that I first heard about the deeper parts of the internet, not the obvious stuff that makes headlines, drug markets, and identity theft, but the more obscure corners where people gathered to discuss things that wouldn't be tolerated on mainstream platforms. Privacy advocates, political dissidents, people who valued anonymity above all else. The appeal was obvious. After spending most of my adult life in local government, where every email was monitored and every website visit was logged, the idea of browsing the internet without leaving digital footprints felt liberating. Like taking off a suit of armor you'd been wearing so long you'd forgotten it was there. The technical side wasn't as complicated as I'd expected. There were guides, tutorials, entire communities dedicated to helping newcomers navigate safely. Within a few nights, I had access to a parallel internet that existed alongside the one most people knew about, invisible and unregulated. Most of it was surprisingly mundane. Forums discussing philosophy and politics, marketplaces selling legal but hard-to-find items, communities of people who simply preferred to communicate without corporate oversight. The criminal element was there certainly, but it felt more like a small part of a much larger ecosystem, rather than the dominant feature the media made it out to be. It was during my 3rd week of exploration that I stumbled across the discussion about live streaming. Someone in a privacy forum had posted a technical question about bandwidth requirements for real-time video over encrypted networks. The conversation that followed was academic in tone, but disturbing in content. They were discussing the feasibility of broadcasting live events to paying audiences without law enforcement being able to trace the source. Red rooms were mentioned only in passing, dismissed by most participants as urban legends that didn't match the technical realities of anonymous streaming. But one poster disagreed, claiming they'd encountered legitimate examples hidden deep within invitation-only networks. They refused to provide details, but something about their matter-of-fact tone suggested they weren't making it up. That comment stayed with me over the following nights. During my hourly rounds, walking between empty warehouses with only my torch for company, I found myself thinking about what might be happening in other buildings, in other cities, in other countries, places where people gathered to watch things that should never be filmed, let alone broadcast to paying customers. The search took longer than I'd expected. Every obvious lead turned out to be a scam or a honeypot. The deeper I dug, the more sophisticated the gatekeeping became. This wasn't just about knowing the right websites. It was about establishing credibility within communities that valued secrecy above all else. The breakthrough came from an unexpected direction. I'd been helping moderate a forum for night shift workers. Nothing dramatic, just removing spam and settling the occasional disagreement. When I received a private message from someone I'd never interacted with before. They claimed to appreciate my contributions to the community and wondered if I'd be interested in discussing more sensitive topics in a private channel. The conversation that followed was careful, coded, full of references I didn't understand, and questions designed to test my knowledge and intentions. Gradually, it became clear that they were evaluating whether I could be trusted with access to something most people would never see. The invitation, when it finally came, was for a private network that existed several layers deeper than anything I'd encountered before. Access was limited to verified members only, with new users requiring sponsorship from existing participants. The verification process was extensive. Proof of identity, background checks, even references from other members who could vouch for your discretion. It took nearly 2 months to gain full access, and by then I wasn't entirely sure I wanted it anymore. But curiosity had become compulsion, and the same methodical approach that had served me well in local government carried me through the final stages of the approval process. The private network was smaller than I'd expected, maybe 100 active users at most, but the content was unlike anything I'd seen before. They called themselves documentarians, claiming to preserve authentic human experiences that would otherwise go unrecorded. But the experiences they were interested in documenting were things most people would never want to see. The Red Room section was hidden within a subsection marked Live Archives. 3 different providers, each claiming to offer unscripted real-time content featuring genuine participants. The language was clinical, designed to maintain plausible deniability while making the actual service clear to interested viewers. I spent weeks researching the providers before making contact with one. Their operation appeared professional. Encrypted communications, scheduled sessions, technical support for viewers having connection issues. They operated more like a legitimate streaming service than the criminal enterprise I'd expected. The booking process was surprisingly straightforward. Payment handled through an escrow system that provided guarantees for both parties. I was provided with connection details and technical requirements for a session scheduled for the following Thursday at 2 a.m. When the time came, I found myself sitting in the security office, surrounded by monitors showing empty car parks and darkened warehouses, about to witness something I knew would change how I saw the world. The session began promptly at the scheduled time, connecting me to a live stream that took several minutes to stabilize through the encrypted network. The video quality was poor but functional, showing what appeared to be a small, windowless room with concrete walls. A single chair sat in the center, currently empty, while cameras captured the space from multiple angles. A chat interface allowed communication with other viewers, though the messages were sparse and cryptic. For the first 20 minutes, nothing happened. Just an empty room occasionally flickering as the stream quality adjusted. I was beginning to wonder if this was some kind of performance art, when a figure appeared at the edge of the frame. The man who entered was unremarkable, middle-aged, wearing simple clothing, moving with the casual confidence of someone in familiar surroundings. He spent several minutes adjusting equipment I couldn't see clearly, occasionally glancing at the camera as if checking the feed quality. Then he left, and we were back to watching an empty room. The waiting was almost worse than what came next. Other viewers were using the chat to place bets, make requests, discuss payment options for specific outcomes. I realized I was witnessing something that existed at the intersection of entertainment and crime, where the audience was complicit in whatever was about to happen. When the door opened again, there were 2 figures. The same man as before, now accompanied by someone much younger. A woman, early 20s perhaps, who seemed confused about where she was or how she'd gotten there. She looked around the room with growing alarm, taking in the cameras and bare walls and single chair with obvious distress. The chat exploded with activity. Dozens of messages appearing faster than I could read them. Viewers making suggestions and placing bets on what would happen next. Bitcoin addresses were being shared. Payments arranged in real time. I watched in horrified fascination as what I was witnessing transformed from observation into participation. The man guided the woman to the chair with gentle but firm insistence. She kept looking directly at the cameras, as if trying to understand what they were recording. Her expression shifted from confusion to fear as the reality of her situation became clear. I should have closed the browser immediately, should have reported what I was seeing, though I had no idea how to explain where I'd found it or whether anyone would believe me. Instead, I found myself paralyzed, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The man began responding to requests from the chat. He would pause, read something on a screen I couldn't see, then nod or make adjustments to whatever he was preparing. The audience was directing the performance, choosing what happened next through their messages and payments. Then something changed. The steady stream of chat messages stopped abruptly, replaced by a series of warnings from different users. Abort session, abort session, abort session. The man looked directly at the camera, his expression shifting from professional calm to genuine alarm. He moved quickly to something off-screen, and within seconds the video feed cut out entirely. I stared at a blank screen showing only a connection error message. When I tried to reload the page, the entire site was gone. The private network, the forums, even my access credentials, everything had vanished as if it had never existed. Over the following days, I tried to convince myself that what I'd witnessed had been elaborate fiction, a performance designed to extract money from people curious about the darker corners of human nature. The production quality could have been achieved with basic equipment, and everything I'd seen could have been staged by competent actors. But I kept thinking about those final moments before the stream ended, the way the man's demeanor had changed when he'd seen those warning messages, the speed with which everything had shut down. It felt less like a show ending and more like an emergency evacuation. 2 weeks later, I noticed the van. It was parked across from the industrial estate entrance when I arrived for my shift on Tuesday night. Nothing unusual about that. People parked there regularly to use the cash machine at the petrol station next door. But this van was still there when I did my first round at midnight, and again at 1 o'clock, and again at 2. Through the security office windows, I could see it clearly in the light from the street lamps. Dark blue, no markings, windows tinted too dark to see inside. Just sitting there, facing the estate entrance, as if whoever was inside was watching for something, or someone. The van was there for 3 consecutive nights before it disappeared. During that time, I noticed other things. Cars that seemed to follow the same route past the estate at regular intervals. A jogger who ran the same circuit at 3:30 every morning, always glancing towards the security office as they passed. Small anomalies that individually meant nothing but together suggested a pattern. On the Friday night, after the van had finally gone, I received an email at my personal account. The sender was anonymous, the subject line blank. The message contained only a single line of text. "We know what you watched." Below that was an attachment, a photograph taken through the security office window, showing me sitting at the desk with my laptop open. The image was clear enough to make out details of the screen, though not clear enough to see exactly what I'd been viewing. I deleted the email immediately and ran every security scan I could think of. Changed all my passwords, cleared my browsing history, even formatted the laptop's hard drive. But the damage was already done. Whoever had sent that message had been close enough to photograph me through the office window without triggering any of the motion sensors around the building. That was 6 months ago. I've changed jobs since then. Couldn't concentrate on the security work after that. Kept seeing suspicious vehicles that probably weren't there and hearing footsteps that were likely just the building settling. I work days now, in an office with other people around, where everything feels safer and more predictable. But I still get emails occasionally, never more than once a month, always from different anonymous addresses. Sometimes it's another photograph, my car in the supermarket car park, my flat building taken from across the street, me walking to work on Tuesday morning. Once, it was a copy of my employment records from the security company. Each one carries the same message. We know what you watched. I don't know what they want from me. Money, silence, complicity. None of it would surprise me at this point. But I've learned that some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. And some audiences never stop watching, even after the show has ended. The thing that bothers me most isn't the surveillance or even the constant feeling of being monitored. It's knowing that somewhere out there, in windowless rooms with concrete walls and multiple cameras, things are still happening that should never be filmed. That people are still gathering online to watch and direct and pay for experiences that exist at the furthest edges of human cruelty. And now I'm part of it, whether I want to be or not. A witness who can't testify. A viewer who can't unsee. Connected forever to something I stumbled across during the long, quiet hours of a night shift in Coventry. Sometimes I wonder if that was always the plan. If the whole thing, the forums, the invitations, the careful vetting process, was designed not just to provide entertainment for paying customers, but to create a network of compromised witnesses, people who'd seen too much to ever feel completely safe again. People like me, who now understand that the worst monsters aren't hiding under beds or lurking in dark alleys. They're sitting in rooms just like the one I'm in now, watching screens that show things no human being should ever have to see. When someone offers you cash in hand for courier work and emphasizes that discretion is more important than efficiency, there's usually a reason they can't use legitimate delivery companies. I probably should have questioned why they needed a driver who didn't ask questions. But when you're 3 weeks behind on rent and your car's about to be repossessed, you don't spend much time analyzing red flags. The job came through a contact at the pub, where I'd been drowning my sorrows after losing my warehouse position in Coventry. Manufacturing jobs had been disappearing from the area for months, and I'd finally been caught up in another round of redundancies. At 42, starting over wasn't exactly appealing, especially when most employers seem to prefer younger candidates who would work for less money. My drinking buddy Steve mentioned that he knew someone who needed reliable drivers for what he called special deliveries around the Midlands. The work paid considerably better than typical courier jobs, but it required complete discretion and the ability to follow specific instructions without asking unnecessary questions. Steve arranged a meeting with the contact, a well-dressed man who introduced himself simply as Martin. He explained that his business involved delivering sensitive materials to clients who valued privacy above all else. The packages were always small, the destinations were always specific, and the timing was always crucial. Martin emphasized that successful drivers needed to understand that they were being paid for reliability and silence rather than curiosity. The clients served by his operation often dealt with confidential business matters that required absolute discretion from everyone involved in the delivery process. The pay was attractive enough to solve my immediate financial problems, and the work seemed straightforward enough. I would receive text messages with addresses and specific instructions, collect packages from designated locations, and deliver them to the specified destinations without interacting unnecessarily with anyone involved. My first few deliveries were exactly as Martin had described. Small packages collected from ordinary-looking locations and delivered to residential addresses across Warwickshire and Staffordshire. The recipients were typically middle-aged professionals who seemed unsurprised by the deliveries and signed for them without conversation. The packages themselves were unremarkable. Small parcels wrapped in brown paper with no obvious identifying marks or return addresses. The delivery instructions were always precise about timing and approach, but nothing seemed particularly suspicious about the routine business transactions I was facilitating. However, I began noticing patterns in the delivery locations that suggested the operation involved more than typical business correspondence. Many of the pickup points were in areas that seemed inappropriate for legitimate commercial activities, and some of the delivery addresses were to properties that appeared to be unoccupied. The timing requirements for deliveries were also becoming more specific and unusual. I was often instructed to deliver packages at odd hours, or to leave them in particular locations, rather than handing them directly to recipients. Some deliveries required waiting until specific people left properties before approaching the delivery addresses. When I mentioned these unusual requirements to Martin, he explained that many of his clients operated businesses that required unconventional scheduling due to the sensitive nature of their work. Privacy concerns often necessitated deliveries outside normal business hours to avoid unwanted attention. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for legitimate business activities that required high levels of confidentiality. Corporate espionage and competitive intelligence were common concerns in many industries, and companies often took extraordinary measures to protect sensitive information. Around the fourth week of my employment with Martin's operation, I began receiving delivery instructions that involved significantly more complex logistics. Instead of simple package deliveries, I was asked to observe specific locations before making deliveries, documenting who was present and what activities were taking place. These surveillance requirements were presented as security measures necessary to ensure safe delivery of sensitive materials. Martin explained that many clients had concerns about industrial espionage or corporate surveillance, and delivery drivers needed to confirm that locations were secure before leaving valuable packages. The observation work was more time-consuming than simple deliveries, but it was also more interesting than typical courier duties. I found myself learning about the daily routines and activities of various people and businesses across the region, building detailed knowledge of locations and schedules that helped me plan more effective delivery strategies. However, the information I was gathering during these surveillance activities seemed to go far beyond what would be necessary for simple delivery security. I was documenting personal relationships, family circumstances, and lifestyle patterns that appeared irrelevant to ensuring safe package delivery. Some of the surveillance assignments involved observing residential properties where no deliveries were scheduled, suggesting that the intelligence gathering had become an end in itself rather than a means of facilitating deliveries. I was effectively conducting systematic surveillance of people who had no apparent connection to the delivery operation. When I questioned why surveillance was required for locations where no deliveries were planned, Martin explained that understanding the broader context of client activities was necessary for maintaining operational security. The delivery network served people whose business relationships were complex and sometimes required careful coordination. Around the 6th week of my involvement with the operation, Martin began providing me with specific devices and software that would enhance my surveillance capabilities. Small cameras that could be placed discreetly in various locations, recording devices that could capture conversations, and tracking applications that would monitor people's movements. These tools were presented as necessary equipment for advanced delivery security, allowing me to ensure that packages reached their intended recipients without being intercepted or observed by unauthorized parties. The technology would help me document that deliveries had been completed successfully and that client security had been maintained. The surveillance equipment was remarkably sophisticated, suggesting that Martin's operation had access to resources that went far beyond what would be available to typical courier services. The devices were professional grade and included features that would be useful for comprehensive intelligence gathering, rather than simple delivery confirmation. I began using this equipment to document not just delivery activities, but the broader circumstances and activities of the people and locations I was observing. The information I was gathering was becoming a comprehensive intelligence database about the personal and professional lives of people across the region. Martin seemed particularly interested in information about people's vulnerabilities and potential leverage points. He wanted detailed reports about financial difficulties, relationship problems, health issues, and other personal circumstances that might be useful for understanding how different people could be influenced or manipulated. This focus on psychological and social intelligence made me increasingly uncomfortable about the true purpose of the operation. The delivery work seemed to be providing cover for systematic intelligence gathering that had little to do with facilitating legitimate business transactions. When I tried to discuss these concerns with Martin, he reminded me that I had been gathering detailed intelligence about people and their circumstances for several weeks. This information was valuable and sensitive, and my knowledge of the operation's methods and targets made me an integral part of their security considerations. He also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that he could not have gathered through our professional relationship. References to my financial situation, daily routine, and personal relationships suggested that I had become a target of the same surveillance techniques I was using to gather intelligence about others. The surveillance of my activities became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my communications and movements were being monitored and documented. The equipment and techniques I was using to observe others were apparently being used to observe me as well. I realized that the delivery work had been used to recruit me into systematic surveillance operations that targeted vulnerable people for reasons that had nothing to do with legitimate courier services. The packages I had been delivering were probably intelligence reports rather than business correspondence. The surveillance equipment I had been given was being used to gather detailed personal information about people who were being assessed for potential exploitation. My role had been to provide the intelligence needed to identify psychological vulnerabilities and leverage points that could be used for manipulation or control. When I attempted to withdraw from the operation entirely, Martin pointed out that I possessed detailed knowledge of surveillance techniques and had extensive information about people who were being monitored. This made me both a valuable asset and a potential security risk that could not simply be dismissed. The surveillance of my personal activities intensified after I tried to end my involvement with the operation. Martin's organization began sending me detailed information about my daily routine, social interactions, and personal vulnerabilities to demonstrate that they could apply their intelligence gathering techniques to my own life. I tried reporting my concerns to the police, but discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The courier work had been presented as legitimate delivery services, The surveillance equipment could be justified as security measures, and the intelligence gathering could be explained as necessary business research. Martin's operation continued to contact me sporadically over the following months, offering additional delivery work and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active and comprehensive. I never determined what the organization was ultimately using the detailed personal intelligence for or who was directing their surveillance activities. The systematic gathering of information about people's vulnerabilities and personal circumstances, combined with sophisticated surveillance equipment and techniques, suggested capabilities that extended far beyond legitimate courier services. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for exploiting people's financial desperation to recruit unwitting participants in comprehensive surveillance operations. They understood how to present intelligence gathering as legitimate delivery work, while using the couriers as both surveillance operatives and potential targets for the same techniques. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my need for employment had been transformed into participation in systematic invasion of privacy for people who had no knowledge they were being monitored. The courier work had been a recruitment method designed to identify people desperate enough to ignore ethical concerns in exchange for steady income. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar courier and delivery services, offering cash work that pays well for what appears to be straightforward delivery assignments. The positions they advertise always emphasize discretion over efficiency, always involve unusual timing and location requirements, and always include responsibilities that go beyond typical courier work. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other drivers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate delivery services while actually participating in systematic surveillance operations that target vulnerable people for purposes they never intended to support. You'd think working for a tech startup would keep you busy enough to avoid trouble. Turns out the opposite is true when your job involves testing apps that nobody else wants to touch. 6 weeks ago, I was just a QA tester in Bristol trying to make rent on an apprentice's salary. Now I'm writing this from a service station near Cardiff, knowing that tomorrow night I'll become the main attraction for an audience I helped build, without realizing it. I work for a small company called DevCore Solutions. We're one of those firms that test software for other companies, checking for bugs, security vulnerabilities, user experience issues. Most of our clients are legitimate businesses wanting to make sure their apps work properly before launch, but some of our contracts come from less transparent sources, companies that pay well but ask few questions about what we find. The project that changed everything started in early September. My supervisor handed me a tablet loaded with a beta version of an app called StreamVault. The brief was minimal. Test the streaming functionality, check for lag issues, verify the payment integration worked smoothly. No information about who developed it or what it was ultimately intended for. StreamVault looked like any other live streaming platform at first glance. Clean interface, simple navigation, standard features you'd expect from a video app. The difference was in the back end. This wasn't designed for casual users. It had sophisticated access controls, encrypted payment systems, and viewer analytics that were far more detailed than anything I'd seen before. My job was to test it by setting up streams and checking various functions. I'd broadcast from different locations in the office, test the chat features, verify that donations and tips were processing correctly. Standard quality assurance work. The app performed well, better than many mainstream platforms I'd used. What struck me as odd were some of the advanced features buried in the settings. Options for scheduling automated content, systems for managing large-scale viewer numbers, and something called interactive participation protocols that seemed overly complex for a standard streaming app. When I asked my supervisor about these features, he told me to focus on basic functionality testing and not to worry about advanced options unless they caused obvious problems. After several weeks of testing, I was asked to evaluate the app in more realistic conditions. This meant setting up streams from my flat in the evenings, testing the mobile connection, checking how the platform handled different lighting conditions and camera angles. The company provided additional equipment, professional lighting, multiple camera angles, audio equipment that seemed unnecessarily sophisticated for testing purposes. I'd stream myself doing mundane tasks, cooking dinner, working on a laptop, watching television. The streams were supposed to be private, accessible only to other testers, but occasionally I'd notice viewer counts that seemed higher than our small testing team could account for. When I mentioned this, I was told that automated systems sometimes inflated the numbers and not to worry about it. The requests from my supervisors gradually became more specific. Could I test streaming from different rooms in my flat? Could I check how well the low-light cameras worked in the bedroom? Could I verify the audio pickup was clear enough to capture conversation from other rooms? Each request seemed reasonable in isolation, but together they were creating an unusually detailed map of my living space. About 3 weeks into home testing, I started noticing technical irregularities. The app would occasionally activate when I wasn't running tests. I'd find it open on my tablet or phone, showing a black screen but with active viewer counts in the hundreds. The microphone would sometimes show activity when I wasn't speaking, suggesting the app was recording ambient sound. When I reported these bugs, the development team claimed they were working on fixes but needed more data to identify the root cause. They asked me to leave the app running continuously for several days to help them monitor the issues. I agreed, thinking I was helping improve the product. That's when things started getting strange. I'd return home to find small items moved in my flat. Nothing missing, nothing obviously disturbed, just things like my keys being on a different table or books rearranged on shelves. I initially attributed it to stress or absent-mindedness. Then I received an email about expanding my testing role. The company wanted me to evaluate StreamVault's real-world application scenarios. They provided a list of locations around Bristol where I should test the mobile streaming: parks, shopping centres, quiet streets at night. The pay for this expanded testing was substantial, nearly doubling my usual fee. During these location tests, I began noticing people who seemed to be watching me work. Individuals who would appear at multiple test sites, always at a distance but clearly observing what I was doing. When I mentioned feeling observed to my supervisor, he said it was probably just curious passers-by and that public testing always attracted some attention. The app's functionality continued to evolve during this period. New features appeared in updates, enhanced privacy controls, geographic tagging, integration with cryptocurrency payment systems. The viewer capacity seemed to be increasing as well. During my public tests, I'd sometimes see viewer counts in the thousands. One evening, while testing at home, I decided to explore some of the advanced features I'd been told to ignore. I dug deeper into the analytics section and found logs of all my streaming activity. Not just the official tests, but every time the app had been active, including those instances when I hadn't initiated any streams. The log showed detailed information about each session: viewer numbers, duration of viewing, geographic distribution of the audience, and most disturbing, revenue generated. People had been paying to watch my mundane test streams, my evening routine, my phone calls with friends, my conversations with my girlfriend. All of it had been monetized without my knowledge. I confronted my supervisor the next morning, but he claimed that this was a misunderstanding. The revenue data was fake, generated by the testing system to verify payment functionality. The high viewer numbers were simulated to stress test the servers. Everything I'd seen was just part of the comprehensive testing environment they'd built. But that night, I received a phone call from a blocked number. The voice was distorted, probably through software, but the message was clear. They congratulated me on my excellent testing work and mentioned specific details about my daily routines that could only have come from someone watching the streams very carefully. They explained that StreamVault wasn't just another streaming platform. It was designed for a specific type of content and a particular audience willing to pay premium prices for authentic, unscripted material. My testing phase was concluding, but my participation in the platform was just beginning. That's when I realized I hadn't been testing an app. I'd been conditioning an audience. Thousands of people had been watching me live my normal life, becoming invested in my routines, learning my patterns, developing what the industry calls parasocial relationships. I was no longer just a tester. I was the content. I immediately tried to delete the app from all my devices, but found it wouldn't uninstall. The technical support team at DevCore said they needed to remotely remove it to prevent data corruption, but that process would take several days. In the meantime, the app continued running, continued streaming, continued attracting viewers who are now paying increasing amounts to watch someone who was becoming paranoid and afraid. The requests from my supervisors became more direct. Would I be willing to continue streaming, but now as official content rather than testing? The compensation would be substantial, enough to quit my day job and focus solely on this work. They framed it as a natural progression from testing to implementation. When I refused, strange things started happening around my flat. Mail for previous tenants began arriving addressed to names I'd never heard. Food deliveries I hadn't ordered appeared at my door. People started knocking at odd hours, claiming to be from utility companies or maintenance services, always wanting to come inside to check something. I realized the extended testing period had given them extensive intelligence about my life. They knew my schedule, my habits, my visitors, my vulnerabilities. The app had essentially turned my home into a surveillance center and my daily life into a product. 1 week ago, everything escalated. I came home to find a package containing a new tablet, one I hadn't seen before. When I turned it on, it showed a live stream of the room I was sitting in, but from an angle that suggested the camera was built into the device I was holding. In the corner was a viewer count showing tens of thousands of people watching. But this time, there was also a chat window. Messages were flowing constantly. Comments about my appearance, observations about my living space, questions about my daily routine. Some viewers were offering money for me to answer specific questions or perform certain tasks. Others were discussing what they wanted to see happen next. At the bottom of the screen was a countdown timer, not counting down from weeks or days, just hours, and a message indicating that the beta testing phase was concluded and that live interactive content would begin shortly. I packed what I could carry and left Bristol that night. I've been moving between service stations and cheap hotels since then, paying cash when possible, avoiding main roads, trying to stay ahead of whatever system they have for tracking me. But they keep finding me. Hotel staff who seem to recognize me despite my using different names. Other guests who ask too many questions about my plans. CCTV cameras that seem to follow my movements too precisely, and constant notifications on any device I use that the Stream Vault app is trying to install itself. The countdown reached 0 yesterday. Since then, I've been receiving messages on burner phones I've just purchased, texts from numbers I've never seen before. They all contain the same basic information: an address in Cardiff, a specific time tonight, and a reminder about the extensive audience that has been cultivated for this event. They've also sent proof that they know exactly where my family lives. Photos of my sister leaving her house in London, my parents shopping at their local supermarket in Bradford, my girlfriend at her university in Edinburgh. All taken recently, all clearly intended to show me that running isn't just about my own safety anymore. I understand now that DevCore Solutions isn't a normal software testing company. They're a recruitment and conditioning operation for something much darker. They identify suitable candidates, slowly accustom audiences to watching them, build up viewership numbers, and then transition their testers into live interactive content. The beta testing was never about improving an app. It was about training viewers to become invested in watching me, creating demand for more intimate access to my life, and gradually moving toward a final event that apparently thousands of people have now paid to see. I'm writing this from a motorway service station somewhere between Bristol and Cardiff. The address they've given me is less than an hour's drive from here. The designated time is in roughly 6 hours. I've tried calling the police from 3 different locations, but explaining that a streaming app beta test has led to being recruited for what I believe are red room broadcasts sounds insane even to me. The most disturbing realization is that I've been building my own audience this entire time. Every test stream where I acted naturally, every moment of genuine reaction when I noticed strange things happening, every instance of growing paranoia and fear, it's all been content that people have been paying to watch. I'm not just about to become a victim. I'm about to become entertainment for an audience I've been cultivating for months without knowing it. People who feel they know me, who have been following my story, who have been waiting for this conclusion to what they see as an elaborate performance. The counter on the latest message shows viewership numbers I've never seen before. Tens of thousands of people waiting for tonight's conclusion to the beta testing storyline. Payment processing servers working overtime to handle the demand for premium access to whatever they have planned. I keep thinking about all the other beta testers DevCore must have recruited over the years. How many people thought they were just testing an app while actually training an audience to watch them? How many discovered too late what they had really been participating in? Cardiff is getting closer. The time is running out. I could keep driving, head to Scotland, try to disappear completely. But they've proven they can find me anywhere, and now they have leverage over people I care about. The strangest part is knowing that whatever happens tonight will be broadcast to thousands of people who have been following my story from the beginning. People who watched me test streaming equipment in my flat, who saw me gradually become aware of what was happening, who have been anticipating this moment as the natural conclusion to the narrative they've been consuming. I never signed up to be an actor in someone else's show, but I've been performing for months without knowing it. The beta testing was just the audition. Tonight is opening night. The sat-nav shows 30 minutes to the Cardiff address. The clock shows 5 hours until the scheduled time. The viewers are waiting. The cameras are prepared. The show, as they say, must go on. I still don't know if I'll show up or keep running, but I'm starting to suspect it doesn't matter. With an audience this size, this invested, this willing to pay for the conclusion to my story, they'll make sure the show happens one way or another. I never thought I'd be the type of person to get mixed up in something like this. Most people wouldn't. That's the thing about curiosity. It starts innocently enough. A random link shared in a forum. A passing comment about the dark web that piques your interest. For me, it began with an article I read about internet privacy and security. The author mentioned Tor browsers and onion routing almost as an afterthought. I didn't even know what those things were at the time. I'm a network engineer by trade. My days revolve around making sure corporate systems stay operational, patching vulnerabilities, monitoring traffic patterns. Nothing extraordinary. Just another tech guy with a modest apartment, a decent salary, and too much free time on his hands. Maybe that's why I installed the Tor browser that night. Professional development, I told myself. Good to understand how these things work. The first few days exploring the dark web were disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy rights, marketplaces selling things I had no interest in, dead links, slow loading times. It was like visiting the internet of the early 2000s, minus the charm. I was about to uninstall the whole thing when I stumbled across a thread discussing something called red rooms. The concept seemed absurd at first. Live streaming platforms where viewers could watch and even direct acts of violence against unwilling participants. Urban legends, I thought. Internet boogeyman stories to scare the uninitiated. Most people in the thread seemed to agree. They were myths, impossible to operate given bandwidth limitations and the technical difficulties of secure streaming. A few individuals insisted they existed, but provided no evidence, no links. Then someone posted coordinates. Not a web address, but a string of characters, numbers, and symbols that meant nothing to me. Someone else responded with a single word. The thread went quiet after that. I copied the string. I shouldn't have done that. Everything would be different if I had just closed the browser right then. It took me 3 days to figure out what to do with those characters. The solution came from an obscure subforum where users discuss cryptographic methods. The string was a key of sorts, one that had to be entered into a specific field on a specific site at a specific time. The kind of complexity that made me think there really was something to hide. I found the site. A blank page with a single input field. Nothing to indicate what it was for. No text, no images. Just an empty box waiting to be filled. I hesitated before pasting in the string. This was the moment I should have walked away. Something about the sterility of that page felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. The cursor blinked rhythmically in the empty field, patient, expectant, waiting for me to make a mistake I couldn't undo. The first sign that I had done something irreversible was the sudden change in my network traffic. I monitor my home network obsessively. Occupational habit. The data pattern shifted, connections multiplying through nodes I couldn't identify. This wasn't normal Tor behavior. My system was being mapped, examined, catalogued by something on the other end. Each packet of data felt like fingers probing through my digital walls, searching for weaknesses, memorizing the layout of my network, of my life. Then the page changed. A loading icon. A countdown timer set to 20 minutes. Nothing else. I waited, telling myself I could close the browser at any time. I didn't. The seconds ticked away, each one dragging longer than the last. My mouth went dry, sweat beaded along my hairline. Still, I waited. Some terrible gravity held me there, unable or unwilling to turn away from what was coming. When the timer reached 0, the stream began. The video quality was surprisingly good. High definition, minimal latency. The room shown was simple. White walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center. A single chair bolted to the floor, empty, waiting. The emptiness of that room hummed with potential violence. The drain in the floor promised the necessity of easy cleaning. The bolted chair spoke of resistance that needed to be overcome. A chat window appeared beside the video feed. Users with alphanumeric names filled the space with scrolling text. I didn't participate, just watched the conversations scroll by. They discussed preferences, made requests. Some offered payment in cryptocurrency. Others seemed to have credit of some kind already established. The casual nature of their communications made my skin crawl. The banality of their anticipation, the everyday commerce of atrocity. I should have left then, but a terrible curiosity kept me watching. In my defense, part of me still believed this was elaborate theater. Dark web performance art designed to shock and disturb. It couldn't be real. The alternative was too monstrous to contemplate. A door opened somewhere off camera. A figure entered the frame, face obscured by a featureless white mask. They wore simple clothes, black pants, grey shirt, latex gloves. Nothing remarkable or identifiable. They looked directly at the camera and held up a piece of paper with a string of characters, a verification code of some kind. Proof that this was happening now, not pre-recorded. The blank mask stared into the camera, into my eyes, as if the person behind it could see me watching, could identify me through the screen. The chat erupted with activity. The masked figure put the paper down and left the frame briefly, returning with someone else. A person with a hood over their head, hands bound behind their back. They were guided to the chair, secured with restraints at the ankles, wrists, and across the torso. The hood remained. The chat began specifying activities. I won't detail what was requested. I won't detail what happened next. I closed the stream after 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Not nearly fast enough. I uninstalled Tor, ran security sweeps on my system, and tried to convince myself I had witnessed an elaborate hoax. But the sound stayed with me, the movements, the knowledge that somewhere, in some hidden corner of the world, that room existed, that chair, that drain. 3 days later, I noticed something unusual about my home network. New devices connecting briefly, then disappearing. Strange traffic patterns in the early morning hours, when I should have been the only one active. Someone had compromised my security. Someone had access. The intrusion felt intimate, violating in ways I couldn't fully process. My private space, my data, my life, all exposed to unknown observers. I changed all my passwords, reconfigured my router, installed new firewalls. The intrusions continued, more sophisticated now, avoiding the measures I put in place. Whoever it was had considerable skill, or resources, or both. Each time I implemented a new security measure, they adapted, evolved, found new pathways into my systems. It became a game of chess where I could only see my own pieces, never my opponent's. A week after viewing the stream, I received an email from an address consisting of random characters. The subject line was the same verification code I had seen on the piece of paper in the video. The body of the email contained a single line about viewers becoming participants eventually. I deleted the email, reported it as phishing, told myself it was automated, sent to everyone who had accessed the stream. Nothing personal, nothing targeted. But my hands shook as I clicked the delete button. My breath came in short, shallow gasps. I knew. Some part of me already knew. Then the real messages started arriving. Direct messages to accounts I hadn't shared with anyone. My private phone number, my work email. All with the same theme. They knew who I was. They knew where I lived. They knew my routines. Each message included proof. A photo of my apartment building taken that day, a screenshot of my calendar, a list of my recent purchases. The level of detail grew more invasive with each communication. What I ate for breakfast, which route I took to work, how long I spent in the shower. The final message came with an attachment, a floor plan of my apartment with an X marked beside my bed. The message informed me that my stream would begin soon, and participants were already bidding. The clinical precision of the threat made it worse somehow. No emotion, no sadness, just process, procedure, industry. I went to the police, tried to explain without incriminating myself. They took notes, offered to send a patrol car by my building, suggested I was being targeted by standard identity thieves. They didn't understand, couldn't understand without seeing what I had seen. The bored expressions on their faces as I tried to convey the danger made me realize how alone I truly was. I stayed in a hotel that night, paid in cash, used a fake name, didn't bring any devices with me, just sat in the room with the chain on the door, watching the parking lot through a gap in the curtains. Nothing happened. No one came. Hours stretched into eternity as I waited for a threat that never materialized. Sleep came in brief, restless intervals, interrupted by the slightest sounds from neighboring rooms or the hallway outside. I returned home the next day, convinced I had overreacted. The apartment was exactly as I had left it. No signs of entry, no disturbance. I ran more security scans, changed the locks, installed a camera system. Life began to feel normal again as days passed without incident, but the normalcy felt thin, fragile, like ice forming over a dark lake. I went through the motions of my routine while constantly looking over my shoulder, checking reflections in windows, scanning crowds for watching eyes. 2 weeks later, as I was falling asleep, I heard a notification sound from my phone. A new email, the verification code as the subject line again. The body contained a link and words about my viewership making something possible. I didn't click the link, deleted the email immediately, blocked the sender, tried to go back to sleep. The darkness of my bedroom seemed deeper somehow, the shadows more substantial. My heartbeat echoed in my ears, too loud, too fast. Sleep retreated beyond my reach. That's when I heard the knock at my door. Not a pounding or frantic banging, just 3 measured, deliberate knocks. Professional, patient. The sound cut through the silence of my apartment with surgical precision. My entire body went rigid, paralyzed by the confirmation of my worst fears. I checked the camera feed on my phone. No one appeared on the screen, just an empty hallway. The emptiness seemed wrong somehow, unnatural, as if the space itself had been hollowed out. Reality thinned to allow something through. Another knock, same pattern, same deliberate pacing. The sound seemed to reverberate through my bones, setting my teeth on edge. The empty hallway on my phone screen made no sense. The knocking made no sense. Nothing made sense anymore. I called the police, whispering my address, explaining there was someone at my door. They promised to send someone, asked if I could stay on the line. I agreed, keeping my voice low. The dispatcher's voice in my ear provided a tenuous connection to normality, to safety. I clung to it even as another set of knocks came. The knocking came a 3rd time. I moved as quietly as I could to the door, looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, not just unoccupied, but empty in a way that defied explanation. The familiar corridor seemed distorted, stretched, as if viewed through warped glass. And still, no one visible who could be causing the sound. A 4th knock, right in front of me. Impossible, with no one there. the sound now originating centimeters from my face. I could feel the vibration of it through the door, against my forehead pressed to the peephole. A knock from nothing, from nowhere, from no one. I backed away from the door, explained to the dispatcher what was happening. They asked me to verify my address again, told me units were 3 minutes away. Their voice sounded distant now, underwater, unreachable, the connection failing as reality unraveled around me. The knocking stopped. My phone chimed with a new notification, a text message from my own number informing me they were already inside. The words glowed on the screen, impossible yet undeniable. The air in the apartment changed, grew heavier, charged with presence. No longer alone, no longer safe, never safe again. The police arrived 8 minutes later. They found the door locked, chained from the inside. When no one answered their knocks, they broke the door down. The apartment was empty, no signs of struggle, no evidence anyone had been there besides me. Just my phone on the floor, screen shattered, and a piece of paper beside it with that same verification code. The police report noted nothing unusual beyond an abandoned residence, a missing person case with no leads, no witnesses, no evidence of foul play. Just another digital ghost, forgotten as screens scroll to the next distraction. I'm told they're still looking for me, friends, family, co-workers. They've all received messages from my accounts saying I needed some time away, that I'd be back soon. The messages include details only I would know, use phrases and expressions specific to me. Perfect digital forgeries maintaining the illusion that I still exist in the world I once knew. They aren't from me. I don't know where I am. The room has white walls, concrete floor with a drain in the center, a single chair that I'm secured to. There's a camera mounted in the corner, its red light constantly on, watching, streaming. The light never blinks, never wavers. A mechanical eye broadcasting my existence to unseen watchers. Sometimes I hear notifications through the walls. Sounds like bids being placed. Sounds like viewers making requests. The same commerce I once witnessed now cycles back to me. The drain in the floor waits patiently. The restraints hold firm. The door remains closed but will open soon. I know what's coming. I've seen this stream before. The other side of the screen now. The other side of the mask. Participant, no longer viewer. If you're reading this, it's because someone wants my story shared. A warning, perhaps. Or an advertisement. The truth doesn't matter anymore. Only the stream matters. Only the viewers matter. Be careful what you look for online. Be careful what you allow yourself to witness. The line between viewer and participant is thinner than you think. A membrane easily punctured. A boundary easily crossed. And if you hear that measured knock at your door someday, don't answer. I've always been the responsible type. Growing up, I was the kid who reminded teachers about homework and never forgot to lock the front door. My mum used to say I was born middle-aged, which wasn't exactly a compliment, but wasn't entirely wrong either. That reliability served me well when I moved to Manchester for university. While my course mates were getting bladdered every night and sleeping through lectures, I kept my head down, studied hard, and managed my money carefully. By my second year, I built up a decent reputation as someone who could be trusted with responsibilities that other students would probably mess up. That's how I ended up house-sitting for Professor Williams. She taught European history and lived in one of those Victorian terraces in Didsbury that academics always seem to end up in. The place was filled with books and quirky furniture, looking like it had been furnished entirely from charity shops, but somehow working perfectly together. She'd been recommended for a visiting fellowship at Oxford and needed someone reliable to look after her house for 6 months. The arrangement was brilliant for me. Free accommodation in a much nicer area than I could normally afford, plus a small monthly payment for handling basic maintenance and keeping the place secure. All I had to do was water her plants, deal with any post, and make sure the house didn't get broken into while she was away. Professor Williams was thorough about explaining everything before she left: which plants needed watering when, how to work the ancient central heating system, where the stopcock was in case of emergencies. She showed me around every room, pointing out anything that might need attention and making sure I understood how everything worked. The house was larger than it looked from outside, with rooms that seemed to have been added on over the years without much planning. There was a study lined with books from floor to ceiling, a conservatory full of plants that she was particularly worried about, and a cellar that she used for storage, but told me I probably wouldn't need to access. She also had a small office upstairs where she did her research, with a computer and filing cabinets full of what looked like academic papers and correspondence. She asked me not to disturb anything in there, which was fine by me. I had no interest in medieval trade routes or whatever it was she specialized in. The first few weeks went smoothly. I settled into a routine of checking the plants every couple of days, bringing in any post, and generally making sure everything was ticking over normally. The house was comfortable and quiet, much better for studying than my previous shared accommodation, where someone was always playing music or having people round. Professor Williams had left me her contact details and asked me to send weekly updates about how everything was going. Just brief emails letting her know that the house was fine and there were no problems. She was clearly quite anxious about leaving her home for such a long period, which I could understand given how much stuff she had accumulated over the years. But after about a month, I started receiving emails from her that seemed odd. She began asking very specific questions about things happening around the house, whether I'd noticed anyone lurking in the street outside, if any post had arrived that wasn't addressed to her, whether I'd heard any unusual noises during the night. The sort of questions that suggested she was worried about something more serious than just general burglary concerns. When I assured her that everything was completely normal and quiet, she seemed relieved, but also somehow surprised, as if she'd been expecting something to happen and was puzzled that it hadn't occurred yet. She also started giving me additional instructions about security, making sure all windows were locked every night, not answering the door to anyone I didn't recognize, being careful about what information I shared if neighbors asked questions about her absence. Again, sensible precautions, but the level of concern seemed disproportionate to the actual risks. I began paying more attention to the house and neighborhood, wondering if there was something I'd missed that was making Professor Williams so anxious. But Didsbury was exactly the sort of middle-class area where the biggest crime problem was probably bicycle theft. The neighbors were friendly but not intrusive. The street was well lit and regularly patrolled, and I'd never felt unsafe walking around at any time of day or night. The house itself also seemed perfectly secure. Good locks on all the doors and windows, a modern alarm system, even security lights that came on automatically if anyone approached the property after dark. Whatever Professor Williams was worried about, she'd clearly taken reasonable precautions to protect against it. That's when I started exploring the house more thoroughly. I'd been respectful of her privacy during the first month, staying in the main living areas and only going into other rooms when necessary for maintenance. But her increasingly worried emails made me curious about whether there was something about the property that she hadn't mentioned during her initial tour. The study and conservatory were exactly as she'd shown me. Nothing unusual or concerning. Her bedroom and the guest room where I was staying were also completely normal. But when I started looking more carefully at the upstairs office, I noticed things that hadn't registered during my initial visit. The filing cabinets contained much more than just academic research. There were folders full of correspondence with solicitors, insurance companies, and what appeared to be private investigators. Legal documents related to property disputes, insurance claims for items that had apparently been stolen, even what looked like restraining orders taken out against individuals whose names I didn't recognize. Professor Williams had clearly been dealing with some serious problems that went well beyond normal academic concerns. The computer in her office was password protected, but she'd left it logged in with several browser windows open. Most were related to her research, but there were also tabs showing websites that specialized in personal security and surveillance detection. Forums where people discussed stalking, harassment, and methods for protecting yourself against individuals who posed ongoing threats. It was becoming clear that Professor Williams's anxiety about house security wasn't general paranoia. She was dealing with specific threats from people who had targeted her in the past and might try to access her property while she was away. I started reading through more of the documents in her filing cabinets, trying to understand what kind of situation I'd gotten myself involved with. What I found was a pattern of harassment and intimidation that had been going on for several years. Someone had been systematically targeting Professor Williams with various forms of harassment, items stolen from her garden, threatening letters posted through her door, even incidents of people attempting to break into her house while she was asleep. She'd reported everything to the police, but they'd been unable to identify the perpetrators or provide effective protection. The harassment seemed to be connected to her academic work, specifically research she'd been conducting into historical property ownership in the Manchester area. Some of her findings had apparently contradicted claims made by individuals who were involved in contemporary property disputes, and they'd responded by trying to intimidate her into retracting or modifying her conclusions. But the harassment had escalated beyond simple intimidation. Recent incidents included evidence that someone had been inside her house while she was away, moving items around and accessing her computer and files. Professional security assessments had confirmed that her property was being monitored by people with sophisticated surveillance equipment and detailed knowledge of her daily routine. The Oxford Fellowship hadn't been an academic opportunity. It had been an escape route. Professor Williams had accepted the position specifically to get away from Manchester until the harassment situation could be resolved. She'd hoped that a 6-month absence would convince her tormentors to move on to other targets. But leaving the house empty created new vulnerabilities. If the people harassing her were primarily interested in her research and files, an unoccupied property would provide the perfect opportunity for them to search through everything without interference. That's why she'd been so specific about security precautions and had asked for such detailed updates about any unusual activity. She wasn't just worried about burglary. She was expecting her harassers to use her absence as an opportunity to break in and steal or destroy her research materials. I realized I was essentially being used as a human security system, positioned in the house to deter break-in attempts and alert her if anyone tried to access her property. But I had no idea how dangerous these people might be or what they'd do if they discovered someone was living in the house they were planning to search. Professor Williams hadn't told me any of this because she'd known I probably wouldn't have agreed to house sit if I'd understood the real risks involved. Instead, she'd presented it as a straightforward arrangement that would benefit both of us while concealing the fact that I might be putting myself in serious danger. I considered confronting her about the deception, but I was also curious about what exactly she'd discovered that had made these people so determined to stop her research. The academic papers in her filing system were dense and technical, full of references to medieval property records and land ownership disputes that seemed unlikely to generate such extreme reactions. But when I started looking at her more recent work, I found research that was much more contemporary and potentially controversial. Professor Williams had been investigating connections between historical property ownership and modern property development in Manchester. Specifically, she'd been tracing how certain pieces of land had been acquired, developed, and transferred over several centuries, revealing patterns that suggested some contemporary property holdings might be based on fraudulent historical claims. Her research had identified several prominent Manchester property developers whose holdings appeared to be derived from land that had been acquired through forged documents, bribery, and other illegal methods during the 19th and early 20th centuries. If her findings were accurate, these developers' current property empires could be vulnerable to legal challenges that might cost them millions of pounds. That would certainly explain why someone might be willing to use harassment and intimidation to prevent her research from being published or used in legal proceedings. But it also meant that the people targeting her weren't just academic rivals or cranks with grievances about historical interpretations. They were potentially connected to serious criminal enterprises with substantial financial resources and a willingness to use violence to protect their interests. I was now living in a house that contained evidence of major property fraud, being targeted by people who had already demonstrated their willingness to use illegal methods to suppress inconvenient research. Professor Williams's increasingly worried emails suddenly made much more sense. She wasn't just concerned about burglary. She was terrified that her research would be destroyed and that anyone protecting it might be seriously harmed in the process. I started taking much more serious security precautions, double-checking all locks every night, varying my daily routine to make it harder for anyone to predict when I'd be home, even researching escape routes from the house in case someone tried to break in while I was there. But I also began preparing to document and preserve Professor Williams's research in case something did happen to the original materials. If people were willing to commit serious crimes to suppress her findings, those findings were probably important enough to deserve protection. I started copying her files onto external storage devices, uploading important documents to secure cloud storage, even photographing particularly crucial papers so there would be multiple backups if the originals were destroyed. As I worked through her research more systematically, I began to understand why it posed such a serious threat to certain property developers. Her historical analysis didn't just identify questionable land acquisitions. It provided detailed documentation that could be used in court to challenge the legal ownership of some of Manchester's most valuable commercial and residential properties. Property worth hundreds of millions of pounds could potentially be redistributed if her research was accepted as evidence in legal proceedings. Entire business empires could collapse if the historical ownership claims they were based on were proven to be fraudulent. That level of financial exposure would certainly justify extreme measures to prevent the research from becoming public knowledge. But I also realized that simply copying and storing the research wasn't enough to protect it. If the people targeting Professor Williams discovered that backup copies existed, they'd probably escalate their efforts to suppress the information entirely. Anyone known to have access to her research would become a target for the same harassment and intimidation she'd experienced. And unlike an established academic with tenure and institutional support, a student house-sitter would be much more vulnerable to serious threats. I was sitting on evidence of major crimes committed by people with significant resources and demonstrated willingness to use illegal methods to protect their interests. Even if I tried to distance myself from the situation, I now knew too much to be completely safe from retaliation. The house-sitting arrangement that had seemed like such a good opportunity was actually a trap that had put me in serious danger without my knowledge or consent. That's when I started noticing signs that the house was being watched. Cars parked in the street for longer than normal, with occupants who seemed to be observing the property rather than visiting neighbors. People walking past more frequently than you'd expect for a quiet residential street, sometimes making multiple passes within short periods. Most concerning were indications that someone had been testing the house's security measures. Scratch marks around lock mechanisms that suggested attempted lockpicking, footprints in flower beds near windows, even what looked like small electronic devices attached to the property's exterior that might have been surveillance equipment. Professor Williams's harassers had apparently identified the house as a target and were conducting reconnaissance in preparation for a break-in attempt. I tried contacting her to report these developments, but her responses became increasingly evasive. She seemed reluctant to discuss specific security concerns and kept redirecting the conversation to routine house maintenance issues, as if she was worried that our email communications might be monitored by the same people who were targeting her research. When I pressed her for clearer guidance about what to do if I discovered evidence of attempted break-ins, she suggested that I might want to consider ending the house-sitting arrangement early and returning to normal student accommodation. But by this point, I was too invested in protecting her research to simply walk away. The historical property fraud she'd uncovered was exactly the sort of investigative journalism I hoped to pursue after graduation. Her work represented years of careful research that could expose serious crimes and help victims recover property that had been stolen from their families generations earlier. If I abandoned the house and her research was destroyed, important evidence of historical injustices would be lost forever. I decided to stay and take whatever precautions I could to protect both the property and the research materials. But I also started preparing for the possibility that the harassment might escalate to direct confrontation. That preparation turned out to be necessary sooner than I'd expected. I woke up 3 nights later to the sound of someone trying to force open the back door of the house, not attempting to pick the lock or disable the alarm system, just using brute force to break through the door and gain entry as quickly as possible. I had maybe 30 seconds before they got inside. I can't bring myself to properly clean my own house anymore. Every time I pick up a cloth or switch on the Hoover, I think about the things I found hidden inside other people's homes, and I start to wonder what might be buried in mine. What seemed like straightforward work ended up showing me how fragile privacy really is. The whole thing started when I answered an advertisement for domestic cleaning work in Stoke-on-Trent. I had been struggling to find steady employment after the care home where I worked closed down due to funding issues. The redundancy package had barely lasted 2 months, and I was facing the prospect of losing my flat if I couldn't find regular income soon. The cleaning job seemed ideal for my circumstances. The agency advertised flexible hours, above average pay, and the opportunity to work independently without constant supervision. They emphasized that they served a discerning clientele who valued discretion and reliability above all else. During the interview, the agency manager explained that their clients were typically busy professionals who traveled frequently for work. Many of their properties required maintenance cleaning while the owners were abroad, ensuring that homes remained pristine and secure during extended absences. the manager stressed that absolute discretion was essential for this type of work. Clients needed to trust that their homes would be treated with complete respect, and that any personal information encountered during cleaning would remain strictly confidential. She made it clear that discussing clients or their homes with anyone outside the agency would result in immediate termination. I was assigned to a rotation of about 6 different properties across Staffordshire and the West Midlands. All were substantial homes owned by people who apparently travelled extensively for business. The agency provided detailed cleaning schedules and specific instructions for each property, along with keys and alarm codes for access. The first few properties I cleaned were exactly as advertised. Well-maintained homes that showed signs of recent occupation, but were temporarily vacant while the owners travelled. The cleaning work was thorough but straightforward, focusing on maintaining the properties in pristine condition for the owner's return. However, I began noticing unusual aspects of these homes that didn't quite fit the profile of busy traveling professionals. Many contained personal belongings and living arrangements that suggested the owners had left suddenly rather than departing for planned business trips. Some properties had half-eaten meals still on tables, unopened mail accumulating by the front door, and cars parked in driveways that appeared to have been sitting unused for weeks. The homes felt abandoned rather than temporarily vacant, as if the occupants had simply vanished without making proper arrangements for their absence. When I mentioned these observations to the agency manager, she explained that many of their clients worked in high-stress industries where travel plans could change rapidly. Emergency business trips often required immediate departure, leaving little time for proper household arrangements. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for the apparent haste with which some clients had departed their homes. International business often involved urgent situations that required dropping everything to respond to crises or opportunities abroad. However, as I continued working for the agency, I noticed that the cleaning assignments involved tasks that went beyond typical domestic maintenance. I was asked to organize personal documents, inventory valuable items, and photograph certain rooms and belongings for what the agency described as insurance and security purposes. These additional responsibilities felt intrusive and unnecessary for basic cleaning services. When I questioned why document organization and property photography were required, the agency explained that their clients often needed assistance managing their affairs during extended absences. Many clients were elderly or had complex financial arrangements that required careful monitoring, while they were unable to oversee their properties personally. The agency provided comprehensive property management services that went beyond simple cleaning to include basic administrative support. This explanation seemed plausible for legitimate property management work, but the specific documents and items I was asked to photograph suggested interests that went beyond administrative assistance. I was documenting personal correspondence, financial records, and intimate family photographs that seemed irrelevant to property security. The agency began requesting more detailed reports about each property, including information about the personal lives and circumstances of the homeowners based on what I observed during cleaning. They wanted to know about medication schedules, social relationships, and lifestyle patterns that could be determined from examining personal belongings. When I expressed discomfort with gathering such intimate information about the homeowners, the agency reminded me that understanding client circumstances was essential for providing appropriate property management services. Elderly or vulnerable clients often needed additional support that required awareness of their personal situations. Around the 6th week of my employment with the agency, I was assigned to clean a property that belonged to an elderly woman named Mrs. Henderson. Unlike the other homes on my route, this property showed clear signs that the owner had not left voluntarily for business travel. The house contained evidence of a struggle, with furniture overturned, personal belongings scattered, and signs that someone had been searching through drawers and cabinets. The home felt like a crime scene, rather than a property requiring maintenance cleaning while the owner traveled. When I contacted the agency about the condition of Mrs. Henderson's home, they explained that she had suffered a medical emergency while preparing for a trip and had been hospitalized. The family had asked for emergency cleaning services to secure the property while they dealt with the medical crisis. This explanation seemed reasonable enough, but I was troubled by the specific cleaning instructions for Mrs. Henderson's property. Instead of focusing on tidying up after the medical emergency, I was asked to photograph all personal documents, inventory jewelry and valuables, and document any information about bank accounts or financial arrangements. These tasks felt more like systematic robbery than cleaning services for a family dealing with a medical emergency. I was essentially cataloging everything of value in the home and documenting personal information that could be used for identity theft or financial fraud. When I tried to refuse these expanded responsibilities, the agency pointed out that I had already been gathering similar information from other properties for several weeks. They reminded me that I had signed comprehensive confidentiality agreements that covered all aspects of the property management services I was providing. They also mentioned that I had gained access to sensitive information about multiple clients and their personal circumstances. This knowledge made me a valuable part of their operation, but it also meant that ending my employment would require careful consideration of security implications. The agency began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that they could not have gathered through our employment relationship. They made references to my financial difficulties, housing situation, and daily routine that suggested they had been conducting background research into my own life. This surveillance became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my activities and communications were being monitored. The agency was applying the same intelligence-gathering techniques to my personal life that I had been using to gather information about their clients' circumstances. I realized that the cleaning work had been used to recruit me into systematic burglary and identity theft operations disguised as property management services. The homes I had been cleaning belonged to vulnerable people who had been targeted for exploitation, and I had been gathering the intelligence needed to rob them systematically. The properties weren't owned by traveling business professionals at all. They belonged to elderly or vulnerable people who had been removed from their homes through various means, allowing the agency to access their properties and personal information without interference. Mrs. Henderson's case was probably typical of how the operation worked. Vulnerable people were identified and their circumstances manipulated to create opportunities for accessing their homes and gathering information about their assets and personal lives. When I attempted to report my suspicions to the police, I discovered that explaining the situation was extremely difficult. The cleaning work had been presented as legitimate property management services. The confidentiality agreements I had signed covered various types of administrative assistance, and the personal information I had gathered could be justified as necessary for proper client care. The agency had structured their operations to make the systematic robbery and identity theft appear like legitimate property management work. Proving criminal intent would require evidence that went beyond what I could provide based on my limited knowledge of their overall operations. The agency continued to contact me for several months after I stopped working for them, offering additional cleaning assignments and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active. I never determined the full scope of their operations or what happened to the people whose homes I had been systematically cataloging. The combination of property access, personal intelligence gathering, and sophisticated methods for targeting vulnerable individuals suggested an organization capable of extensive financial and personal exploitation. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for recruiting people into criminal operations by presenting theft and fraud as legitimate employment opportunities. They understood how to exploit financial desperation to recruit accomplices who would provide detailed intelligence about potential victims' assets and vulnerabilities. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my desire for steady employment had been transformed into participation in systematic victimization of vulnerable people. The cleaning work had been a recruitment method designed to identify people desperate enough to ignore ethical concerns in exchange for regular income. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar property management companies, offering cleaning and administrative work that pays well for what appears to be basic domestic services. The positions they advertise always involve working with elderly or traveling clients, always require strict confidentiality, and always include responsibilities that go beyond typical cleaning work. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate property management services while actually participating in systematic robbery and exploitation of vulnerable homeowners. I was looking for cheap furniture online when I found photographs of my grandmother's sitting room, posted 3 weeks before she died. I only discovered this because I was trying to find cheap furniture for my first proper flat after graduating from Cardiff. Estate sales were brilliant for picking up decent pieces without paying retail prices, and there were several websites that specialized in house clearances where the family either couldn't be bothered with the hassle or lived too far away to deal with it properly. Most of these sites were straightforward. Photographs of rooms full of furniture, descriptions of individual pieces, contact details for viewing appointments. But I kept finding listings that seemed too good to be true, offering valuable antiques and collectibles at prices that made no sense unless something was seriously wrong with them. That's how I ended up browsing the darker corners of online estate sales, places where people sold items that might not have been acquired through entirely legitimate means. There were no obviously stolen items, only house clearances and estate sales with unclear provenance and ownership documents. As I scrolled through a site specializing in urgent clearances, I came across a listing that left me speechless. It was titled Complete House Contents, Elderly Lady, Cardiff Area, and the main photograph showed my grandmother's sitting room, exactly as I remembered it from my last visit. The listing had been posted 3 weeks earlier. My grandmother had died 5 days ago. According to the sale description, the contents belonged to an elderly woman who had recently passed away, and the family wanted everything cleared quickly. They were offering the entire house contents as individual lots: furniture, ornaments, books, even kitchen equipment and bedding. The photographs showed every room in comprehensive detail. But my grandmother had been alive and living independently when these photos were taken. I recognized specific arrangements that she'd changed just days before her death. A vase she'd moved from the windowsill to the mantelpiece, magazines that had been on her coffee table, even the way she'd arranged her medication on the kitchen counter. Someone had been inside her house, cataloging everything she owned while she was still living there. The photographs were professional quality, taken with proper lighting equipment and careful composition. Not the sort of quick snapshots you'd expect from someone hastily clearing a house after a death. These had been planned and executed systematically, documenting every valuable item and piece of furniture. What made it worse was the level of detail. The photographer had opened wardrobes and drawers, cataloguing jewelry, personal documents, even clothing. They'd moved items around to get better shots, rearranged furniture to show pieces more clearly. This wasn't a quick survey. Someone had spent hours going through my grandmother's possessions. I tried contacting the seller through the site's messaging system, claiming I was interested in viewing the items. The response came back within hours, professional and businesslike, offering to arrange access to the property for serious buyers. They even provided an address, my grandmother's actual address. When I asked how soon the items would be available, they said the house would be accessible within the week, pending final legal clearances. They seemed completely confident that they'd have full access to sell everything, as if my grandmother's death had been a certainty rather than the sudden heart attack that had actually killed her. I showed the listing to my mum, who was handling the funeral arrangements and probate. She went white when she saw the photographs, immediately recognizing not just the house, but specific items that she'd been planning to keep as mementos. The seller was offering her own mother's engagement ring, the dining table where we'd had family meals, even the china set that was supposed to pass to my cousin. We called the police, but explaining the situation was complicated. How do you report that someone photographed your grandmother's possessions before she died and was now trying to sell them illegally? The officer we spoke to seemed confused about whether any actual crime had been committed. Technically, nothing had been stolen yet, and proving that someone had entered the house without permission would be difficult. The police did agree to check the property for signs of forced entry, but they found nothing obvious. All the locks were intact, windows secure, no indication that anyone had broken in. Either the photographer had used a key, or they'd found another way inside that left no traces. That's when I started thinking about who would have had access to my grandmother's house in the weeks before her death. She'd been having problems with her heating system and had arranged for several repair visits. The council had also sent someone to assess whether she qualified for additional support services. There had been a meter reader, a postman delivering a registered letter, even someone from her insurance company who'd wanted to inspect the property for a policy renewal. Any of these people could have taken photographs while they were legitimately inside the house, or they could have made copies of keys, noted security vulnerabilities, gathered information that would allow them to return later when she was out shopping or visiting friends. My grandmother had been trusting of people in official capacities. If someone had arrived with proper identification and a reasonable explanation for why they needed access, she would have let them in without question. She'd grown up in an era when you could generally trust people who claimed to represent legitimate organizations. I started researching the other listings on the same website, looking for similar cases where houses had been photographed and catalogued before the owners had actually died. What I found was a pattern that made my hands shake as I scrolled through the results. Dozens of properties, all belonging to elderly people living alone, all photographed in the same professional style with the same comprehensive documentation. Most of the listings claimed the owners had recently passed away, or that families wanted quick clearances for unspecified reasons. But when I cross-referenced the addresses with death notices and obituaries, I found several cases where the photographs had been taken weeks or even months before the actual deaths. Someone was systematically documenting the possessions of elderly people, then waiting for them to die so they could claim ownership of everything they'd catalogued. Some of the cases were even more disturbing. Properties where the photographs showed clear signs of neglect or health problems, medication bottles scattered around, mobility aids, evidence of declining self-care, as if someone was specifically targeting vulnerable people who might be approaching the end of their lives. The website itself was sophisticated, with proper payment systems and customer support. This wasn't some amateur operation run by opportunistic thieves. Someone had built a comprehensive business around predicting and profiting from elderly deaths. I tried reporting what I'd found to action on elder abuse, but they said they needed more concrete evidence of actual crimes before they could intervene. Photographing someone's possessions wasn't illegal if you had permission to be in their house, and proving that permission hadn't been given would require testimony from victims who were no longer alive. The police were equally unhelpful. They agreed that the whole thing sounded suspicious, but without evidence of theft or fraud, there was little they could do. They suggested that the photographs might have been taken by legitimate estate valuers or insurance assessors, and that the timing was just an unfortunate coincidence. But I knew it wasn't coincidence. Someone had been inside my grandmother's house, planning to steal everything she owned, weeks before she died. The fact that they seemed confident about gaining access to sell her possessions suggested they weren't just waiting for natural death. They might have been actively contributing to it. I started looking more carefully at the circumstances of my grandmother's death. She'd had a heart attack while at home alone, found by a neighbor who'd noticed she hadn't collected her milk for 2 days. The doctor who certified the death said it was consistent with her age and medical history. Nothing suspicious enough to warrant an inquest. But my grandmother had been in relatively good health for her age. She'd been managing her medication properly, eating well, maintaining her independence. The heart attack had come suddenly, without the warning signs you'd normally expect from someone with underlying cardiac problems. I requested copies of her medical records from the weeks before her death, looking for any evidence that someone might have been interfering with her medication or healthcare. What I found was a series of appointments and visits that didn't match what my family had been told about her condition. There had been 3 home visits from people claiming to represent her GP surgery, supposedly checking on her well-being and medication compliance. But when I contacted the surgery, they had no record of arranging these visits. They said they would never send unqualified staff to patients' homes without proper documentation and family notification. Someone had been visiting my grandmother regularly in the weeks before her death, posing as healthcare workers with access to her medication and potentially the opportunity to cause the heart attack that killed her. I tried presenting this evidence to the police, but they said it was too circumstantial to justify reopening the case. Elderly people often confuse details about medical appointments, and proving that unauthorized people had accessed her medication would require toxicology tests that hadn't been performed during the original death investigation. Meanwhile, the online listing for her possessions remained active. The seller had updated the description to say that the property was now available for immediate clearance, and several valuable items had already been marked as sold. Someone was actively profiting from my grandmother's death, selling her possessions to buyers who had no idea they were purchasing the proceeds of what might have been murder. I tried bidding on some of the items myself, hoping to prevent them from being sold to strangers, but the seller seemed to have other buyers lined up, people who were willing to pay premium prices for specific pieces, as if they'd been planning their purchases in advance. The most disturbing possibility was that the buyers were part of the same operation, that someone was running a comprehensive business that included targeting elderly victims, arranging their deaths, and selling their possessions to clients who appreciated the efficiency of the service. I started monitoring other listings on the same website, looking for properties that might be next on their target list. What I found were dozens of houses belonging to elderly people who were still alive, all photographed in the same professional style, all listed as coming soon or pending availability. Someone was building an inventory of elderly people's possessions, planning their deaths in advance, and taking orders from buyers who were happy to wait for their preferred items to become available through estate clearances. I tried warning some of the people whose houses had been photographed, but most of them didn't believe me. Elderly people who lived alone were often suspicious of strangers making unusual claims, and they had no way to verify that their houses had been secretly documented by people planning to kill them. The few who did take me seriously often didn't know what to do with the information. Calling the police to report that someone might be planning to murder them for their possessions sounded like paranoia, especially when the evidence was just photographs on a website they couldn't access themselves. I considered going to the media, but explaining about dark web marketplaces and estate sale fraud would require revealing how I'd found the information in the first place. Most journalists wouldn't be able to verify the websites or access the evidence needed to substantiate the story. Instead, I started documenting everything myself. Screenshots of listings, records of which properties had been photographed and when, cross-references with subsequent death notices and estate sales, building a comprehensive database that might eventually be useful to law enforcement, even if they weren't ready to act on it yet. What I discovered was that the operation was much larger than I'd initially realized. The same seller had listings for properties across Wales and Western England, suggesting a network of people who specialized in targeting elderly victims in multiple regions. Some of the photographs showed signs that the documentation process was becoming more systematic. Earlier listings were relatively simple, just showing furniture and valuable items. But more recent ones included detailed inventories, professional valuations, even photographs of documents like wills and insurance policies. Someone was expanding their business model, gathering information that would allow them to maximize profits from each victim, not just stealing possessions, but potentially manipulating inheritance arrangements and insurance claims to extract maximum value from each death they arranged. I'm still monitoring the websites, still documenting new listings, and trying to warn potential victims when I can identify them. But I know I'm fighting something much larger and more organized than I can handle alone. My grandmother's possessions are gone now, sold to buyers who will never know they were purchased with blood money. Her house has been cleared and put up for rent, with no trace remaining of the life she'd built there over 60 years. The people responsible are still operating, still photographing elderly people's homes, still planning deaths and estate sales with the efficiency of any other business venture. And somewhere out there, other families are probably discovering that their grandparents' possessions were being catalogued and sold before they'd even died. The worst part is knowing that this will keep happening until someone with proper authority takes it seriously. But elderly people die every day, and most families are too grief-stricken to question whether their loved ones' deaths were really as natural as they appeared. The ideal cover for a murder business that operates in plain sight, posing as legitimate estate clearances and house sales. I never meant to find it. That's what I keep telling myself anyway. It started with a conversation at work. I was having lunch with a colleague from the IT department who'd been going on about online privacy and government surveillance. Nothing particularly radical, just the usual complaints about data collection and targeted advertising that everyone seems to have these days. But then he mentioned something about encrypted networks and hidden services that caught my attention. I'm not particularly tech savvy, mind you. I work in marketing for a small firm in Birmingham, and my computer skills extend about as far as PowerPoint presentations and the occasional Excel spreadsheet. But something about what he'd said intrigued me. The idea that there was this entire hidden layer of the internet that most people never even knew existed, running parallel to our normal browsing. He'd been quite vague about the details, probably assuming I wouldn't be interested or wouldn't understand the technical aspects. But curiosity got the better of me, and I found myself researching it later that evening. It took me the better part of a week to figure out how to access these hidden networks. I won't go into the technical details because, frankly, I barely understood them myself. But after following various online guides and downloading the necessary software, I finally found myself staring at a very basic-looking browser window that promised access to this shadowy corner of the web. The first few sites I visited were disappointingly mundane. Forums discussing privacy rights, marketplaces selling things that were questionable but hardly shocking, and a lot of political discussion that seemed more paranoid than dangerous. It was all rather anticlimactic, to be honest. I'd expected something more sinister, more obviously criminal. But then I stumbled across a link buried deep in one of the forums. It was just a string of random characters with no description, posted by someone with an equally meaningless username. Something about its anonymity made me curious enough to click. The page that loaded was stark black with red text. No fancy graphics, no navigation menu, just a simple message. Live rooms available, premium access only. Below that was a list of what looked like room numbers, each with a small viewer count next to it. Most showed 0 or 1 viewer, but a few had numbers in the teens or 20s. I clicked on one of the rooms with a moderate viewer count, expecting perhaps some sort of chat room or video conference. Instead, I was met with a login screen requesting payment details for what it called viewing privileges. The amounts weren't astronomical, but they weren't trivial either. About what you might spend on a decent meal out. Common sense should have kicked in at that point. I should have closed the browser and forgotten about the whole thing. But curiosity is a powerful motivator, and I found myself entering my card details before I'd really thought it through. The room I entered appeared to be someone's living space, filmed from a fixed camera angle in the corner. It wasn't particularly interesting at first glance. A sofa, a coffee table, some bookshelves. The lighting was dim, and the image quality wasn't great. I began to wonder what exactly I was paying to watch. Then I noticed the timer in the corner of the screen, counting down from what looked like about 40 minutes, and below that, a chat box where viewers could apparently send messages. Most of them seemed to be requests or suggestions, though I couldn't quite make sense of what they were referring to. I was about to leave when a figure entered the frame. They were wearing dark clothing and moved with deliberate, measured steps. What struck me immediately was how they seemed to acknowledge the camera, looking directly at it and nodding slightly, as if greeting the viewers. The person moved to the coffee table and began arranging items on its surface. Even through the grainy video feed, I could see they were being very methodical about it. Tools of some sort laid out in precise rows. The chat activity increased dramatically during this process, with messages appearing faster than I could read them. That's when I began to understand what I was watching. The room had another occupant, someone sitting in a chair that had been just outside the camera's view, until the first person adjusted its angle slightly. This second individual appeared to be restrained, though the poor video quality made it difficult to be certain of details. My finger hovered over the close button on my browser. Every rational part of my brain was screaming at me to shut this down and never think about it again. But I found myself frozen, unable to look away from the screen. The timer continued counting down. The chat messages became increasingly specific and disturbing, and the person in dark clothing continued their methodical preparations, occasionally glancing at the camera as if checking on their audience. I want to say that I closed the browser immediately, that I reported what I'd seen to the police and tried to forget about the whole experience. But that wouldn't be entirely truthful. I watched for another 10 minutes before finally managing to close the window. 10 minutes during which I witnessed things that I still can't properly process, let alone describe. 10 minutes that have fundamentally changed how I see the world around me. The worst part wasn't even what I saw, though that was horrific enough. It was the realization of how easily I'd found it, how simple the payment process had been, and how many other viewers were in that room with me. People just like me, presumably, sitting in their homes and choosing to watch something unspeakable unfold in real time. I deleted all the software from my computer that night and tried to convince myself it had all been some sort of elaborate fake. Special effects, actors, a sick form of entertainment designed to shock gullible viewers. But deep down, I knew better. The next few days passed in a haze. I couldn't concentrate at work, couldn't sleep properly, couldn't shake the feeling that I'd crossed some invisible line that I could never uncross. I'd become complicit in something terrible simply by being a witness to it. But worse than the guilt was the curiosity that lingered. Questions that I couldn't get out of my head. Who were those people? Where was that room? Were there others? How many others? It took me nearly a week to resist the urge to log back in. When I finally did, the site had changed. The room I'd visited was no longer on the list, replaced by others with different numbers but similar viewer counts. The black and red interface was exactly the same, as was the payment system. It was as if nothing had happened, as if what I'd witnessed had been just another evening's entertainment that was now archived somewhere in the digital ether. I clicked on a different room this time, then another. Each one showed a similar setup, a fixed camera angle, a timer, a chat box, and eventually the same type of methodical preparation I'd seen before. The third room I visited was different though. The camera angle was wider, showing more of the space. It looked like a basement or cellar with concrete walls and harsh lighting. Multiple chairs were visible in the frame, though only one was occupied initially. As I watched, more figures entered the room. They moved with the same deliberate precision I'd observed before, but there were more of them this time. The chat activity exploded as viewers reacted to this development, and I found myself reading messages that made my stomach turn. The timer for this room showed nearly 2 hours remaining. I realized then that this wasn't just some sick individual operating alone. This was organized, professional. There were multiple locations, multiple performers, and clearly multiple audiences willing to pay for access. The scale of it hit me like a physical blow. How many rooms were there? How many viewers? How long had this been going on? And most disturbingly, how had it remained hidden for so long if access was this straightforward? I started keeping a notebook after that, documenting room numbers, viewer counts, and any details I could discern about the locations. I told myself I was gathering evidence, that I'd eventually find a way to report this to the authorities. But really, I think I was just trying to make sense of something that defied comprehension. The rooms seemed to operate on different schedules. Some were active during typical evening hours in the UK. Others seemed timed for different zones entirely. The production values varied as well. Some were clearly amateur setups with poor lighting and single cameras, while others showed signs of more sophisticated equipment and planning. What remained consistent was the audience participation element. Viewers could influence what happened through the chat system. though I never fully understood the mechanics of how requests were prioritized or implemented. There seemed to be some sort of hierarchy among the viewers, with certain usernames appearing to carry more weight than others. I began recognizing regular participants, usernames that appeared across multiple rooms, sometimes making similar requests or comments. It was like discovering a community of people united by their shared interest in witnessing these events. A community that I was now, technically, part of. The realization made me physically ill, but I kept watching, night after night, room after room. I told myself I was documenting evidence, but I knew that was just an excuse. The truth was that I'd become addicted to the horror of it, addicted to being witness to things that most people couldn't even imagine existed. The rooms began to feel familiar. I started recognizing certain locations that appeared repeatedly, suggesting these weren't random one-off events. Some rooms seemed to have regular schedules, with timers appearing at predictable intervals. Others were more sporadic, popping up without warning and disappearing just as quickly. I also began to notice patterns in the chat conversations, certain phrases that seemed to have specific meanings, references to other sites that I didn't dare investigate, and occasionally discussions about meeting in person, though these messages would disappear quickly. Someone was clearly watching the conversations. Someone was controlling who could access these rooms, taking the payments, and presumably organizing what happened in them. This wasn't random. It was deliberate. 3 weeks into my nightly visits, something happened that changed everything. I was watching a room that had become one of my regular stops, a space that looked like a converted garage, with medical equipment visible in the background. The timer showed about 30 minutes remaining when a new figure entered the frame. This person was different from the usual performers. They moved hesitantly, looking around as if confused or disoriented. And when they turned toward the camera, I could see their face clearly for the first time. I recognized them, not personally, but from the news. It was someone who'd been reported missing from Manchester about a month earlier. A university student whose disappearance had made the local headlines and prompted police appeals for information. The room's chat exploded with activity as other viewers apparently made the same connection. Messages referencing news articles, speculating about timelines, discussing the implications. Some viewers seemed excited by this development, while others expressed concern about the increased risk. I sat staring at my screen, paralyzed by the implications of what I was seeing. This wasn't just some underground entertainment network. These were real people. People who were being held against their will. People whose families were presumably still hoping for their safe return. I should have called the police immediately. Should have screenshot everything, documented the room details, and handed it all over to the authorities. But instead, I found myself continuing to watch, transfixed by the horror of it all. The missing student was clearly distressed, looking around the room frantically and trying to communicate with someone off camera. The usual methodical preparations began, but this time they seemed different, more urgent. The chat discussion had shifted as well, with viewers debating whether this level of publicity was worth the risk. 20 minutes into the session, something unprecedented happened. The feed cut out abruptly, replaced by a simple error message. The room disappeared from the available list, and when I tried to access it again, I received a message saying it was no longer available. The chat was buzzing with speculation about what had gone wrong. Some viewers suggested technical difficulties, others worried about police intervention. A few seemed angry about losing access to what they'd paid for. But within an hour, the room was back online with a different number and what appeared to be a completely different setup. The missing student was nowhere to be seen, and the usual proceedings continued as if nothing had happened. I never saw that particular individual again in any of the rooms I visited. Whether they'd been moved to a different location, or whether something worse had happened, I have no way of knowing. But their brief appearance had shattered any remaining illusions I'd maintained about the nature of what I was witnessing. These weren't volunteers or actors. These were victims. I stopped taking notes after that night, stopped trying to convince myself that I was gathering evidence for some future police report. Instead, I simply watched, night after night, consumed by a fascination that I knew was deeply wrong but couldn't seem to break. The rooms continued to operate with clockwork precision. New locations appeared regularly, while others disappeared without explanation. The viewer counts remained steady, suggesting a stable audience for this content, and the chat discussions continued to reveal the depth of this underground community. I began to wonder about the other viewers. Who were they? Where did they live? What did they do during the day before logging in to watch these sessions? Were they people I might know, might work with, might pass on the street? The anonymity of it all was perhaps the most disturbing aspect. Everyone was hidden behind usernames, participating in something horrific, while maintaining their normal lives in the physical world. I was doing the same thing after all. During the day, I'd sit in meetings at work, discussing marketing strategies and quarterly targets, all while knowing that I'd be spending my evening watching things that would probably result in prison sentences for everyone involved. The disconnect was surreal. My sleep became increasingly erratic. When I did manage to drift off, I'd have vivid dreams about the rooms I'd visited, the faces I'd seen, the conversations I'd read. I'd wake up feeling complicit, as if I'd been physically present for these events rather than just watching from behind a screen. The guilt was overwhelming, but not enough to make me stop. It's been nearly 2 months now since I first found that initial link. I've seen things that I'll never be able to forget, learned things about human nature that I wish I could unlearn. And yet, most nights, I still find myself opening that familiar black browser window and navigating to those hidden corners of the internet. I tell myself I'll report it eventually, that I'll find the courage to contact the authorities and provide whatever information I can. But I know I won't, because doing so would mean admitting my own role in all of this, my own complicity in what amounts to a form of digital voyeurism of the worst kind. The most terrifying realization is how easy it all is, how simple it was to access, how straightforward the payment system, how seamlessly it all operates alongside the normal internet that everyone else uses. If I could stumble across it so easily, how many others are doing the same thing? How many people are out there right now, watching these rooms, participating in this community? And perhaps most disturbing of all, how many more rooms are there that I haven't found yet? The timer in the corner of my current room shows 14 minutes remaining. The chat is active as usual, filled with the same types of requests and comments I've become accustomed to reading. Another evening for an audience of anonymous viewers, each of us safely hidden behind our screens, pretending that what we're witnessing isn't real. But it is real, and tomorrow night, I'll probably be back here again, watching another room, seeing another victim, being part of something that exists in the shadows of our connected world. I never meant to find it, but now that I have, I can't seem to look away. I'm writing this down because my therapist thinks it might help, though I doubt anything will erase what happened. Some nights I still wake up drenched in sweat, convinced I'm back in that warehouse, back under those lights, the camera's eye watching my every move, The doctor says I need to confront it all, every detail, to process the trauma. So here it is, the full account of how I became unwitting talent for the darkest corner of the internet. Before all this, I was just a struggling actor in London, 27 years old with more ambition than sense and a CV full of unpaid student films and community theatre. I'd been sleeping on a mate's sofa for 3 months after being evicted from my flat, picking up the occasional bartending shift between failed auditions, when I received an email about a high-paying documentary opportunity. I didn't even question it. The production company, Verity Films, claimed to be making an investigative piece about extreme entertainment and underground media. The pay was £2,500 for 3 days of work, more money than I'd seen in months. I remember thinking how legitimate it all seemed. Their website was professionally designed, with an impressive portfolio of previous documentaries allegedly sold to streaming platforms. The producer I spoke with, a woman named Claire, was articulate and knowledgeable about the industry. She explained they needed actors to recreate scenes described by their interviewees, former participants in something called Red Rooms on the dark web. I'd vaguely heard of these before, sites where people supposedly paid to watch torture or worse, but had always assumed they were urban legends. Claire assured me the recreations would be simulated, tastefully shot with professional effect makeup, like those crime reconstruction programs, she said, just a bit more intense. The contract I signed was lengthy, full of clauses about confidentiality and the graphic nature of the content. In retrospect, I should have had someone look it over, but I was desperate for the money and flattered by Claire's insistence that I had exactly the right look for their project. I signed it without reading past the first page, a decision I would come to regret more than anything in my life. The filming location was an industrial estate in Dagenham, a sprawling complex of warehouses that seemed largely abandoned. Claire met me outside, her warmth from our previous meeting noticeably diminished. She led me through a maze of corridors to a loading bay where a black van waited. I remember feeling the first genuine flicker of unease when I saw the driver, a massive bloke with a face that looked like it had been repeatedly introduced to a brick wall. Claire explained we needed to travel to the actual set, which was more atmospheric than the production office. The windows of the van were blacked out, making it impossible to track our journey. I tried to make conversation, asking about the other actors or the director, but Claire's responses were clipped, distracted. After what felt like an hour, we stopped. I was led, blindfolded, through what sounded like another industrial space, the echoing footsteps and damp smell suggesting another warehouse. When they removed the blindfold, I found myself in a room designed to look like a dingy basement, with bare concrete walls, exposed pipes, and a drain in the center of the floor. Camera equipment surrounded the space, but it was unlike any film set I'd worked on. No bustling crew, no clipboard-wielding assistants, just 3 men with professional-looking cameras and lighting rigs. Claire introduced a man she called the director, though she never used his actual name. Tall and slender, with prematurely white hair and round wire-rimmed glasses, he had the calm, measured demeanor of someone accustomed to being obeyed. He explained I would be portraying a subject in their documentary recreation, someone who had supposedly volunteered for a dark web experience, but got more than they bargained for. My role, he said, was simple: react authentically to whatever happened. The makeup process took nearly 2 hours, though strangely, they applied very little actual makeup. Instead, They focused on securing small, flesh-colored pads to various parts of my body, my chest, my arms, my back. When I asked what they were for, the makeup artist muttered something about reactive practical effects that would create the illusion of injuries during filming. The wardrobe was simple, faded jeans and a plain white t-shirt. After dressing, I was led to a metal chair bolted to the floor in the center of the set. The restraints, they assured me, were merely props, designed to look real but with quick release mechanisms I could activate if I felt uncomfortable. For authenticity, the director explained, they wouldn't be giving me a script or specific directions. They wanted natural reactions. Just imagine you've signed up for what you think is an edgy live stream experience, he said, and then gradually realize it's something more sinister. I remember thinking it was an odd approach to filming a documentary recreation, but also felt a flutter of excitement at the improvisational challenge. This could be my chance to showcase my range, to finally get footage for my showreel that might lead to legitimate work. The irony of that thought still makes me sick. The filming began ordinarily enough, with standard establishing shots and instructions to look frightened but trying to hide it. The director explained they would simulate various threatening scenarios to capture my reactions, reminding me repeatedly that everything was controlled and part of the documentary. The first hour was almost boring, lots of waiting while they adjusted lights and camera angles, shooting the same reaction shots repeatedly. Then, the director announced that they were moving to Phase 2, and everything changed. The first jolt from the pads attached to my body caught me completely by surprise, a sharp, painful electric shock that made me gasp and jerk against the restraints. I immediately tried to trigger the quick release mechanism, but discovered with mounting horror that it wasn't working. The director approached, smiling thinly, and explained that my authentic reactions were essential for their viewers. Viewers, he clarified, who were watching this unfold live on the dark web, paying thousands in cryptocurrency for the privilege. I remember how calmly he explained it all, as though discussing the weather or a minor scheduling change. This wasn't a documentary at all. It was a genuine Red Room broadcast, and I was their unwilling star. The contract I'd signed so carelessly had apparently contained language that, through clever legal loopholes, could be interpreted as consent to realistic simulation of distress for viewing audiences. The broadcast had begun the moment I entered the room, with paying viewers already placing bids on what would happen to me next. My mind struggled to process what was happening, desperately searching for some alternative explanation. Perhaps this was an extreme method acting exercise, an elaborate prank for a reality show. But the second shock, stronger than the first, scattered those thoughts like ashes in the wind. This was real. I was trapped in a nightmare that was being broadcast to faceless strangers who were paying to watch my suffering. Over the next few hours, though it felt like days, they escalated their program. The electric shocks varied in intensity and location. The director would calmly announce each new phase to the camera, describing the physiological effects in detached clinical language while I writhed and screamed. Between these segments, Claire would approach with water, dabbing my forehead almost tenderly, whispering that I was performing beautifully and that the audience feedback was excellent. What made it all the more horrifying was the theatrical nature of it, the professional lighting that highlighted every expression of pain, the multiple camera angles capturing every detail, the director occasionally instructing me to look more directly into camera 3 or try to maintain consciousness for this next sequence. It was torture packaged as entertainment, suffering as performance art. I tried everything, begging, threatening, promising silence if they let me go. Nothing worked. The director simply incorporated my genuine pleas into the narrative, telling the viewers this was the moment our subject truly understands their situation. Notice the transition from confusion to genuine terror. The true breaking point came during what they called the viewer request segment. The director read out usernames and their corresponding bids for specific acts to be performed. I won't detail what followed. I'm still not ready to put those particular memories into words. What I remember most vividly was the clinical precision with which they worked, careful never to go too far, to keep me conscious and visibly responsive. They weren't sadists in the conventional sense. They were business people providing a service to a particular market. Somehow, that calculated approach made it all the more horrifying. I lost track of time completely. The bright lights, the pain, and the constant performance demands created a nightmarish blur. At some point, the director announced they were moving to the finale, which had apparently received record viewership and bidding. This would be followed by the closing auction, a phrase I couldn't comprehend through the fog of pain and exhaustion. It was during the preparation for this finale that my opportunity came. One of the camera operators knocked over a light stand while repositioning, causing momentary confusion. The director barked orders, momentarily distracted, and Claire rushed to help adjust the equipment. The restraints on my right hand had loosened slightly from my constant struggling, giving me just enough room to squeeze my hand through with a final desperate effort. What followed was pure adrenaline and instinct. I lunged for the nearest potential weapon, a heavy battery pack from one of the lights, and swung it at the camera operator closest to me. In the ensuing chaos, I somehow made it to a fire exit I hadn't noticed before, partly hidden behind some equipment. I burst through into the cold night air, still trailing wires from the pads attached to my body. I ran blindly through what appeared to be an abandoned industrial complex, not knowing if I was still in London or somewhere else entirely. Eventually, I found a main road and flagged down a passing lorry driver who, seeing my condition, called an ambulance. The police investigation that followed was frustrating and ultimately fruitless. The warehouse was empty when they arrived, professionally cleaned of any evidence. The website for Verity Films disappeared, along with any trace of Claire or the director. The contract I'd signed was nowhere to be found, having never been given a copy. Even the email communications had been sent from accounts that no longer existed. The only physical evidence was the medical documentation of my injuries and the flesh-colored pads that had been removed at the hospital. The investigating officers initially seemed skeptical of my account, suggesting I might have participated in some extreme form of underground pornography that had gone too far. It wasn't until a cybercrime specialist joined the investigation that they began to take me seriously. He explained that what I described matched patterns they'd been tracking, sophisticated operations that used legitimate-seeming fronts to lure people into dark web broadcasts. The specialist believed my tormentors weren't amateurs, but part of a well-funded network that had conducted similar shows across Europe. Despite their efforts, no arrests were made. The investigation remains officially open, but effectively cold. That was 14 months ago. I've moved cities twice since then, changed my name, deleted all social media. I dyed my hair, lost weight, anything to look different from the person in that warehouse. But I can't escape the knowledge that somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet, footage of my ordeal still exists, possibly being traded and viewed by the same people who paid to watch it happen live. Sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if I'm still being watched, if there are hidden cameras in my new flat, if the kindly elderly neighbor who brings me leftover cake is reporting my movements to someone. My therapist calls this hypervigilance, a common symptom of PTSD, but how can I be sure? The most terrifying aspect of all this isn't what happened to me, but the realization that it continues to happen to others. How many desperate actors or models or just ordinary people in financial difficulty are right now opening emails from companies like Verity Films? How many are signing contracts without reading the fine print? How many are sitting in chairs like mine? The moment of horrible realization yet to come. I've started volunteering with an organization that works to identify and report dark web broadcasting operations. Though I keep my personal experience private, it feels like trying to empty the ocean with a teaspoon, but it's something. Some tiny pushback against the darkness. Last week, I received an unmarked envelope at my new address, an address no one should have. Inside was a single photograph. Me, walking down the street outside my current flat. On the back, 3 words written in neat, precise handwriting. Season 2 coming. I moved again the next day, but deep down, I know it doesn't matter how far I run. In the age of the dark web, there's no such thing as disappearing completely. Somewhere, someone is always watching, waiting, perhaps bidding on the right to direct the next scene of my life, and the red light of the camera is always on. It's funny how sometimes the thing you think will make you feel less alone ends up making you wish you'd stayed isolated, but by then it's too late to go back to not knowing what you know. I was 19 and in my second year studying English literature at a university in Leeds, when I stumbled into the chat room that changed everything. Not literally stumbled. I'd been looking for somewhere to belong for months, trying different online communities and forums where I might find people who shared my interests without the awkwardness of face-to-face interaction. College hadn't turned out the way I'd imagined. The other students on my course seemed effortlessly confident, forming friendship groups within the first week, while I struggled to contribute to conversations about books I'd read but couldn't discuss with the casual intelligence they all seemed to possess naturally. I spent most evenings in my tiny student flat, reading for seminars and browsing the internet for distraction. Social media felt performative and hollow, but smaller online communities seemed more genuine. Places where people discussed literature, philosophy, and ideas that were too complex or controversial for mainstream platforms. The invitation to the private chat room came through someone I'd been talking to on a forum about banned books. They'd noticed my posts about censorship and literature that existed in legal grey areas and suggested I might be interested in a more exclusive discussion group. The chat room was small, maybe 15 regular participants, and focused on what they called authentic, extreme content. Not fictional horror or theatrical violence, but real documentation of events that mainstream media wouldn't show. Academic discussion of material that revealed truths about human nature that most people preferred to ignore. For the first time since starting university, I felt like I was part of something intellectually stimulating. The other participants were clearly well-educated and thoughtful, approaching disturbing content with the sort of analytical framework you'd expect from graduate students or academics. They discussed everything from leaked investigation footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. The conversations were sophisticated, focused on technical analysis and historical context rather than sensation-seeking. I felt privileged to be included in discussions that demonstrated a level of critical thinking I rarely encountered elsewhere. Most importantly, I felt accepted. When I contributed observations about content they'd shared, people responded thoughtfully rather than dismissively. When I asked questions about things I didn't understand, they provided detailed explanations without making me feel ignorant. After about a month of regular participation, one of the more experienced members mentioned something that made me pay closer attention to what we were actually discussing. Red rooms. He brought them up casually, as if they were just another category of extreme content that serious researchers occasionally encountered. Live streams broadcast from hidden locations where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Most participants seemed to accept their existence as established fact, rather than urban legend. They discussed technical aspects of hosting such content, legal barriers to maintaining streaming services, and ethical questions about documentation versus participation. I'd heard of red rooms before, but always assumed they were internet mythology. Too technically complex and legally risky for anyone to actually maintain. But the way these people discussed them suggested genuine familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who went by the username Observer, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was selective about sharing evidence, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity. I spent several weeks proving my commitment to academic analysis of extreme content, sharing thoughtful observations about material others had posted, and asking questions that showed I was thinking critically rather than just seeking sensational material. Observer eventually shared some clips from his collection. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming capabilities. The quality was poor enough that it could have been elaborate fiction, but detailed enough to be potentially genuine. What struck me as possibly authentic was the mundane elements that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment visible in shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times. Observer explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently and weren't something you could find through casual browsing of the dark web. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be academic, focused on understanding censorship and documentation, rather than witnessing actual crimes. But the opportunity to access something that most people believed didn't exist felt like the sort of exclusive knowledge that would cement my place in this community. The access process was more complex than anything I'd encountered before. Specific software downloads, rotating access codes, designated connection times that had to be followed precisely. The whole system felt designed to exclude casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a converted basement space, with a simple chat function below where viewers could communicate. The video showed a concrete-walled room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with comments from maybe 50 viewers, people discussing what they expected to see happen, making observations about the setup. treating the situation like academic analysis rather than entertainment. The tone was clinical and detached, which somehow made it more disturbing than if people had been obviously excited about violence. I watched for about an hour while supposedly working on an essay about censorship in contemporary literature. The man on the table would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Around 11 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, boots that looked like they'd seen regular use. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been starting any manual job, except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more analytical as preparations continued. People were discussing technical aspects of the setup, comparing what they were seeing to previous streams, making observations about the location and equipment being used. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me look more carefully at the background details visible in the stream. On the wall behind the table was a small notice board with various papers pinned to it. Most were too far away to read clearly, but one appeared to be a health and safety poster with text that looked familiar. I paused the stream and looked more closely at the poster. The formatting and language were definitely British rather than foreign, and the specific wording seemed like something I'd seen before in university buildings or public spaces, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere in the UK rather than some distant foreign location. The realization made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It could be occurring within the same country where I was sitting in my student flat, possibly even in the same region. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching British health and safety regulations, trying to identify the specific poster I'd seen and determine whether it might indicate a particular type of building or location. I also started paying attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect. One case particularly disturbed me because the missing person was a student from a university not far from Leeds. They'd been reported missing about 6 weeks earlier after failing to return to their accommodation following a routine trip to the library. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing student had been studying a subject similar to mine, lived in comparable accommodation, and followed daily routines that weren't that different from my own. The sort of person who could have been me if circumstances had been slightly different. The possibility that someone my own age with a similar lifestyle might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about academic analysis of extreme content. It was about real people suffering for reasons I didn't understand. I considered reporting what I discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. University student claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while participating in online discussions about extreme content. They'd probably assume I was having mental health issues or making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone had identified potentially incriminating details. I'd been accessing their content and participating in related discussions for weeks, possibly leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. Observer had mentioned that accessing hidden content required understanding how to protect your identity from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite having been granted access to material that was obviously intended for a select audience. I decided to be more cautious about what I accessed and how I participated in chatroom discussions. But I also found myself unable to stop thinking about what I'd seen and whether there were more victims who hadn't been reported missing yet. The chatroom discussions continued as normal, with participants sharing new material and analyzing content with the same academic detachment they'd always displayed. But I started noticing details I'd missed before, references to local events, knowledge about British institutions, familiarity with UK geography and culture. The people I'd been chatting with weren't distant foreign academics studying extreme content from a safe distance. They were British, possibly even local to my area, with genuine knowledge about events that were happening in my own country. One evening, about 2 weeks after accessing the livestream, I received a private message from Observer asking whether I'd found the recent content educational and if I was interested in accessing additional material. His tone was friendly, but felt more personal than previous communications, as if he knew something about my response to what I'd seen that he hadn't mentioned in our public discussions. I replied cautiously, saying that I'd found the material academically interesting, but disturbing on a personal level. I tried to sound thoughtful rather than frightened, hoping to maintain my place in the community while expressing some reservations about the content. His response came back within minutes, which suggested he'd been online waiting for my reply rather than just checking messages occasionally. He said he understood my concerns but reminded me that serious academic study sometimes required confronting uncomfortable realities. He offered to provide access to additional streams that would help me develop a more comprehensive understanding of the subject. Something about the way he phrased the offer made me uncomfortable, as if my participation was expected rather than voluntary, and declining might have consequences I wouldn't like. I didn't reply immediately, telling myself I needed time to think about whether I wanted to continue accessing such disturbing content, but I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or disrespect. The next morning, I found that I'd been removed from the chat room, not just blocked or suspended, but completely eliminated from the participant list. When I tried to reconnect using the original access method, I found that my credentials no longer worked, and there was no way to regain entry. I checked other platforms where I'd occasionally communicated with chat room members, but found that all my contacts had either deleted their accounts or were no longer responding to messages. Within 24 hours, every trace of my connection to the chat room and its participants had been severed, as if someone had systematically removed all evidence of my involvement. The sudden exclusion felt ominous rather than disappointing. Either I'd failed some test I hadn't known I was taking, or someone had decided that my continued participation represented a risk they weren't willing to accept. I tried to convince myself that being excluded was actually fortunate, a way out of a situation I'd gotten into without fully understanding the implications. But I couldn't shake the feeling that people who went to such lengths to maintain secrecy might take additional steps to ensure former participants didn't become problems. Over the next few weeks, I noticed small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively made me uncomfortable. Posts delivered at unusual times, items in my flat that seemed to have been moved slightly, sounds in the corridor outside my door that could have been coincidence, but felt like surveillance. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was at the university library. Inside was a single photograph that made my stomach drop as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking across campus, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything unusual. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Some discussions are meant to stay private. No signature, no return address. Just those words that made it obvious someone knew about my previous participation in the chat room and wanted to ensure my continued silence about what I'd seen. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a scare tactic designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered. But I couldn't explain how someone had obtained detailed knowledge of my movements or managed to deliver the message without being noticed. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger on campus felt threatening. Every unexpected sound in my flat made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities beyond what had already been demonstrated. I never tried to reconnect with the chat room or access any more hidden streaming content. The whole experience had taught me that some forms of belonging come with prices you don't discover until it's too late to back out safely. But I still think about that health and safety poster and how such a mundane detail had revealed that extreme content wasn't being produced in distant foreign countries, but potentially in buildings I might walk past every day. And I think about the missing student whose case I'd researched, wondering whether they'd also been looking for somewhere to belong when they encountered people who were considerably more dangerous than they appeared. Sometimes I wonder if the chat room is still active with new participants, and whether other isolated students are being drawn into discussions that seem academic and intellectual until they realize they've become part of something they can't safely leave. I still can't listen to podcasts. The intimate whisper of a voice directly in my ears, the carefully controlled acoustics, the manufactured authenticity, it all triggers a visceral reaction that sends me fumbling to remove my headphones as panic claws its way up my throat. Friends assume it's some strange quirk, a harmless eccentricity. They don't understand that for me, the sound of a professionally modulated voice against acoustic foam represents the moment my life fractured into before and after. The point where I became both victim and perpetrator in someone else's dark design. 3 years ago, I was just another aspiring media graduate with mounting student debt and fading dreams, 26 years old, living in a dreary Manchester bedsit, sending applications into the void while watching former classmates secure positions at BBC and Channel 4. My podcast, a supposedly insightful analysis of true crime cases, had precisely 147 subscribers after 8 months of weekly episodes recorded on budget equipment in my bedroom closet. Not exactly the breakthrough career I'd envisioned when borrowing £30,000 for my broadcasting degree. The email arrived on a particularly bleak Tuesday evening, as I contemplated whether to abandon the podcast entirely or pivot to something more commercially viable, like relationship advice or cryptocurrency tips. The sender, identifying himself as Marcus Weber of Immersive Media Productions, claimed to have discovered my work through a content aggregator and appreciated my authentic voice and thorough research methodology. He explained that his company was developing a network of independent podcasters with potential for broader distribution, offering access to professional equipment and studio space for creators who demonstrated commitment but lacked resources. Looking back, I should have been suspicious of the vague company name, the absence of a professional website beyond a minimalist landing page, the email address using a generic domain rather than a corporate one. But rejection and obscurity create a particular vulnerability, a desperate eagerness to believe that someone has finally recognized your value, that your efforts haven't been entirely wasted. Within 24 hours, I had agreed to meet Marcus at what he described as their development studio in a renovated industrial space near Ancoats. The location seemed plausible enough. A red brick former textile mill, now housing various creative businesses and startups. Marcus met me in the lobby, a man in his late 30s with the calculated casual aesthetic of someone who wanted to appear simultaneously successful and approachable. His handshake was firm, his smile practiced, his knowledge of my podcast episodes detailed enough to suggest genuine interest. As he led me through the building, explaining their company's vision for nurturing independent creators while maintaining their authentic voices, my initial wariness dissolved into cautious optimism. The studio itself was impressively equipped. Professional-grade microphones, a mixing desk that cost more than my annual rent, sound-isolated recording booth with perfect acoustics. Marcus explained that they allowed select creators to use the space during off hours, typically evenings and weekends, when their primary production work wasn't scheduled. The arrangement he proposed seemed reasonable. I could use the studio twice weekly to record my podcast, with technical support available if needed. In exchange, I would participate in their content incubator program, which involved recording additional material for their market research and audience development initiatives. My first 3 recording sessions proceeded exactly as described. I arrived at the scheduled time, was granted access to the empty studio, and recorded episodes of my podcast with equipment that transformed my amateur production into something that sounded legitimately professional. Each time, I also recorded additional content based on scripts provided by Marcus, seemingly innocuous commentaries on current events, personal anecdotes, and hypothetical scenarios that I assumed were being used to test my versatility and audience appeal. It was during my 4th session that the first subtle shift occurred. The script Marcus provided included a segment titled Confession Booth, which he explained was a popular format with test audiences. An intimate, vulnerability-driven monologue where hosts shared personal mistakes or morally questionable choices they'd made, creating a sense of trust and authenticity with listeners. The specific prompt directed me to describe a time I had acted dishonestly for personal gain, with detailed guidance to include my emotional state before, during, and after the event. I felt a flicker of discomfort, but reasoned that vulnerability was indeed a key component of successful podcasting. The segment seemed designed to establish the relatable imperfection that audiences connect with. I recorded a moderately embarrassing story about altering a university timesheet to claim hours I hadn't worked, including the rationalization process and subsequent guilt as requested in the prompt. Nothing criminal, nothing that couldn't be shared at a dinner party for uncomfortable laughs, but personal enough to feel like I was following the exercise genuinely. The following week, the confession booth script pushed further, asking for an experience where I had knowingly caused harm to another person. Again, I complied, sharing a story from my university years involving a romantic betrayal that had ended a friendship. With each subsequent session, the prompts became increasingly probing, requesting detailed accounts of my worst impulses, shameful thoughts, and ethical boundaries. The scripts included specific instructions about phrasing, emotional cadence, and level of detail that seemed excessive for simple market research. by my 8th session, I had accumulated a substantial archive of recorded confessions ranging from mildly embarrassing to potentially reputation damaging. It was then that Marcus introduced what he called a specialized project for select creators who had demonstrated particular aptitude for their format. The compensation offered was substantial, enough to clear a significant portion of my student debt, but the details remained vague beyond requiring immersive narrative participation in scenarios designed for an exclusive audience platform. My hesitation must have been apparent, because Marcus immediately showed me something on his tablet that froze the objections in my throat. It was a professionally edited compilation of my most damaging confessions, seamlessly integrated with manipulated segments from my regular podcast to create what appeared to be a single, cohesive episode. The editing was flawless, context removed, statements rearranged to transform embarrassing admissions into what sounded like boasts about serial dishonesty and predatory behavior. Most disturbingly, they had isolated phonemes from hours of my recordings to construct entirely new sentences I had never actually spoken, including what sounded like explicit admissions to criminal activities. What followed was a clinical explanation of their actual operation, not a podcast network, but a sophisticated dark web content provider specializing in authentic criminal narratives performed by unwitting participants. My carefully harvested confessions had served dual purposes, providing material for blackmail and creating a comprehensive vocal dataset that allowed their audio engineers to generate convincing fabrications of my voice saying absolutely anything they scripted. The specialized project became horribly clear. I would receive instructions to commit specific criminal acts while using recording equipment that documented everything. These recordings would be streamed to paying audiences on dark web platforms where customers paid premium rates for non-simulated criminal content, featuring authentic rather than professional performers. My compliance was ensured by the composite recordings already prepared for distribution to employers, family, friends, and law enforcement, should I refuse or attempt to contact authorities. The first assignment arrived by encrypted message the following day, a seemingly simple theft from a specific retail location, with detailed instructions about timing, security camera positioning, and narrative elements to include in my real-time audio commentary. I completed it in a state of numb disbelief, my whispered descriptions of fear and moral conflict entirely genuine, as I pocketed items while wearing the concealed recording equipment they had provided. Each subsequent task escalated in both legal and ethical severity. Retail theft progressed to breaking and entering, then to elaborate scams targeting vulnerable individuals. The instructions grew increasingly specific about capturing authentic emotional responses. My genuine distress, moral conflict, and gradual desensitization becoming premium content for unseen viewers. Between assignments, I was required to record reflective commentaries about my psychological state, creating neatly packaged narrative arcs that their audiences apparently found particularly compelling. Most disturbing was the realization that I wasn't their only unwitting creator. References in the instructions occasionally alluded to parallel storylines involving other blackmailed participants, some progressing to acts of violence I was told might become my next narrative evolution if my audience metrics indicated sufficient interest. The knowledge that anonymous dark web viewers were placing cryptocurrency bids to determine my next criminal act created a horrifying inversion of creator-audience relationship. They were not my audience. I was their performing puppet. The breaking point came with an assignment involving targeted harassment of a specific individual, an elderly man whose name and address were provided without explanation. The instructions included detailed directives for progressively intrusive actions over several weeks, culminating in a home invasion scenario described in terms that made its potentially violent outcome unmistakable. This wasn't just criminal. It was potentially murderous, with me as both perpetrator and documentary narrator. That night, alone in my bedsit with the assignment details burning a hole in my consciousness, I made the decision that could have ended my life, but instead merely destroyed it as I had known it. I prepared a comprehensive digital record of everything. The original emails, meeting notes, assignment instructions, and most crucially, recordings I had secretly made during my confession sessions that captured Marcus providing directions and feedback. Using a public computer and anonymizing software they themselves had taught me to use for communications, I transmitted this evidence to law enforcement through multiple channels before disappearing as thoroughly as my limited resources allowed. The investigation that followed revealed fragments of their operation, a network spanning several cities, dozens of blackmailed creators generating content for dark web platforms where audiences paid thousands in cryptocurrency to influence real criminal narratives. Several technical staff were arrested, equipment seized, platform access temporarily disrupted. But Marcus and the organization's leadership remained elusive. Their contingency protocols apparently as sophisticated as their audio manipulation technology. I've been living under a new identity in a different city for 26 months now. My former life abandoned, along with any aspiration for public creative work. The authorities have suggested that the organization was dismantled sufficiently to neutralize any continuing threat, but I notice how they qualify their reassurances with phrases like, "to the best of our knowledge," and "no evidence of ongoing operations." Sometimes, when I'm alone in the quietest hours of night, I imagine countless invisible microphones capturing my breathing, my movements, my thoughts. I wonder if my entire life is still being broadcast somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet, the mundane daily existence of a person who briefly generated premium content before being discarded from the narrative. I wonder how many other voices on podcasts, live streams, and audio platforms are speaking under similar duress, their carefully modulated tones concealing the same desperate fear that still occasionally closes my throat mid-sentence. Most of all, I wonder about the audiences, the silent paying spectators who derive entertainment from watching real people commit real crimes against other real people, who place bids to escalate scenarios toward increasingly harmful outcomes, who consume authentic human distress as casually as others might binge a Netflix series. They remain out there, scrolling through dark web directories for new content, new voices, new authentic narratives of corruption and coercion. And somewhere, I suspect, Marcus is still recruiting aspiring creators desperate for recognition, still offering access to professional-grade studios with perfect acoustics and sound isolation, still collecting confessions one carefully scripted prompt at a time. The platforms may change, the methods may evolve, but the fundamental transaction remains. Vulnerable people transforming themselves into content for the invisible audience that watches from the darkest corners of the web. Their cryptocurrency payments determining which lives will be destroyed next for their entertainment. Imagine being 15 and desperate enough to impress someone that you pretend to know about things you'd only read about in forum posts, until pretending becomes something much more dangerous than you ever intended. I was in year 11 at a comprehensive in Manchester when I started chatting with someone who seemed infinitely cooler than anyone I knew in real life. She went by the username Dark Explorer and claimed to be 18, studying media at university, with access to parts of the internet that most people never discovered. We'd met in a forum dedicated to discussing banned films and censored content, where she posted detailed reviews of documentaries and footage that had been pulled from mainstream platforms. Her knowledge seemed encyclopedic. She could discuss technical aspects of film production, legal issues around content distribution, and historical context for material that I'd barely heard of. I was immediately intimidated and fascinated. Here was someone who seemed to understand the internet's hidden corners in ways that made my own browsing habits feel childish and superficial. I wanted to seem equally knowledgeable, equally sophisticated in my interests, so I started exaggerating. When she mentioned underground streaming sites, I claimed to have accessed them. When she discussed extreme content that existed in legal grey areas, I pretended to have seen it. When she referenced technical concepts I didn't understand, I nodded along and tried to contribute insights that made me sound more experienced than I actually was. The lies started small but escalated quickly as our conversations continued. She seemed impressed by my apparent knowledge, which encouraged me to embellish further. I created stories about content I'd supposedly discovered, shared fictional accounts of browsing sessions that had never happened, built an entire persona around being someone far more worldly than a 15-year-old from suburban Manchester actually was. After about 2 months of increasingly elaborate fabrications, Dark Explorer mentioned something that made me panic about maintaining my false image. Red rooms. She brought them up casually, as if they were just another type of content she'd encountered during her explorations of hidden sites. Live streams where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time, broadcast from various locations on the dark web. Most people dismiss red rooms as urban legends, she explained, but anyone who'd spent serious time exploring the internet's darker regions knew they existed. The technical barriers weren't as insurmountable as skeptics claimed, and there was clearly sufficient demand to make them economically viable. I should have admitted ignorance at that point, should have explained that I'd heard of red rooms but never actually encountered one. Instead, I found myself claiming not only to have seen them, but to have opinions about their authenticity and technical implementation. Dark Explorer seemed intrigued by my supposed expertise. She asked detailed questions about specific aspects of Red Room streams, video quality, interface design, audience interaction methods, questions that made it clear she expected me to have first-hand knowledge rather than theoretical understanding. I improvised answers based on things I'd read in forum discussions, trying to sound authoritative while hoping she wouldn't notice the gaps in my knowledge. The conversation felt like a test I was barely passing, with each question pushing me further into territory I didn't actually understand. After that discussion, I spent hours researching red rooms online, trying to learn enough to maintain the facade I'd created. Most of what I found was obviously fictional or second-hand speculation, but a few sources seemed to have genuine knowledge about accessing hidden streaming sites. The research was supposed to be about covering my lies, but I found myself genuinely curious about whether red rooms actually existed. If Dark Explorer was right about them being real phenomena rather than internet mythology, then documenting them would provide the sort of exclusive knowledge that would cement my reputation as someone worth knowing. I started exploring parts of the internet I'd never visited before, following leads from the more credible sources I'd discovered. The process was more complex than I'd expected, involving software I'd never used and sites that required specific access methods. After about a week of persistent searching, I found something that looked promising. A site hosting what appeared to be live streams from various hidden locations. The interface was basic but functional, with video players showing feeds from different rooms. Most showed empty spaces or static scenes, but a few had activity that suggested they were genuinely live. One stream showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage with someone strapped to a metal table. The video quality was poor and there was no audio, but the timestamp suggested it was happening in real time, rather than being pre-recorded content. I watched for about an hour, telling myself I was conducting research rather than witnessing something genuinely disturbing. The person on the table would occasionally move or struggle against their restraints, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation. Around 10 p.m., someone entered the frame and began making preparations that suggested the stream was about to become considerably more disturbing than passive observation of a restrained person. I should have closed the browser at that point and pretended I'd never found the site. Instead, I took screenshots and saved details about how to access the stream, thinking this would provide evidence to share with Dark Explorer that would prove my claimed expertise was genuine. The next day, I messaged her with carefully edited details about what I'd supposedly discovered. I described the site and its content in ways that demonstrated I'd actually accessed it, while avoiding specifics that might reveal how recently I'd found it, or how little I actually understood about what I was seeing. Dark Explorer seemed impressed but also concerned. She pointed out that witnessing real violence, even passively through online streams, could have legal implications that I might not have considered. She suggested I be more careful about what I accessed and how I documented it. Her concern felt genuine in ways that made me realize she might actually care about my well-being, rather than just being impressed by my supposed knowledge. For the first time since we'd started chatting, I considered telling her the truth about how inexperienced I actually was, but I was too invested in the persona I'd created to back down now. Instead, I assured her that I was being careful and knew what I was doing, while privately resolving to be more cautious about what I accessed online. Except I kept going back to the streaming site, not because I enjoyed watching disturbing content, but because I'd become fascinated by the technical aspects of how it functioned. The site seemed to host multiple streams from different locations, suggesting either a single person with access to various properties or multiple people contributing content to a shared platform. The streams I'd initially found were replaced by new ones every few days, always showing different rooms and different victims. The production quality varied considerably, from professional setups with multiple camera angles to amateur recordings from single static positions. What disturbed me most wasn't the violence itself, but the mundane details that suggested these streams were being produced locally rather than in distant countries. Background sounds that seemed typically British, architectural details that looked familiar, even glimpses of packaging or signage that suggested UK origins. The possibility that red rooms were being produced somewhere near Manchester, rather than in abstract foreign locations, made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. These weren't distant criminals operating in places I'd never visit. They could be people who lived in my area, used the same shops, traveled the same roads. I started paying attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person was around my own age, a 16-year-old who'd been reported missing about 2 months earlier after failing to return home from college. The circumstances were unusual because there had been no obvious reason for them to disappear voluntarily. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing person had lived in an area of Manchester I was familiar with. They disappeared while walking home along a route that passed through several areas where someone could be intercepted without witnesses. The possibility that someone my own age from my own city might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about impressing someone online or maintaining a false persona. It was about real people suffering for reasons I didn't understand. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. 15-year-old claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while trying to impress someone online. They'd probably assume I was making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone had identified their activities. I'd been accessing their content for weeks, potentially leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. Dark Explorer had mentioned that serious exploration of hidden sites required understanding how to protect your identity and location from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite claiming to be experienced with this type of browsing. I decided to be more honest with her about my actual level of expertise, hoping she might provide guidance about staying safe online while continuing to access unusual content. But when I tried to message her, I discovered that her account had been deleted. Not just inactive or abandoned, but completely removed from the forum where we'd met. Her previous posts were gone, her username was available for new registration, and there was no indication that Dark Explorer had ever existed. I checked other platforms where we'd occasionally communicated, but found the same thing. Every trace of our conversations had been eliminated, as if someone had systematically removed all evidence of our interaction. The sudden disappearance felt ominous in ways I couldn't quite articulate. Either Dark Explorer had decided to completely reinvent her online identity for reasons I didn't understand, or something had happened that required eliminating her digital presence entirely. I stopped accessing the streaming site after that, telling myself I'd learned enough to satisfy my curiosity and prove my claimed expertise to myself, if not to anyone else. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd gotten involved in something more serious than I'd initially understood. Over the next few weeks, I noticed small things that individually meant nothing but collectively made me uncomfortable. Post delivered later than usual. Items in my room that seemed to have been moved slightly. Sounds outside my bedroom window that could have been coincidence, but felt like surveillance. The sort of details that could easily be imagination or paranoia, but which felt more significant in the context of my growing concern that I'd attracted unwanted attention through my online activities. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Inside was a single photograph that made my hands shake as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking to college, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything unusual. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made it clear this wasn't a random incident. Stop pretending. No signature, no explanation. Just those two words that referenced the fundamental dishonesty that had led me into this situation. Someone knew I'd been fabricating knowledge about things I didn't understand, and they'd apparently been monitoring my activities closely enough to document my real-world movements. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a prank or coincidence, but I couldn't explain how someone had obtained my home address or managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger I saw near my house felt threatening. Every unexpected sound made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone knew more about my daily routine than they should. I never tried to contact Dark Explorer again or access any more hidden streaming sites. The whole experience had taught me that pretending to knowledge I didn't possess could lead to consequences I wasn't prepared to handle. But I still think about that photograph and the casual way someone had documented my movements without me noticing anything unusual. How long they might have been watching me before deciding to reveal their surveillance. And I think about Dark Explorer and whether she'd been real at all, or just part of an elaborate process designed to draw people like me into situations they didn't understand. Whether other people had received similar guidance and encouragement to explore content they weren't equipped to handle safely. Sometimes I wonder if the whole thing had been a game from the beginning, just not the kind of game I thought I was playing. Whether my attempts to impress someone online had made me a target for people who were considerably more experienced at manipulation than I was at detecting it. The worst decisions in life often start with the phrase, "How bad could it be?" 6 months ago, I found out exactly how bad it could be when I decided to pick up a package from a dark web marketplace. I still check my locks 3 times before bed, still flinch at unexpected knocks on the door, still scan crowds for faces I hope never to see. Writing this down feels dangerous, but keeping it bottled up is slowly driving me insane. I'm just an ordinary bloke from Manchester, working graphic design, live in a small flat with my cat. Nothing special about me. I've always been fascinated by technology though. Built my first computer at 12, taught myself coding at 15, that sort of thing. This fascination eventually led me to the dark web about 3 years ago. At first, it was just curiosity, wanting to see if it was really as mysterious as people made it out to be. For the first couple of years, I just browsed anonymously, looking at marketplaces selling counterfeit goods, banned books, that kind of thing. Never bought anything, never interacted with anyone. Just a digital tourist, watching from a safe distance. But curiosity is a dangerous thing, isn't it? It pulls you in deeper and deeper until you're in over your head. It started after a bad breakup last year. I was feeling pretty low, spending most nights alone with a bottle of whiskey, browsing parts of the internet I probably shouldn't have been. There was this forum I frequented where people discussed hard-to-find items, vintage electronics, discontinued products, rare collectibles, the kind of stuff you can't just get on Amazon. One night, I saw a post about a retro gaming console that had never been officially released, a prototype that supposedly had games on it that were never made public. As a massive gaming nerd, this immediately caught my interest. The poster claimed to have acquired it from a former game developer and was willing to sell it for cryptocurrency. The price was steep, but not outrageous. About £800 in Bitcoin. After a week of back and forth messages and too many late nights staring at my screen, I decided to go for it. I'd never made a purchase on the dark web before, but I convinced myself this wasn't like buying drugs or weapons. It was just a rare gaming item. The seller had good reviews from other forum members, and they agreed to a dead drop exchange rather than posting it, which felt safer somehow. For those who don't know, a dead drop is when the seller leaves the item in a predetermined location and you pick it up after they've gone. No face-to-face meeting, no names exchanged, completely anonymous. The seller gave me coordinates to a location on the outskirts of Manchester, an abandoned industrial estate that had been scheduled for demolition for years but was still standing. I know how this sounds, red flags everywhere, but I convinced myself this was just how these transactions worked. The place would be deserted. I'd grab the package and be back home playing unreleased games from the 90s within an hour. The pickup was scheduled for 10 p.m. on a Friday in November. It was already dark by 4:30, and a light drizzle had been falling all day, making the streets gleam under the streetlights. I drove to a car park about half a mile from the location, figuring it would be safer to approach on foot. The rational part of my brain was finally raising some objections, suggesting that maybe meeting a stranger from the dark web at an abandoned factory wasn't the best idea I'd ever had. The industrial estate was exactly as depressing as you'd expect. Crumbling brick buildings with broken windows, graffiti-covered walls, and rusting chain-link fences with no trespassing signs hanging at odd angles. The only light came from a single street lamp at the entrance and the occasional passing headlights from the distant main road. Following the GPS on my phone, I made my way to the specific building the seller had described. It was an old warehouse with most of its roof missing, the inside a cavernous space filled with shadows. The dead drop location was supposedly just inside the main entrance. Behind the third column on the left, inside a blue plastic container. I switched on my phone's torch and stepped inside, the beam creating more shadows than it dispelled. The floor was littered with debris, broken glass, empty cans, chunks of fallen ceiling. Every step echoed in the empty space, and I could hear water dripping somewhere in the darkness beyond my light's reach. I found the third column, and sure enough, there was a blue plastic storage box behind it. It was smaller than I expected, about the size of a shoebox. I picked it up, surprised by how light it felt. This wasn't a gaming console, unless it was just components. That's when I noticed something odd. The box was warm, not hot, but definitely above ambient temperature, as if it had been sitting in a heated room rather than a freezing abandoned warehouse. I should have left right then, should have put the box down and walked away. But instead, I opened it. Inside was a single smartphone, not a gaming console, not even close to what I'd been promised. It was an older model, nothing special. The screen was dark, but as soon as I touched it, it lit up. No lock screen, just a video player already open, showing a paused video. The thumbnail was dark and unclear. Standing there in that cold, empty building, I pressed play. The video showed a room I didn't recognize, some kind of basement or cellar with concrete walls. In the center was a person tied to a chair, head covered with a black bag. Someone moved into frame, wearing gloves and a mask that covered their entire face. They held up a piece of paper with today's date written on it, then a second paper with my username from the forum. My blood turned to ice. I nearly dropped the phone as I realized what I was looking at. This wasn't a scam in the traditional sense. I wasn't being sold a fake item. This was something much worse. The video continued, showing the masked person removing the bag from the captive's head. I won't describe what happened next. I couldn't watch it all. I shut the video off after less than a minute, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. That's when I heard it. Footsteps on the gravel outside the warehouse. Multiple sets, getting closer. In a moment of panic-induced clarity, I switched off my torch, dropped the phone back in the box, and moved as quickly and quietly as possible toward the back of the warehouse. There was a door there. I'd noticed it on my way in. I had no idea where it led, but it had to be better than staying. I made it through the door just as beams of torchlight swept into the warehouse from the main entrance. The back door led to a narrow alley between buildings. I ran, not caring about the noise now, just needing to put as much distance between myself and whoever had followed me there. I made it back to my car without seeing anyone, drove home with my heart trying to beat its way out of my chest, and spent the night with my furniture pushed against the door, convinced that whoever had set this up would be coming for me next. The next day, after no sleep and too much coffee, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Best case scenario, the video was fake, some sick prank to scare dark web tourists like me. Worst case, I couldn't even bring myself to consider the worst case, that I had somehow, unwittingly, paid for someone to be hurt, that my Bitcoin transaction had funded something unspeakable. I spent the next week in a state of paranoia, jumping at every sound, convinced I was being followed. I changed all my passwords, wiped my computer, threw away the hard drive. I even considered going to the police, but what would I say? That I'd tried to buy illegal merchandise on the dark web and may have accidentally funded a violent crime. That I'd handled a phone that potentially contained evidence of such a crime and then left it behind. After a month of constant anxiety, I moved to a different city. I told everyone it was for a new job, but really, I just couldn't stand being in Manchester anymore. Couldn't walk past that industrial estate on my way to work. Couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. It's been 6 months now. I haven't been back on the dark web, haven't even used Tor. I checked the local Manchester news obsessively for reports of bodies found in abandoned buildings, but nothing has ever come up that matches what I saw. Sometimes I managed to convince myself it was all an elaborate hoax, that the video was staged, the follow-up footsteps just a coincidence. But then I remember how real it looked, how the person's eyes widened in genuine fear when the bag was removed, how the phone was warm, as if it had recently been in someone's pocket, how specific the message was, with my username clearly displayed. I don't know if I was set up from the beginning or if I just got caught in something bigger and more terrible than I could have imagined. All I know is that the dark web isn't just some harmless playground for the technologically curious. It's a place where real people do real harm, and sometimes your curiosity can make you complicit in ways you never intended. I still have nightmares about that video. Still wonder who the person in the chair was, and if there was anything I could have done to help them. Still wonder if somewhere out there, someone has my name on a list because I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. So that's my story. A warning, I suppose, about the dangers of thinking you can dip your toes into the darker parts of the internet without consequences. Some things can't be unseen, and some curiosities come with costs far higher than you're willing to pay. Even now, 3 years later, I can't scroll through social media without my stomach lurching at the sight of those aspirational lifestyle photos. Perfect people in perfect settings, sharing their supposedly perfect lives. The sound of a notification ping sends me into a cold sweat. Sometimes I catch myself staring at influencers' vacation posts, wondering if they know what might be happening just beyond the carefully composed frame of their photos. It began with an email that felt like winning the lottery, an exclusive invitation to the Sylvan Circle Creators Retreat, a week-long networking event in a remote part of the Scottish Highlands. Only 20 content creators selected, all expenses paid, with promised connections to major brands and potential sponsorship deals worth tens of thousands of pounds. For someone like me, hovering at just under 50,000 followers and desperately trying to turn my travel content into a sustainable career. It seemed like the breakthrough I'd been chasing since dropping out of university 2 years prior. My parents had been skeptical about my career choice from the beginning, their only child abandoning a sensible marketing degree to photograph herself in scenic locations, chasing likes and brand partnerships. This retreat was my chance to prove them wrong, to show that the long hours of content creation and engagement building could translate into something legitimate. I remember my mother's concerned expression as I packed, her warnings about going somewhere so isolated with strangers. I dismissed her fears with the casual arrogance of someone who believed bad things only happened to other people. The journey to the retreat felt like progressively leaving the real world behind. First a train from Glasgow to Inverness, then a private shuttle through increasingly remote landscapes, and finally a narrow dirt track that wound through ancient pine forests to a modern compound of sleek cabins arranged around a central lodge. The contrast between the primal wilderness and the retreat's minimalist luxury created an unsettling dissonance that I initially mistook for exclusivity. Our hosts, representatives from what they called a private content investment collective, welcomed us with champagne and gift bags containing high-end tech accessories and personalized itineraries. We were an eclectic group: fashion influencers, travel content creators like myself, fitness personalities, a couple of gaming streamers, and even a minor celebrity chef. All of us shared the same hungry look behind our practiced smiles, the same desperate need to climb higher in the ruthless hierarchy of digital relevance. The first 2 days unfolded like a dream. Workshops on monetization strategies, professional photo shoots in stunning natural settings, one-on-one sessions with marketing experts who hinted at life-changing opportunities. We were encouraged to post about the retreat, though asked to keep the exact location private for exclusivity reasons. In the evenings, we gathered in the main lodge for elaborate meals and networking drinks, everyone performing their most charming, authentic selves, while carefully assessing the competition. The strange elements were easy to dismiss at first. The lack of reliable mobile signal didn't seem suspicious for such a remote location, and the satellite Wi-Fi that only worked through their monitored network seemed like a reasonable limitation of the setting. The numerous security cameras were explained as protection against overzealous fans who might have tracked prominent attendees. Even the daily medical checks were framed as a luxury service, ensuring our optimal performance during the intensive program. It was during the third night that I noticed the first real warning sign. Unable to sleep, I stepped outside my cabin for some air and saw staff members escorting one of the fitness influencers, a woman named Kaya with over 2 million followers, toward the administrative building at the edge of the compound. She seemed unsteady, almost sedated, supported between two men who moved with efficient purpose rather than concern. When I mentioned seeing this at breakfast, the retreat director explained that Kaya had suffered an allergic reaction and had been taken to receive medical attention. She would be rejoining us later, he assured everyone. But Kaya never reappeared. Instead, her belongings were removed from her cabin while we were out on a guided hike, and by dinner, it was as if she had never existed. No one questioned this openly, though I caught exchanged glances between some of the others. That night, checking social media through the retreat's network, I noticed something odd. Kaya's accounts were actively posting content, apparently showing her enjoying a spontaneous trip to Barcelona. The posts seemed authentic at first glance, but looking closer, I realized they were all created using previously captured footage, subtly edited to appear current. The following morning brought a new development. A mysterious leaderboard appeared in the main lodge, ranking all participants based on an unspecified scoring system. My name hovered near the bottom of the list, while others like Jamie, a charismatic travel YouTuber, and Eliza, a fashion influencer with a distinctive aesthetic, topped the rankings. The staff encouraged us to improve our standings through engaged participation, without ever clarifying what this meant. That same day, our activities took a darker turn. The workshop shifted from marketing strategies to discussions about loyalty and sacrifice for success. We were asked to complete psychological profiles, ranking our personal ethics and boundaries in hypothetical scenarios. During meals, staff circulated with tablets showing our real-time social media analytics alongside our leaderboard positions, creating an atmosphere of intense competition and paranoia. On the fifth night, after another participant, a gaming streamer who had vocally questioned the retreat's increasingly strange activities, disappeared under similar circumstances to Kaya, I decided to investigate. Waiting until after midnight, I slipped out of my cabin and made my way to the administrative building I'd seen earlier. A window left slightly ajar allowed me to hear voices from within, clinical discussions about extraction value and audience engagement metrics that made little sense until I managed to peer inside. What I saw continues to haunt my darkest moments. A sophisticated broadcasting studio where multiple screens displayed live feeds from our cabins, our workshops, even our private bathrooms. But most horrifying was the largest monitor, showing what appeared to be a dark web streaming platform where anonymous viewers were placing bids and commenting on the contestants. With sickening clarity, I realized we weren't retreat participants. We were unwitting performers in some twisted reality elimination game where being voted off had consequences far beyond lost followers. In one corner of the room, a medical area had been established where the missing participants appeared to be held in sedated states, cameras documenting everything. According to the on-screen metrics, the highest viewing numbers and bidding activity occurred during these elimination sequences. I couldn't see exactly what happened after the sedation, but the clinical tools arranged nearby suggested something surgical, something final. I backed away in silent horror, nearly collapsing with the shock of understanding. The entire retreat was a front for a dark web channel that monetized the exploitation and eventual elimination of desperate content creators. People so hungry for fame, they'd walk willingly into isolation, surrendering their privacy and ultimately their safety for the promise of recognition. The next morning brought the announcement of another departure. Jamie, who had been top of the leaderboard just hours earlier. As a staff member explained his sudden allergic reaction with the same practiced concern they'd used before, I noticed something chilling. Tiny adjustments in everyone's scores following the announcement. Highest gains for those who seemed most visibly affected by the news. We were being rewarded for our emotional reactions, our authentic distress generating engagement from unseen viewers. That night, I rose to third on the leaderboard after genuinely breaking down during a vulnerability workshop where we discussed our deepest fears. The retreat director personally congratulated me on my breakthrough performance, the gleam in his eyes revealing the double meaning in his words. I smiled through my terror, suddenly understanding the game well enough to play it, to perform distress without raising suspicion, to appear invested while planning escape. For 2 more days, I maintained this delicate deception, gathering information and searching for weaknesses in their security. I discovered that the elimination selections weren't entirely based on the leaderboard. They targeted those who asked too many questions, who seemed suspicious, or paradoxically, those generating the highest viewer engagement. The perfect victims were the ones whose disappearances would create the most compelling content without risking exposure. My opportunity came during a staged power outage designed to film our reactions to isolation and darkness. In the confusion, I slipped away from the group, using the maintenance access I'd identified earlier to reach the perimeter fence. The journey through miles of highland wilderness that followed, barefoot after losing my shoes in a stream crossing, using stars for navigation, feels like something that happened to someone else, a survival story from a person I no longer recognize. I eventually reached a remote farmhouse where a suspicious but ultimately kind elderly couple allowed me to contact police. By the time authorities reached the retreat location 3 days later, the entire operation had vanished. Buildings emptied, equipment removed, not so much as a footprint remaining. The investigation stalled with jurisdictional complications and lack of evidence beyond my testimony, which sounded increasingly delusional even to my own ears as days passed. The most horrifying epilogue came 6 weeks later, when I discovered that all the missing influencers' accounts remained active, posting computer-generated content that mimicked their styles with uncanny accuracy. Their digital ghosts continued accumulating followers, hawking products, maintaining the illusion of aspirational lives that had already ended. No one in their audiences seemed to notice the subtle differences, the absence of true humanity behind the carefully filtered images. I deleted all my social media that day. Sometimes I check on those accounts, watching artificial intelligence perpetuate the personas of people who wanted fame badly enough to die for it, wondering if their audiences will ever realize they're following phantoms. More disturbing still is the knowledge that somewhere, the Sylvan Circle has simply relocated, rebranded, and recruited a new cast of ambitious creators desperate enough to ignore every warning sign. Each time I see another viral challenge, another dangerous trend pursued for views, another isolated retreat promoted by smiling influencers, I want to scream warnings into the void. But who would listen? In a world where attention is currency and authenticity is performance, what could be more authentic than real fear, real elimination, real consequences, the ultimate content for a viewership numbed by endless performative reality? You know that scraping sound? Metal against metal, it gets me every time. It doesn't matter if it's just someone dragging a bin across the pavement or a car door shutting too hard. My body reacts before my brain can catch up. Heart racing, sweating instantly, muscles tensing up like I'm about to fight or run. It's been 16 months since I got out of that shipping container, but honestly, I don't think I'll ever really get out. Not completely. Part of me is still in there watching that screen, waiting for the next sick instruction to appear. I've tried therapy, meditation, even moved to a completely different city, but some things just stick with you, you know. I was working as a delivery driver back then, mostly doing long-haul routes across the Midlands. Not the most exciting job, but it paid decent money and kept me moving, which I've always preferred to being stuck in one place. The company I worked for wasn't exactly top tier, the kind that would take on jobs other companies rejected due to tight deadlines or unusual delivery locations. I didn't ask questions, just drove where the dispatcher told me and collected my pay at the end of the week. That particular day started normally enough. I'd been assigned a pickup at this industrial estate outside Birmingham, one of those sprawling concrete landscapes filled with identical warehouses and not enough signs. The GPS coordinates I'd been given led me to a section that seemed less maintained than the rest, with fewer operational businesses and more abandoned units boarded up with metal sheets. I remember thinking it was odd, but figured it was probably just some startup using cheap space or a business in the process of relocating. When I arrived at the exact location, there was nothing but a solitary shipping container sitting in what had once been a loading bay for a warehouse. No office, no staff, not even proper lighting. Just this standard metal container, painted that typical rust-resistant blue you see everywhere. I double-checked the address, called dispatch to confirm, and was told to proceed with the pickup as planned. The manifest listed the contents as electronic testing equipment, bound for a research facility up north. Weight was given as approximately 200 kilos, nothing unusual for the type of deliveries I typically handled. I backed my truck up to the container as best I could in the awkward space. No one appeared to help with loading, which wasn't entirely unusual for these outlying pickups. Sometimes clients would leave items ready to go with paperwork attached, especially for after-hours collections. What was strange was the lack of any paperwork on or near the container. No shipping labels, no manifest, not even a padlock securing it, just a simple latch that anyone could open. As I approached to check if there might be documents inside, I noticed a small digital keypad mounted next to the container doors that I hadn't spotted from the truck. It looked newer than the container itself, with a glowing blue display asking for a 6-digit code. I hadn't been given any code by dispatch, so I called in again. The dispatcher seemed confused, put me on hold for several minutes, then returned to tell me the client had just sent over the access code 789021 and apologized for the oversight. I punched in the numbers and the keypad emitted a soft beep before the display changed to access granted. There was a mechanical click and the container door released slightly, swinging open just enough for me to see it was dark inside. I used my phone torch to peer in, expecting to find crates of equipment that I'd need to load onto my truck. Instead, my light revealed a space that had been converted into something else entirely. Not a storage unit, but what looked like a makeshift room. The interior walls had been covered with some sort of sound-dampening material, dark and textured. A simple cot was bolted to one wall. A small chemical toilet sat in one corner. Most bizarrely, mounted on the far wall was a large flat-screen monitor, currently dark but clearly operational based on the small power light glowing at its base. I hesitated at the threshold, that first real twinge of unease creeping up my spine. This clearly wasn't any electronic equipment for delivery. Part of me knew I should close the door, call dispatch again, or even the police, and leave immediately. But curiosity pushed me forward, that fatal human flaw that leads us into situations we should avoid. I wanted to understand what I was looking at, to make sense of the discrepancy between what I'd been told and what I was seeing. I stepped fully inside, sweeping my torch around to better examine the strange setup. That's when I heard the door behind me swing shut with a metallic groan, followed by the definitive click of a lock engaging. I spun around, dropping my phone in my panic, plunging the space into near total darkness, save for the dim light coming from my phone on the floor. I lunged for the door, pulling at the handle that no longer yielded to pressure. I pounded on the metal, shouting for help, though I knew the industrial estate was largely deserted, especially at that hour. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small camera mounted in the upper corner of the container, its red recording light now active and tracking my movements. Almost simultaneously, the monitor on the wall flickered to life, illuminating the container with a harsh blue glow. The screen displayed what appeared to be a loading symbol, rotating slowly against a black background. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, text appeared on the screen. Welcome, participant number 24. Please remain calm. Your cooperation ensures your survival. My first thought was that this had to be some elaborate prank. Maybe one of those extreme reality shows where they put people in stressful situations for entertainment. I even said as much aloud, telling whoever was watching that I wasn't interested in participating and wanted to be released immediately. The screen remained unchanged, the message glowing mockingly in the darkness. Then I heard another sound that sent ice through my veins, movement outside the container. Someone else was there. Before I could process what this might mean, a different mechanical sound came from the opposite end of the container. Not the doors I'd entered through, but what I'd assumed was just the solid back wall. A section of it was sliding open, revealing another compartment of the container that had been hidden from view. In the dim blue light from the screen, I could make out a figure huddled in that newly revealed space. A man, maybe mid-30s, looking as terrified and confused as I felt. He was trembling visibly, his clothes dirty and torn, with what appeared to be dried blood on his sleeve. Most disturbingly, his wrist bore raw marks suggesting he'd been restrained recently. The screen changed again, now displaying two columns with our apparent designations: participant number 24 and participant number 23. Below this appeared new text. The game is simple. One must harm the other according to viewer instructions. Refusal results in punishment for both. Completion results in freedom for one. As if to emphasize the seriousness of these instructions, small panels in the ceiling slid open, and what looked like gas nozzles descended slightly. The message was clear: cooperate or suffer consequences. I tried to communicate with the other man to suggest we find a way out together, but he seemed beyond rational thought, curled into himself and rocking slightly. I couldn't blame him. Based on his appearance, he'd been in this nightmare longer than I had. The screen updated again, now showing a split view. One side displayed the interior of our container from the camera's perspective, while the other showed what appeared to be a chat window filling with messages. With dawning horror, I realized we were being broadcast somewhere online, likely the dark web, based on the anonymous usernames and the disturbing nature of the comments scrolling past. These weren't just viewers, but paying customers placing requests for what they wanted to see happen between us. A timer appeared in the corner of the screen, 10 minutes, counting down. Below it, highlighted in red: first challenge, participant number 24 must draw blood from participant number 23. Viewers choose method. The wall beside the monitor slid open to reveal a recessed panel containing various implements: a hammer, pliers, a box cutter, scissors. Tools that in any other context would be mundane, but in this setting became instruments of torture. I refused, of course, stood my ground, and shouted at the camera that I wouldn't participate in this sick game. The other man watched me with a mixture of hope and resignation that suggested he'd seen this scenario play out before. When the timer reached 8 a.m., a warning appeared. Compliance expected. Final warning. I maintained my refusal, believing, perhaps naively, that whoever was behind this would eventually realize I couldn't be coerced. At 7:30, a fine mist began spraying from the ceiling nozzles. The effect was almost instantaneous. A burning sensation on exposed skin, quickly intensifying to something beyond pain, beyond description. It felt like being flayed alive, nerve endings simultaneously on fire and exposed to ice. Both of us were screaming, clawing at our skin for relief that wouldn't come. After 15 seconds that felt like years, the spray stopped. The timer had paused at 7:15. New text appeared. Demonstration complete. Proceed with challenge or full deployment will follow. In that moment, something fundamental broke inside me. The absolute isolation of our situation became crystal clear. We were truly alone, at the mercy of unseen viewers who were deriving entertainment from our suffering. No help was coming, no rescue. Just the cold calculation of whether compliance would cause less suffering than resistance. I wish I could tell you I maintained my moral stance, that I continued to refuse despite the consequences. That would make for a more heroic story. But pain has a way of rewiring your principles, of reducing complex ethical frameworks to the simple binary of relief versus suffering. I moved toward the panel of tools, my movements mechanical and disconnected from my consciousness, as if watching someone else control my body. I selected the scissors, somehow seeming the least brutal option among monstrous choices. The other man didn't resist or try to fight me. He simply extended his arm, his eyes vacant, already knowing the routine of this horrific theater. I made the smallest cut I could on his forearm, just enough to draw the blood required by the challenge. A chime sounded from the screen, the timer stopped, and new text appeared. Challenge completed. Viewer satisfaction, 37%. Higher satisfaction increases freedom probability. That was just the beginning. What followed was a descent into nightmare that lasted for what I later learned was 3 days, but felt like weeks. The challenges escalated in their cruelty and specificity, each one presented with the same clinical detachment. Each refusal met with that unbearable chemical spray or other punishments. Extreme temperatures, deafening noise, electric shocks delivered through the metal floor. The viewers grew more numerous as our show apparently gained popularity in whatever dark corner of the internet it was being broadcast. Their requests became more specific, more depraved. And with each challenge, the viewer satisfaction rating became the metric by which our value was measured. The most horrific aspect wasn't the physical pain, though that was substantial. It was the way the system gradually turned us against each other, transforming us from potential allies into instruments of each other's suffering. With each hour, I could feel my humanity being systematically stripped away, replaced by a desperate animal focused only on avoiding the next punishment, on ensuring that if someone had to suffer more, it would be him instead of me. On what I believe was the third day, something changed. The challenges had been escalating toward what was clearly intended to be a fatal conclusion, the ultimate entertainment for the viewers. The screen displayed our final challenge with brutal simplicity. Conclusion. Phase. Only one participant exits. Viewers will determine method. As the voting commenced, visible on the screen as percentages next to various lethal options, I noticed something unprecedented, a fluctuation in the power. The lights on the camera briefly dimmed and the screen flickered. Something was happening outside our controlled environment. Moments later, there was a commotion outside the container, muffled shouting, the sound of multiple vehicles arriving. The screen went black, plunging us into darkness. Then came the sound of metal tools against the container doors, the screech of the locking mechanism being forced open from the outside. I later learned that our location had been traced through a combination of police work and grey hat hackers who had infiltrated the streaming platform. An international task force had been tracking this operation for months. A sophisticated network that abducted people from various locations, placing them in identical shipping containers around the country for these brutal broadcasts. The aftermath has been its own kind of nightmare. Physical recovery, psychological evaluations, police interviews, where I had to recount every degrading detail, every moment when I chose my survival over someone else's suffering. The other man, I learned his name was Adrian, that he had been a warehouse worker who disappeared 3 weeks before I was taken. Didn't survive the medical evacuation. His body had simply endured too much trauma over his longer captivity. The police identified 13 other containers across the UK, each set up identically, each containing similar scenarios in various stages. Most of the victims were already dead. Those who survived bear the same hollow look I now see in my own reflection. People who have glimpsed humanity's darkest potential and can never unsee it. The operators of the site were never fully identified. The broadcasting equipment was sophisticated, but designed to leave minimal digital footprints. The money trail led through so many cryptocurrencies and shell accounts that it eventually went cold. The most the authorities could tell me was that the viewership had been global and substantial, with thousands paying premium rates to watch and influence our torment. I now live in a different city, under a different name. I work from home, avoiding public transportation and open spaces. I've sealed every vent in my flat, installed multiple locks on all doors and windows. I sleep with the lights on when I sleep at all. Because the most terrifying aspect of what happened isn't the physical pain I endured or the nightmares that continue to plague me. It's the knowledge that there are people, ordinary people with jobs and families and seemingly normal lives, who would pay to watch strangers torture each other. People who would take pleasure in voting for which fingers should be broken first or how deep a cut should be. People who walk among us every day, carrying this capacity for calculated cruelty behind unremarkable faces. Sometimes I find myself studying strangers on the rare occasions I venture outside, wondering if they were among the viewers, if they voted on methods to hurt me, if they were disappointed when the broadcast was interrupted before its intended conclusion. And in my darkest moments, I wonder about the viewing statistics that were displayed on that screen, how the satisfaction rating increased when I became more brutal, more creative in following their instructions. I wonder about the moment when I stopped hesitating before causing pain, when part of me began anticipating the next challenge with something other than dread. Because the true horror of that shipping container wasn't just being locked inside with someone tasked to mutilate me. It was discovering how quickly I became that someone for him in return, and how much of that person still lives inside me, waiting for the next instruction to appear on a screen. You'd probably be surprised how easy it is to see things you're not meant to, especially when you're looking for them with academic purpose, rather than just morbid curiosity. I was in my first year at Manchester studying journalism, living in one of those cramped student flats near the university, where the heating barely worked, and you could hear everything your flatmates did through the paper-thin walls. The course was mostly what you'd expect: media law, ethics, how to structure articles properly. But our lecturer for digital journalism had given us an assignment that seemed more interesting than the usual fare. We were supposed to investigate an internet urban legend and write a piece debunking or confirming it. Most of my course mates picked safe options, like whether those viral videos of people doing impossible stunts were real or staged. I wanted something with more substance, something that would actually demonstrate proper investigative skills. Red rooms seemed like the perfect topic. For those who don't know, the basic premise is that there are live streams hidden somewhere on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most articles about them online were clearly written by people who had never bothered to look for themselves, just repeating the same urban legend details without any actual investigation. I figured I could spend a few weeks doing proper research, maybe find some evidence that they were technically impossible or economically unfeasible, then write a solid debunking piece, the sort of thing that might actually get published somewhere beyond the student newspaper. The research started in the university library, going through academic papers about dark web marketplaces and hidden services. Most of the scholarly work focused on drug sales and financial fraud, rather than violent content, but there were enough references to suggest that if someone wanted to host illegal streaming content, the infrastructure certainly existed. From there, I moved to online forums where people claimed to have encountered red rooms. Most of the stories were obviously fictional, full of dramatic details that sounded like they'd been lifted from horror films. But a few accounts had the mundane specificity that usually indicates someone describing something they've actually experienced rather than invented. The breakthrough came through a contact I made on a forum dedicated to investigating internet mysteries. She went by the username Archive Digger and seemed to have genuine technical knowledge rather than just repeating things she'd read elsewhere. After exchanging messages for about a week, she offered to help with my research. She explained that finding specific content on hidden networks required more than just browsing randomly. You needed connections, recommendations, invitations to private areas, the sort of access that took time to build up and couldn't be rushed. Over the next few weeks, Archive Digger introduced me to various people who claimed to have seen disturbing content online. Most turned out to be time wasters or attention seekers, but a few seemed legitimate. They spoke about the technical aspects in ways that suggested real familiarity rather than guesswork. One contact, who called himself Documentary Maker, claimed to have accessed multiple Red Room streams over the past year. He was willing to share screenshots and recordings, but only after I'd proven my serious academic interest rather than casual curiosity. The proof he provided was disturbing, but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been elaborate fiction, scenes from unreleased films, or genuine documentation of real events. Without seeing the streams myself, I couldn't make a definitive judgment. That's when Documentary Maker offered to arrange access to a live stream. I should probably have declined at that point. My assignment was to investigate whether red rooms existed, not necessarily to witness one firsthand. But journalism requires getting as close to the source as possible, and this seemed like the only way to provide definitive evidence one way or another. The access instructions were complex, but not particularly technical. Specific software, rotating passwords, designated times to connect. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while allowing serious viewers to find what they were looking for. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat area below, viewer counter on the side showing about 400 people online. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space. Concrete walls, fluorescent lighting, industrial atmosphere. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s or 30s. She was conscious but not moving much. Occasional struggles against the restraints, periodic attempts to look around the room, but mostly just lying still with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, placing what appeared to be bets on various outcomes. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about 30 minutes before anything significant happened. The woman would occasionally test her restraints or try to speak, though no audio was coming through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, treating her like entertainment rather than a person. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually, jeans, plain shirt, nothing distinctive or theatrical. No mask or costume, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. Just an ordinary person moving around the space with practiced efficiency. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera angles, checked equipment that wasn't visible in the main feed. They seemed to be following a routine that suggested this wasn't their first time doing whatever they were about to do. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. Comments appeared more frequently, with people making requests and suggestions. The viewer count had climbed to over 500. I realized I needed to stop watching before things went further. This was clearly going to become genuine violence, and witnessing it would cross ethical lines that no university assignment could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had panned slightly, showing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the table was a section of wallpaper, an outdated floral pattern in faded blues and greens. It was the sort of decorative choice you might find in an older house that hadn't been renovated in decades. I recognized that wallpaper, not from anywhere recent, but from childhood memories. My grandmother's house in Stockport, where we'd visit every few months when I was growing up. The same pattern had been in her spare bedroom, the room where I'd sleep when we stayed overnight. Gran had died 3 years ago, and the house had been sold to cover care home costs. I'd helped clear it out, remembered stripping that wallpaper from the spare room because the new owners wanted everything neutralized before they moved in. But here it was, in a video supposedly showing a live stream from somewhere on the dark web. Either this was an incredible coincidence, or something was wrong with what I was seeing. I took screenshots of the wallpaper pattern and compared them to photos I had from helping clear Gran's house. The match was exact. Same design, same fading, even the same small tear near the ceiling where the paper had started peeling away from the wall, which meant either the stream wasn't as live as claimed, or it was being broadcast from my grandmother's old house. I checked the property records online. The house had been sold to a couple from London who'd planned to renovate it as a rental property. But according to the electoral register, no one had actually moved in yet. The property appeared to be standing empty. The next day, I took the train to Stockport. Gran's old street looked the same as I remembered. Terraced houses built in the 1930s, small front gardens, the sort of respectable working-class neighborhood where everyone knew each other's business. Her house was about halfway down, distinguishable by the newly installed double glazing and front door that the buyers had fitted before apparently abandoning their renovation plans. I walked past several times, trying to see if there were any signs of occupancy. No cars in the drive, no lights visible through the windows, no indication that anyone was living there. But that didn't necessarily mean the property was empty. Someone could be using it without officially living there. The rear of the house backed onto an alley that ran behind the entire terrace. From there, I could see the spare bedroom window. where that distinctive wallpaper had been. The curtains were drawn, but there was a faint glow visible around the edges that suggested lights were on inside. I should have contacted the police at that point. If I was right about what I'd seen, there was serious criminal activity happening in that house, but I had no concrete evidence beyond a wallpaper pattern that could have been coincidental, and I knew how that conversation would sound to a duty officer. Instead, I decided to watch the house for a few hours to see if anyone came or went. I positioned myself in a cafe across the street with a clear view of the front door and settled in with a book and several cups of tea. For the first 2 hours, nothing happened. No movement, no visitors, no signs of life from inside the property. Then, around 4 in the afternoon, a car pulled up outside. 2 people got out, a man and woman in their 30s, both dressed in ordinary clothes that wouldn't have attracted attention anywhere. They looked like the sort of couple you might see in any supermarket or walking through any town centre. Nothing distinctive or memorable about their appearance. They let themselves into the house with keys, suggesting they were either the legal owners or had legitimate access. I watched for another hour, but they didn't come back out. That evening, I checked the streaming site again. The same room was visible, the same wallpaper in the background, but the table was empty now, and the lighting was different. Someone had clearly cleaned the space and reset it for future use. The chat was active with people asking when the next session would begin. Comments suggested this was part of a regular schedule rather than a one-off event. People were discussing previous streams, comparing what they'd seen, making requests for future content. I should have left it there, reported what I'd found to the authorities, and let them handle whatever was happening in that house. My assignment was supposed to be about investigating internet myths, not getting involved in potential criminal activity. But I kept thinking about that room, about what I'd witnessed, about the casual way the chat participants had discussed real violence as entertainment. Someone needed to document what was happening, to provide evidence that couldn't be dismissed or ignored. I decided to go back to the house. This time I went after dark, parking several streets away and approaching through the back alley. The spare bedroom window still showed that faint glow around the curtain edges, and I could hear the low hum of electronic equipment running inside. There was a small gap in the curtains where they didn't quite meet properly. From the right angle, I could see a slice of the room interior. The space had been completely transformed since I'd last been inside it 3 years ago. The furniture was gone, replaced by industrial equipment and camera gear. Lights on stands, cables running across the floor, the metal table I'd seen in the stream positioned in the center of the room, and sitting at a desk in the corner, facing multiple computer screens, was the man I'd seen get out of the car earlier that afternoon. He was monitoring what appeared to be several different streams simultaneously. Chat windows scrolled with comments in various languages. Viewer counters showed hundreds of people online. Video feeds displayed different rooms that all looked similar to the one I was looking at. This wasn't just one red room. It was some kind of operation running multiple streams from different locations. As I watched, the man picked up a phone and made a call. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but his body language suggested he was giving instructions or coordinating with someone else. After ending the call, he stood up and left the room. I should have left then. Should have gone straight to the police with what I'd seen and let them handle the investigation. Instead, I stayed by the window, curious to see what would happen next. About 10 minutes later, the man returned with someone else, a woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, walking unsteadily as if she'd been drugged or was injured. They positioned her on the metal table, and the man began setting up camera equipment for what was clearly going to be another live stream. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing the aftermath of criminal activity. I was watching it happen in real time. I fumbled for my phone to call the police, but as I moved, my foot slipped on the wet ground and I knocked over a dustbin in the alley. The noise echoed between the houses, and I saw the man in the room look up sharply towards the window. Our eyes met through the gap in the curtains. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then he smiled, not a threatening expression, just the sort of polite acknowledgement you might give to any unexpected visitor, and reached for something on his desk. I ran, made it back to my car and drove straight home to Manchester, hands shaking as I tried to process what I'd witnessed. Once I was safely back in my flat, I tried to call the police, but found myself struggling to explain what I'd seen without admitting to trespassing and potentially compromising any investigation. In the end, I made an anonymous tip about suspicious activity at the Stockport address, providing enough details to justify a welfare check without revealing how I'd obtained the information. The next day, I checked local news websites to see if there had been any police activity in the area. Nothing appeared initially, but 2 days later, there was a brief story about a house fire in Stockport that had completely destroyed a property and left 2 people in hospital with smoke inhalation. The address matched my grandmother's old house. I never found out what the police discovered when they responded to my tip, or whether the fire was connected to what I'd witnessed. The couple who'd been hospitalized weren't named in any of the news reports, and no charges were ever mentioned in follow-up stories. The streaming sites I'd accessed went offline within a week of the incident, whether that was due to police action or the operators simply moving their activities elsewhere. I couldn't determine. I ended up writing my assignment about the technical feasibility of red rooms, rather than claiming to have found definitive proof of their existence. Got a decent grade for the research methodology, though my lecturer commented that the conclusion seemed somewhat evasive given the depth of investigation I'd apparently conducted. I never mentioned the Stockport house in my final essay. Sometimes I wonder whether I should have done more to investigate what happened after the fire, whether there were other locations, other victims who could have been helped if I'd been braver about providing detailed information to the authorities. But mostly, I try not to think about that night at all, about the casual way the man had smiled when he saw me watching, about how many other people might have been in that room, in other rooms, in other houses that look perfectly ordinary from the outside. I never considered myself tech-savvy, just average really. I could navigate basic computer functions, use standard software, and handle simple troubleshooting. Nothing special. My job as a data entry specialist for a medical billing company required minimal technical skills, mostly just inputting codes and numbers into pre-designed systems. Monotonous work, but it paid the bills. My roommate Eli was the tech expert between us, computer science major, spent his free time coding and discussing cybersecurity on forums. Always had 3 monitors running simultaneously, all displaying things I couldn't begin to understand. When our internet connection slowed down for the 3rd time in a month, Eli decided to upgrade our router and reconfigure our home network. That's when everything changed. While setting up the new security features, Eli discovered unusual traffic patterns originating from our IP address. Late-night data transfers, connections to unfamiliar servers, encrypted packets being sent at regular intervals, all happening when both of us should have been asleep. The timestamps showed activity between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., almost every night for the past 6 weeks. I assured him it wasn't me. My laptop was basic and mainly used for streaming shows and occasionally working from home. Eli checked my system anyway, running diagnostic tools I'd never heard of. That's when he found the hidden partition on my hard drive. According to Eli, someone had remotely accessed my laptop and created a separate storage area invisible to standard file explorers. Inside was a Tor browser installation, cryptocurrency wallet software, and a folder containing what appeared to be encryption keys. The browser history showed regular visits to .onion domains, dark web addresses unreachable through normal browsers. The most frequently visited site was something called the Observatory. My first instinct was to wipe the laptop completely, but Eli advised against it. This was evidence of a serious security breach, possibly even criminal activity being conducted through my device. We needed to understand what was happening before eliminating the evidence. Eli suggested setting up monitoring software to see what happened during those late-night sessions. If someone was remotely accessing my laptop, we could capture information about them. For the next 3 nights, we left my laptop powered on, but disconnected from the internet. Nothing happened. On the 4th night, Eli configured it to record screen activity while allowing internet access again. We both slept in his room rather than mine, my laptop left on my desk, its webcam covered with electrical tape just to be safe. The next morning, we reviewed the recordings. At 2:17 a.m., my laptop woke from sleep mode without any physical interaction. The screen displayed the Tor browser launching automatically, connecting to the network, then navigating to an address consisting of random letters and numbers ending in .onion. A login screen appeared, and credentials were entered automatically from saved data. Then the screen went black except for a simple interface, a video player, a chat window, and a timer counting down from 90 minutes. The video showed an empty room with plain walls. For nearly 20 minutes, nothing happened on screen. The chat window occasionally flashed with new messages, but they were in a language neither of us recognized. At the 22-minute mark, a person entered the frame. They wore ordinary clothes, but had their face digitally blurred, not covered, but processed to be unrecognizable. They sat in a chair facing the camera and held up a digital tablet displaying that day's date and time. For the next hour, the person simply sat there while messages continued appearing in the chat. Occasionally, they would shift position slightly or check the tablet. Nothing dramatic occurred. Then, at the 83-minute mark, the person stood up, approached the camera, and adjusted it to pan around the room, revealing a second chair that had previously been out of frame. The person returned to their original position, and the feed continued until the timer reached 0. Then the browser closed automatically, and the laptop returned to sleep mode. Eli was convinced we were witnessing some kind of scam operation. His theory was that someone had compromised my laptop to use it as a proxy for accessing the dark web, specifically to participate in what appeared to be paid viewings of some underground content. The mundane nature of what we'd seen was puzzling, but Eli explained that dark web red rooms were largely considered urban myths, purported live streams of extreme content that most cybersecurity experts dismissed as scams designed to steal cryptocurrency. We agreed to monitor for one more night before wiping the system and implementing stronger security measures. That night followed the same pattern, except the room shown in the video feed contained both chairs from the start, both empty. After 17 minutes, a person entered, same blurred face effect, and sat in one chair. They held up the tablet with the date and time, then set it aside, the chat window became more active. At the 36-minute mark, a second person entered the frame and sat in the other chair. Their face was similarly blurred. They held up no tablet, made no introductions. Both figures simply sat facing the camera while the chat continued to fill with messages. At the 54-minute mark, both figures stood simultaneously. The first approached the camera and adjusted it again, panning to show more of the room. In the corner, barely visible, was a third chair. The figures returned to their seats. The feed continued until the timer expired. The pattern was clear now. Each night added a new chair, revealed at some point during the broadcast. Eli was still convinced it was an elaborate scam, but couldn't explain the purpose. If someone was paying to watch this, what were they getting for their money? We decided to monitor one more night before taking action. The third recording began the same way. 3 chairs visible from the start, 3 blurred figures entering at different times, each holding up the tablet with the date and time. The chat window was more active than previous nights. At the 62-minute mark, all 3 figures stood, and one adjusted the camera to reveal a 4th chair in the corner of the room. Unlike the others, this chair had restraints attached to the armrests and legs. That was enough. The next morning, Eli helped me completely wipe my laptop, reinstall the operating system, and set up advanced security measures. We changed our network configuration, implemented strict firewalls, and Eli even installed monitoring software on our router to alert us to any unusual traffic patterns. For good measure, I started shutting down my laptop completely at night and storing it in a drawer. A week passed without incident. No strange connections, no unexplained data transfers. It seemed the problem had been resolved. Eli's theory was that my laptop had been randomly targeted by a botnet, compromised through some vulnerability in my outdated security software. The whole Red Room business was likely just a scam targeting people on the dark web, convincing them to pay cryptocurrency to watch increasingly elaborate, but ultimately fake exclusive content. Then I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply "Observation continues." The body contained only an attached image file. Against better judgment, I opened it. The image showed my bedroom, taken from the perspective of my laptop's webcam. The timestamp in the corner showed a date from the previous night, at exactly 2:17 a.m. My laptop had been shut down and in a drawer at that time. I showed the email to Eli, who examined the metadata and confirmed the timestamp hadn't been altered. He checked my laptop again, but found no evidence of any compromise or activation. It was as if the image had been taken by a device that wasn't there. That night, we set up a separate camera in my room, positioned to monitor the drawer where I kept my laptop. The recordings showed nothing unusual. No one entered the room. The drawer remained closed all night. Yet the next morning, I received another email with another image of my bedroom at 2:17 a.m., taken from the exact same webcam angle, despite my laptop being securely stored away. Eli suggested staying somewhere else for a few days while he conducted a more thorough investigation of our apartment. I arranged to stay with a colleague and packed enough clothes for a week. Before leaving, I removed the battery from my laptop entirely, rendering it incapable of any function. 3 days into my stay at my colleague's place, another email arrived. Same subject line, same format. The attached image showed me sleeping in my colleague's guest room. The angle was identical to where a laptop webcam would be positioned, if there had been a laptop in the room, which there wasn't. The timestamp showed 2:17 a.m. from the previous night. I returned home immediately, finding Eli surrounded by dismantled electronics. He had been systematically checking every device in our apartment for hidden cameras or unknown surveillance equipment. He found nothing unusual until he examined my old laptop battery that I had removed and left behind. According to him, it had been modified to include a small cellular modem, a component that could maintain a connection to the internet independently of the laptop itself, allowing for remote access even when the computer appeared to be completely powered down. This discovery prompted a more thorough investigation. Eli removed the battery from his own laptop and examined it, finding a similar modification. Further checks revealed that our router, which Eli had purchased online 6 months earlier, contained custom firmware that differed from the manufacturer's specifications. Even our smart TV had been modified to allow remote access to its integrated camera. The implications were clear. Our entire apartment had been compromised, not randomly, but with deliberate and sophisticated precision. Someone had methodically created a surveillance network within our living space, using our own devices against us. Eli contacted a cybersecurity professional he knew from his university, who agreed to examine our equipment. Their conclusion was disturbing. The modifications were professional grade, suggesting resources and expertise beyond typical hackers. The cellular modems in our batteries connected to private networks rather than commercial carriers, making them virtually untraceable. Most concerning was the discovery that these modifications had been in place for at least 8 months, far longer than the 6 weeks of suspicious network activity we had initially detected. We moved out of the apartment the following week, found separate places, disposed of all our electronics, purchased new devices from physical stores rather than online. I changed jobs, started using cash instead of cards whenever possible, and implemented every privacy measure recommended by Eli's security contact. 3 months passed without incident. No strange emails, no unexplained images. Life began to return to a semblance of normalcy, though I still covered any webcam with tape and stored my devices in a signal-blocking pouch at night. Then, last week, I received a package at my new address, an address I had shared with very few people. Inside was a brand new laptop, still sealed in its factory packaging. No note, no return address. I left it untouched and contacted Eli, who arranged for his cybersecurity contact to examine it in a controlled environment. The laptop was factory sealed and appeared completely normal upon initial inspection. The operating system was a standard installation with no obvious modifications. It was only when they disassembled the device that they discovered the anomaly, a custom component integrated into the motherboard, virtually indistinguishable from the original parts unless you knew exactly what to look for. According to the security expert, this component would have allowed remote activation of the laptop even when powered off. More disturbing was their assessment that this wasn't an aftermarket modification. It had been integrated during the manufacturing process, which should have been impossible without inside access to the production facility. Yesterday, I received a text message from an unknown number. It contained only a time, 2:17 a.m. I didn't sleep last night. Instead, I sat in the dark of my new apartment, watching the clock. At exactly 2:17 a.m., every electronic device I owned, my new phone, my replacement laptop, my smart TV, turned on simultaneously, screens displaying the same image. An empty room with 5 chairs arranged in a semicircle. 4 were occupied by figures with blurred faces. The 5th chair, positioned in the center, remained empty. The screens displayed this image for exactly 1 minute before shutting off. I've since disconnected everything, removed batteries, cut power to my apartment. I'm writing this at a public library, on a computer that has no connection to me. When I finish, I'm leaving the city, maybe the country. I don't know who these observers are or what they want. I don't know how they've managed to integrate themselves into devices that should be secure, or how they tracked me to my new location. What I do know is that the chairs in that room have been increasing by one each night, and the newest chair, the empty one, is meant for me. The most terrifying realization isn't that they're watching, it's that they're waiting. Each night at 2:17 a.m., a broadcast goes live somewhere on the dark web. People pay to watch, to participate in whatever this is, and somehow, through means I can't understand, I've moved from being an unwitting proxy in their observation network to being the subject of their observation itself. If you're reading this and suddenly find your devices behaving strangely, or discover unexplained network activity in the early morning hours, don't make the mistake I made. Don't investigate. Don't monitor. Don't try to understand. Just run.